Welcome to Sunday stream. I'm going to see who can join today on this beautiful Mother's Day. All right, hold up. Let me get the browser up so I can see your chats. I didn't even log in, y'all. Oh boy, I hope y'all can see me. I hope everybody can see me. Okay, I am streaming. All right, cool. Yay. All right, I'm going to see who can join now. Hold on. Ooh, let me stop recording so I don't have any problems here. Okay, I'm gonna see who can join on this beautiful Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there. Hold on a second. Sorry, y'all. I just gotta troubleshoot a few things. This is like normal occurrence. I'm always troubleshooting something. I gotta make sure stream is good. Y'all can see me. I know the lighting's a little off. I don't know why it keeps going in and out. Blame the house. Every place that we've gotten here, like, I don't know, the lighting's always dim. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know if it's this city, because it's not just this place. Like, even at my my workplace, the lighting is dim. Hold on, let me ask Dom. Honey, is the lighting dim at your job?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know why people are sensitive to light here. It's very strange to me, but anyway, that's it. We're thinking of switching our lights out because it's so yellow and dim. I don't know.
I realize I can switch it.
You can't switch it?
It's a whole...
Yeah, it's how they set it up.
Setup, so
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know why it's so, like, all the lighting here, and even the last place we had, dim. There's no, like, fluorescent lighting. It's really strange to me, but it is what it is. Whereas Korea's different. I think the lighting is brighter. Yeah. I remember it being bright.
The white
light, yeah.
That white bulb.
Yeah.
We're not using this yellow.
Yellow, yeah. Ours is, I don't know, it's just so dim.
You don't have a lighting under your head. So
no, they it's by design. I think it's just this city. Because in Toronto, it wasn't, I don't remember the lighting being like this.
They design like this, it's more antique. Like a little bit more, like, some fancy feeling.
Yeah, probably. But
yellow lighting make us like a little bit fancy.
But it doesn't work for when you're doing things like social media or streaming.
They're not thinking about your life.
Yeah, they're thinking about regular stuff. All right, sorry y'all, we got distracted here. My bad. All right, I see people coming in. Happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all the mamas out there. You are very much appreciated. I commend every single one of you, whether you are a birth mom, adopted mom, whether you're a fur mom, whatever mom you are, if you are a caretaker, then this is your day. So I wanted to just put that out there. I appreciate all the work you guys do on the daily. You are the reason the world is running right now, and you don't get paid enough, and you don't get enough credit for it. So wanted to shout you guys out, and also my own mama. Shout out to my mama who raised me to be the woman that I became. Oh Lord, look at that. And shout out to Mimi's mama who gave birth to her so that I could take care of her. So yeah, I just wanted to shout you guys out, y'all. Karma, welcome sis. Laura Valdez, yeah, I'm never this early. I'm glad you're here. Welcome sis. Manjama, welcome sis. Kyra Leah, welcome sis. You said hi chat, Romy. Yeah, I'm early. So excited for the continuing of yesterday's topics. Yes, we are going to continue yesterday's topics. Y'all, I even had to reduce. I had so many things to talk about today, but I was like, you know what? It's Mother's Day. We're going to make it more like women focused, which it always is anyways, but it's really like, I wanted to make it more in tune with today. And I wanted some good stories in here mixed in. So yeah, it's going to be more of a mothers, but also, anyways, we'll see. We'll continue yesterday's topics. But we're gonna talk about Mother's Day first, and we'll watch a few, like 2 videos about mothers, like Mother's Day type of mother related, and then we'll get into yesterday's topics after. Devonda, hey sis, you said hi girl in chat. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. Yes, it's a good day to celebrate, y'all, and it's beautiful. I don't know where you guys are, but like I hope that it's beautiful weather wherever you are, so you can celebrate the day without any type of mishaps as far as weather goes. CFT, hey sis, how are you? You said hi Romy. Happy first Mother's Day to you regarding me. As always, hope you're well. Well, thank you for considering me for that. I don't know. I know some people get sensitive about it, and I'm like, because I know that some people get sensitive about for mothers celebrating Mother's Day because it should be only for human moms who birth their babies, pregnancy and delivery. And I'm like, bruh, like then that excludes adoptive moms too. You see, like people don't think about how selfish that is to celebrate a day that's meant for mothers. So whatever capacity of a mother you're in, then that's what it is. I feel like hell, some of y'all siblings, but y'all really momblings. Some of y'all have raised your siblings. You should be called for Mother's Day too. That's what I'm saying. Like I feel like we need to start like reimagining what motherhood is, and also not taking credit or discrediting people or women who have given birth and who have gone through the whole pregnancy process. There's a space for you 100%, but there's also space for people, teachers, who are taking care of these kids day in and day out, because hell, some mamas, they work like hours and hours, and who's taking care of the kids? Grandmama. That's mama too. That's what I'm saying. So whoever is a representative of a mother to you, or who has guided you, who has counseled you, who has poured into you, that's who you should be celebrating today. And same thing with Father's Day. I remember there was this whole debate about whether mothers should be referred to as Father's Day. I say they should celebrate both. If you're a single mom, Mother's and Father's Day. Both of them. And there you go, because you're mother and father. You're doing dual roles, right? But anyways, point is that we're just going to celebrate on this channel anyways, and in this space, everybody is celebrated. So if you are a caretaker, if you are a biological mom, adopted mom, fur mom, all good. Devonda, you said, yep, as the oldest daughter. Bingo. Yeah, you was helping take care of your siblings too. You are a caretaker. Yes, you may not have, and there are some siblings who are literally like a mother. Like they take care of their siblings. They do not even like the mother's nowhere to be found. And then they're the ones who are day in and day out making sure the kids eating, making sure they're working to feed their siblings, making sure to feed their nephews, nieces, like these are the matriarchs. Like these are the people that should be recognized in our community. People don't put enough emphasis on the fact that the village is part of that too. So women in the village are always taking care of neighbors' kids, other people's kids. I remember back in the day, like if something had happened while my mom was out, you had the neighbors looking out. That's the caretaker too. So whether they have kids or not, or biological kids or not, is, to me, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, like a mother is a mother regardless, day in and day out. So yeah, but I do recognize that, there's definitely more emphasis put on people who have given birth to children, and I think that that's amazing. And it's also a good space to include other women who have who take care of children, and who adoptive moms too. They do a lot of work too, right? So yeah. CFT said, as long as anyone is a caretaker in every sense of the word, then you're a mother. Exactly. There you go. So I really feel like it should be reimagined. But either way, on this channel, it is. And I love it. I love it. I love it. So yeah, if you're in the role of being a mother, it's very important. We need you in society. And I think that, the more that we start thinking of community, the better it's going to be for us in the outcome for the world. But yeah, so now, I said happy Mother's Day. I know people are going to be trickling in. Let's get into the topics, y'all, because it's already 1:50 and I don't want to spend too much time on the intros. We got a lot going on. We got a lot to discuss. So let's do the Mother's Day related stuff first. Then we're going to hop over to, who did I put first? Was it Nick Cannon? Did I put him on there? Hold on a second. Let me see what I put on my, in my title. I'm so sorry, y'all. Just as quickly as I wrote it, as quickly as I forgot. Okay, we'll just go in order. We'll try to go in order here. Let me put my screen down. All right, here we go. And then I'll put the browser up so I can see. Sometimes I can see your comments, sometimes I can't, but that's okay. I'll have the comments up here so I can watch it. And oh yeah, update for the Beyonce and Jay-Z case study. So yes, I am still working on editing. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all what I've been doing, because sometimes I feel like I have to, because people probably be thinking like I'm just like twiddling my thumbs on purpose. No, it just takes time, because I'm a very extremely like detailed person as far as like the information that I give. So hold on, let me pull it up here. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna give y'all a sneak peek if you're interested, so you can see the sneak peek. I am hoping it will come out tomorrow. I'm gonna really work on it after this live stream as much as I can, so then that way I can publish it this week, because I'm a little behind. I was supposed to publish it on Friday. But here, this is what it looks like. We're at 31 minutes so far, and I got a lot, y'all. I got all these videos here, so it should be at least an hour. I'm gonna finish the last part of it tonight, and I'll have it out for y'all. But yeah, this is the preview, y'all. So I'm gonna let y'all watch a little bit of the preview, this sneak peek. Oh, the volume's not loud enough. My bad.
What's up, Emil?
Wait, I gotta make this louder. Hold on a second, y'all. Why this so low? Oh, it's the way it was done. Okay, carry on. Hold on. I don't know why I hate that dang on buzzing sound. But anyways, we gonna play it, y'all. I'll fix it.
What's up, girl? What's up, Emil? What you doing? Nothing, girl. Just working.
Here we go.
Shopping. Meet me at the spot. Hold up, y'all. Yeah, what up?
You know his mom's his name, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Usually with your meals like that go with his name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know I got you.
Quiet though. Yeah.
Later. What's that all about? Gorgeous. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but like I was saying, I better watch her walk. Word up. He inspires me.
She's like one of my best friends. She's my son's godfather.
Check out my man.
Bounce with me, can you bounce with me? Bounce with me, can you bounce? Bounce. Sassy, classy. The voice is so like nothing I ever heard before.
Sassy and classy.
Okay, here we go. All right, so y'all got it right here. Okay, that was a sneak peek. I'm gonna fix it up a little bit, because while I was replaying it, I was like, oh, I gotta transition it. It's a little choppy. But anyways, that's a sneak peek, y'all. So I'm gonna finish it tonight. I'll have it up by tomorrow for y'all. All right, let's move on to Mother's Day. You said Nick Cannon be talking like a predator, saying his daughter can't date, but his son can. Ew. He did? He says a whole bunch of nonsense. I think he just likes to go viral because he need to pay for all them damn kids he got. That's all that is. He likes to go viral for that. Well, since we're on the topic of Nick Cannon, let's talk about Mother's Day. I didn't want to start off with him though, but his story will be kind of short, right? So let's do it. All right. So Nick Cannon, he got into some controversy recently, as he always does, but especially for Mother's Day. Why? Well, remember all them kids he had with all those women? He decided that he does not like to spend Mother's Day with the mothers of his children, because, they're baby mamas and whatnot. I don't know who would sign up for this type of treatment, but low self-esteem and whatnot. So now, he has said that he wants to spend Mother's Day with his mother, and he always spends Mother's Day with his mother. So let's read about what happened here, and I'm going to give my commentary on that, because there's a reason why I'm bringing this one up. Nick Cannon, 12 kids, multiple moms. Here's my Mother's Day game plan. Okay, so this is what he decides he wants to do. Nick Cannon is answering the question everyone's thinking ahead of Mother's Day weekend. How exactly does a guy with 12 kids and 6 baby mamas handle the holiday? Well, Nick broke it down for us on the TMZ podcast, explaining that people are getting the whole thing twisted because the holiday is called Mother's Day and not Baby Mama Day. Red flag. I don't know what the hell he talking about. Did you not sperminate these women or inseminate? Meaning he'll actually spend it with his mother. So here we go. Nick reiterated it was up to all his kids to handle spoiling the moms themselves and absolutely not him. How is this possible when he got a whole bunch of newborns? That is beyond me, but let's continue reading. And then they give us the montage of the baby mamas here. He also noted that it was actually Valentine's Day when things get super complicated for him, and especially Father's Day when all the kids want his attention at once. You gotta catch a full interview because Nick's Netflix is a Joke presents Nick Cannon's Wild and Out. Co-host Rick Michaels also jumped in with some pretty wild Mother's Day plans of his own, to the point even Nick had to check him a little. Okay, so I don't know what they're talking about here, but we're gonna find the video here. Let's find the video. I think this is it here. And of course there's an ad, but listen y'all, this is not YouTube. Here we go. Okay.
Mother's Day is coming up.
Yes.
I love it.
What you doing for Mother's Day?
My wife Indian, so probably some curry, some gold or something like that.
It's not wife day. See, that's why you got it wrong.
No,
It's not wife.
So this is let's go. You know, as much as we can celebrate Mother's Day, and that's what I want to do, and I think that it's very important to celebrate Mother's Day, but it's just really sad because, again, you got this man not taking it seriously, talking about Indian and curry goats. What he said, red flag. I don't know what the hell he was talking about.
What you doing for Mother's Day?
My wife Indian, so probably some curry, some gold or something like that.
It's not wife day. See, that's why you got it wrong.
So this just goes to show you, as much as women are celebrating out here, we gonna have a lot of Mother Day tears. I'm ready for the videos, y'all. It's coming up today, so we gonna celebrate today, but best believe there are gonna be some Mother Day tears coming out, because this type of celebration, let this love never find none of y'all. If this is the father of your children, I am very saddened to hear that, because this is what he said here. His wife is Indian, and he probably gonna prepare some goat or something, and it's not him preparing it. I bet you she's cooking on Mother's Day. Red flag.
You gonna get wife?
Well, I raised my daughter by myself, so Mother's Day is my day. I take myself to Red Lobster, eat the biscuit.
Hold up. Oh, he's a single dad. Never mind, y'all. Never mind.
What you doing for Mother's Day?
My wife Indian, so probably some curry, some gold or something.
No, he said his wife Indian. Hold up. I'm confused. Wait a minute. I'm so confused right now. Hold on.
Mother's Day is coming up.
Yes. I love it.
What you doing for Mother's Day?
My wife Indian, so probably some curry, some gold or something like that.
It's not wife day. See, that's why you got it wrong. It's not wife.
Well, I raised my daughter by myself, so Mother's Day is my day.
Ah, so the wife is not the mother, but is she the kid? Okay. All right, we'll retract the red flag. That's not the mother of the children.
I take myself to Red Lobster, eat the biscuit. I'll be like, me too. It is our day.
Nick, what are your plans? You got some kids to see?
My mother.
Your mother.
It's my Mother's Day.
So you're not gonna see any.
It's not Baby Mama's Day.
Yeah.
It's Mother's Day.
So you spend time with your mother. Do you get your baby's mother?
Yeah, of course. I appreciate them, but they get stuff from the kids.
But it's from the kids.
Yeah, but
they
it's like I talk, but I try to make whatever the gift is, custom, that the kids are a part of it. But it's always nice, but they're not gonna get the same thing because they ain't got the same kids.
I'm just making sure you don't just go to the store.
But I think that's everybody always talks about, like, oh man, Mother's Day must be crazy for you. It's not really Mother's Day that's crazy. Like it's the Valentine's Day. Ironically, it is Father's Day because everyone the kids wants to. Yeah. But Mother's Day, I spend it with my mama and my grandmama.
There we go. So, this mindset is permeating all over. This was last year. I remember last year there were a lot of videos out there, especially on TikTok. For some reason, all the crazy ones go on TikTok. But they were saying that some men they purposely did not celebrate Mother's Day because they felt, or with their wives, they celebrated Mother's Day with their moms because they think Mother's Day is for their mothers and they don't consider their wife as as somebody who needs to be celebrated. So the kids are left with that responsibility. And the reason why I brought it up today, or the reason I'm bringing it up today, is just as y'all know, my channel is about red flags, y'all. So this is one of the telltale signs right here. You got the quintessential mama's boy. When a man is raised as a mama's boy, has no type of discipline, no type of sexual discipline, no type of accountability. And it's not just Nick Cannon. There are some of them who have children with their wives, no other outside kids, and they are speaking that type of rhetoric. Red flag. It just lets you know how much the woman's work is not appreciated. And so when we, as a society, we devalue the labor of mothers, we devalue the labor of caretakers, we devalue the labor of the people who keep the country running. Because best believe, if there's nobody picking the snot out of your kid's nose and nobody watching them, you're going to have a whole bunch of degenerates and a lost generation. And we're seeing some ramifications and effects of that today. So this all just goes to show you how much women do and how much of an importance it is for us to celebrate women. But of course, when you are in a system where you have one of them talking about, oh, it's just your wife, you just gonna make curry for her, even if she's not the biological mother of his children. I'm not talking about Nick, I'm talking about the co-host or whoever he was. I'm pretty sure that she's taking care of them dang on kids when they come to the house, because you can't even be bothered to do that. Not only that, but I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of women out there who are literally the cleanup women for these men. And then you got men like Nick Cannon sperminating the whole damn world. Can't even wish the women who birth his children legacy a happy Mother's Day. But then he want to go and spend time with his mama. And shame on his mama. Because first of all, the fact that you raised a son like Nick Cannon tells me all that I need to know about you. And second of all, I would have locked my doors. Do not come to my house. You better go to them people's house. But of course, he's running away to his mama. His mama's always there. Now, I need to know what his mama's sign is. I'm going to read some comments and then we're going to skip right over. That's all I wanted to talk about, is the ignorance of Mother's Day by some of these men. And it's not, like I said, it's not just Nick Cannon. There are husbands out there who believe that as well. They will say that Mother's Day is not for the wife, it's for his mom. And they will purposely do that. So let's get into, Jane Fonda again, Lord. I need to figure out how to get her out of my cookies. What was I looking up again? Nick Cannon's mom. Let's see here. I need to know his mother this is his father and this is his mother. And then I need to know when his mama was born. I gotta check. What's her name? Beth Gardner. Let's see if I can find out her birthday. Y'all just gonna have to get used to Jane Fonda till I can get rid of her on my damn screen. Beth Gardner, Nick Cannon's mother. Let's see if I can find a birthday. Oh, here we go. Oh, she's a Capricorn, y'all. Capping Capricorns. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. I love my Capricorns, but listen. All I'm going to say is that, when you have a son and he does not respect the women who gave birth to his children, then that lets me know that there's some mother and son enmeshment going on here. And there's definitely some enabling going on here. Oops, that's not the story I wanted to cover. Hold on a second, y'all. Uh-oh. I hit too many buttons. There's definitely some enabling going on here. All right, so that was the Mother's Day update from Mr. Father Abraham himself. Next, I'm going to read a few comments. We're going to move on. L, how are you, sis? Zetwande, how are you, sis? You said sperminate. That's funny. I didn't know. I was supposed to say inseminate and sperminate came out. My bad, y'all. It was really a fluke, but hell. I'm glad you found it funny. Devonda, you said this was where he said that mess about his daughter Romy and black women pushback. Oh, he said that in this interview? Okay, we might have to watch the whole thing. I just wanted to skip him over. All right, I might have to. He said something about his daughter. Okay, we're gonna read that. Let's watch it. The Star That Fell. Hey y'all, it's mostly just another day to me. LMAO. Lots of women in my life ain't ish, so no more wishes from me. But you know what? I love the honesty. And I appreciate that. I think that, you should reserve it for the women who actually are mothers. That's another thing, too, I want to mention is that I don't say Happy Mother's Day. Let me put a disclaimer. It's not for the deadbeat ass moms. You're not getting no Happy Mother's Day from me, because there are some women out there who think that they can still get the title and the respect of being a mom when they are barely even a mother. No, you're never gonna get that from me. So if you feel like the women in your life didn't do, or they were not up to par, they didn't raise you, then you're gonna say Happy Mother's Day to the person who did. And if it's yourself, Happy Mother's Day to me. There you go. Why are they so confused? Girl, they be so confused. You know what? Let's go on TikTok. You know what? Let's do this. This is the cautionary tale. And then as far as the Nick Cannon, when he said his daughter could date, you said that in the same interview, he said his daughter could date, his son could date, but his daughter can't. I'm not surprised, because he knows that she's gonna end up with a man like him. That's what he's scared of. But guess what? More than likely, that's exactly what happens. And this is the thing. You can't prevent that from happening, unfortunately, as much as you want to, especially if you're an ain't shit dad, which he is. Hopefully Mariah put some sense into her, and I really hope that the people around Mariah are raising her up, and I wouldn't want her to go through that. But the reality is you can't be a shitty father and expect your daughter not to find a shitty husband. It doesn't work like that. You want to be shitty as you want to the other women, but when it comes to your daughter, you suddenly want men to treat her like the queen when you can't even model that in front of her. Red flag. What kind of logic is that? It doesn't make no damn sense. But then again, you're dealing with a child, a man who literally thinks like a child. Arrested development. That's what I should have called this. Let's see. Mother's Day. Huh?
Is it true?
What?
Man has a dead mind.
Of what?
Like how you explain.
Yeah, okay, come here. Here we go. Dom wants to talk real quick, but we can't go on a rabbit hole here because we don't have too much time. Okay. So I'm gonna ask you.
But how come you?
Wait, come closer to the mic because I don't know if they could hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm coming.
Okay. Mother's Day. Hold on. Okay, let's put that here for now.
But what I want to ask is it true that other men who made that mistake, like multiple baby mamas or something like that?
It's not just them.
And then they don't want their kid, his kid, not to have met that kind of people.
Yeah, that happens quite a lot. The male species.
My point is that how are you gonna teach your kid not to meet that kind of person who you are?
Exactly. That's what I'm
how
talking about.
I wanted to know how they
ask Nick Cannon. And number two, okay, if it's Mother's Day, okay, let's say.
But you said Nick Cannon is not too bad, man.
No, I said he is. When did I say he's not too bad? Nick Cannon. I never said Nick Cannon.
I think it's another person.
Yeah, you must have lost your marbles. I never said Nick Cannon. I said Nick Cannon, Future, and Cam Newton.
They're all deadbeat?
Yeah. No, I said he's not a deadbeat in the sense where he has abandoned his children, but he's there, but not really there.
I think that was a conversation. Future, I understand.
No, Future is a deadbeat for sure. Like, he is ground zero of deadbeats. I said Nick Cannon is not as bad as Future in the sense of, like, he actually sees his children and he actually watches them.
I think that was a conversation.
But yeah, he actually sees them, but he's still just as bad emotionally.
So when I just take the sentence, I just believe.
No. It's just a different level of it. That's all.
But it's still deadbeat.
It's still a deadbeat. No, he's emotional deadbeat.
But what is the definition of the deadbeat? You really not meeting at all your kid, or
deadbeat to me is you don't have nothing to do with your kids financially, emotionally, nothing.
But you say that deadbeat can and needs to just support the
financially, yeah, but not emotionally. No, that's why I say he's not as bad, but he's still emotionally unavailable.
So we have a level of deadbeat.
That's my level.
So how many levels of deadbeat?
Anyways, okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, don't think about the baby mamas and don't think about those type of, like, that kind of man. I'm talking about in generally speaking, like, for example, in Korea, when it's Parents' Day, and let's say a man has a wife, because in Korea, they don't celebrate Mother's Day and Father's Day separately. They celebrate it together. Parents' Day.
Parents' Day.
So if it's Parents' Day, and then does the husband celebrate Parents' Day with his wife or with his parents?
No, it's just basically Family Day because it's we call Parents' Day. Mother and father must be there together.
Okay, but what if you are also mother and father?
So single mom and dad?
No, like example, we have a kid and you have parents. So who are we going to celebrate Parents' Day with?
Primary family first.
So then it's us together.
Which is me and my wife and our kid first. Yeah. That's a primary.
And then secondary is parents, right?
Once you get married in Korea, my parents just move on to the secondary, even if it's a direct family related. But the secondary, because I start to have a wife. Yeah. Or woman to husband. That means it is going to move on your lifestyle too as a parent. Mm-hmm. So you are the mother and father. So yeah. Parents' Day is you.
Exactly.
And then kids gonna celebrating parents.
So,
which is my mom and dad.
Yeah.
But so technically, I also call to my mom and dad.
Yeah, of course, you call them. Yeah, you can call them.
If we close each other, then visit there and then celebrating first, and then come back to home and then just quickly celebrating our primary family.
So I have a question for you then. So let's say I have, because he refers to me as mom, by the way, because of Mimi. But let's say I have a human baby, right?
Yeah.
So I consider Mimi my first daughter. And then second daughter would be like, or second, third, whoever is, if we have a child somewhere down, whoever knows when. But if we have a human baby, then, and it's Mother's Day, are you going to leave me to celebrate it with your mother? Like, let's say your mom was Canadian, or she's from Canada, or whatever. Let's say she celebrated Mother's Day.
I meet her because it's mother, and call and pay something or gift something, and maybe take a time, but I must celebrating with you.
Okay, so I would be the primary.
You're the primary. Once I get married, it's move on.
Yeah.
This is just a basic mindset as a Korean person. Once you get married, move on. You move on to your lifestyle, to your own things. And you see this conversation happened a lot at the beginning of our marriages, the first year. You didn't do it. So
no, what do you mean I didn't do it? What are you talking about? When was that? That's impossible. Because my parents are not even in Korea.
Man. You just always go to your parents.
Calling is different. No. What he's talking about is when I spend too much time on the phone with my sister or something. He's talking about hours on the phone.
This is happening, like you talking a lot of time with your siblings and your parents, and then when I actually need you to do the housework, collaborating together, you just not there. Like, because
I didn't want to do it. That's different. But by the way, housework.
Dead mom.
No, I'm not a deadbeat. No, don't call me no deadbeat. Red flag. I'm not a deadbeat. Listen. So no, what it is that he.
This is your conversation coming up, guys.
No.
You guys gonna introduce
he has an issue, y'all. He's diagnosed OCPD, so that means
it's not
cleans.
OCPD
He cleans like it's not a normal cleaning.
At the moment I still remember that conversation. I just told you this exact sentence. Hey, when you get married, you have to move on to your mind is set about primary family from your family to
He's right. Yeah, he did. I'm not gonna lie. I take accountability for that. When we first got married, I even put it in the videos.
You took a very long time to call with your sibling, and then or like Parents' Day, like Mother's Day, Father's Day,
I would call my parents.
Or like some celebrating day, always on the phone, like and then when I need you, like honey, I need to clean the house, like oh yeah, just give me a second.
Yeah, what's the problem?
You talk to.
What is it? Okay, no. Let me tell y'all. Okay, I'll be honest. When we first got married,
my point is
he did all the housework. I'm not gonna lie. I have the videos on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, because someone is not moving. Someone must move. The house is getting dirty. Who's gonna manage it?
Yeah, he was like.
So this is why Dad Mom's here, because you want to stay with the clean houses, organized, like cozy. Feeling good feeling houses.
Yeah.
But you don't want to clean.
So you calling me a deadbeat wife? No, hell no. You're not gonna put that on me. No. Don't put that on me. Don't be calling me no deadbeat wife. Listen, so I just had different priorities set up, okay? But I'll be honest, I was like that. I was like that in the beginning of our marriage, in the sense of like I did not consider the primary family as that, like, that like. How can I say this? Like, I would spend a lot of time talking to my family abroad, like my sisters, stuff like that. We talk all the time. But I realized that, okay, like, there has to be a time and a place. So if I'm going to talk to my sister, it must be when everything's done, when we've already had our stuff, when we've already done our housework, we've already done our family time, and then I can spend time with my other family. I had to prioritize it. But yeah, don't call me no deadbeat wife. Anyway, sorry for the segue, y'all. Let me read the comments. I don't know how we segue from this, but yes, that's okay. I don't mind. I'm very accountable. That's one thing about me. If I was a deadbeat wife, then I was in the beginning, not no more. I've been reformed. Hey, that art girl. No, now definitely not. I'm not even the same person you married like Am I the same person? I don't think so. How about now? That's a good question.
How you can justify yourself that you're...
Because I know I'm not. Because I'm literally holding stuff down too. So no. In the sense of like, I do take on my responsibilities here as well. So yeah, in the sense of like, you know, when you come home, like I make sure everything's organized and I'm not scattered like before.
Oh, really?
Way better.
Oh,
yeah.
Really?
Yeah, way better.
Yeah,
hey, Mary, how are you, sis? Devonda, you said she is a Gen X or a boomer. Who? Who is? Who's a water sign? Oh, the mama. Nah, she Gen Xer, y'all. Mary, you said my mom has her issues, but she has been someone I could rely on and has shown up for me. Her motives can be called into question, but hey, all love. Yeah, that's what's up. I think nobody's perfect, y'all. Nobody is. None. Y'all just heard my husband call me a deadbeat wife when I first got married, right? So yeah. Zatuande, you said it took you 30 years to work out your trauma with your mom, who did try but also failed a lot of things. But that's the thing. A lot of our mothers did the best they could. And even though they didn't have the manual and they're not perfect, and I'll say that, like, you know, there's some things that I wish that my parents did, my mom specifically, but then I had to give her a lot of grace too, and that's what you guys are doing too, because I realized that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, she wasn't that bad. You know what I mean? It was just, you know, expectations. Maybe it was my expectations too. But at the same time, that's for you to decide. I can't tell you what your mom is or how your mom was, especially if there's some people who really had mothers that like are Tokyo Tonys, like who sabotaged them or who really didn't care about them and who wouldn't give a damn if, you know, they were out on the streets. I can't tell you to wish her a happy Mother's Day. That's got to be up to you. And I understand it, though. I get it. I totally get it. There are some moms out there who do not deserve to be called a mother. I got to be honest. Yeah. So continuing. I got invited to a Mother's Day brunch at my aunt's house. I started to feel sick again. So I was like, nah. As I was getting ready, I felt more lethargic. My mom was like, I couldn't sleep thinking. Yeah. Well, I hope you guys are good, y'all. Yes, ma'am. It took me years. I say, but my relationship with God and also giving birth to a daughter forced a lot of reflection on being a mother. Exactly. I think that when you start to think about or you start to realize the sacrifices that your moms have made, or the sacrifices that, you know, when you start to get your mind into a different space, that's one. And two, experience. So by you having a daughter, it made you realize it. And for some people, it's by you, like, you know, maybe going through something and then you realize how hard it is. And then, you know, you lean back on your mom and you think of all the sacrifices they've made. So it can be so, having, you know, relationships are so complex and dynamic. So it's like, even if a person is imperfect or they have some faults, that doesn't mean that that person isn't deserving of your love or your like, I guess, your love, unless you feel like they're not deserving. So for example, if you know your mom tried hard enough and you see that, okay, there are some things that, you know, there's a threshold. Like I said, there's a line. So if I know that my mom meant well and everything I did or everything she did was to help me out, even if it wasn't something that I personally would do, then I would look at it in a different way. That's me and my mom. That's how I looked at it with her. But then at the same time, like I said, there are other people out there who have had worse experiences with their mothers. And so I can't put and project my, my way of viewing things on somebody else. That's another thing too. And I feel like a lot of people, you know, when kids go no contact with their parents, or not kids, but I guess children of parents go no contact, or they, maybe it's Mother's Day and they don't want to wish their mothers the Mother's Day. I respect it, because I can't tell you how to feel about your mother who I do not know. And most of the time, parents have a really good way of putting a face in front of the public, but then in reality, it's not really what it is, right? And only you know the threshold of how much your mother did or how your mother's intentions are, because you'll know if your mother really loves you. That's one thing I'll say. And of course, you know, nobody's perfect, but you also know, like, when somebody really is trying their best or when they really don't give a damn. So there you go. So Yeah. Now I'm gonna segue here because sorry about you. We got off a tangent here. I know. I'm going live in the kitchen, so there's bound to be a whole bunch of stuff going on. So now, what happened? No. Yo, oh boy. So here, these are old videos though. I'm not gonna watch these old videos. I wanted to see something today, but we will watch this here because I wanted to segue. I didn't want to talk about Mother's Day too much, but I wanted to show a video. Hold on a second. Here, right here. So in the spirit of speaking about mothers and caretakers and different types of topics related to motherhood, and also just about some women who don't want to be mothers, right? So maybe there are women out there who are child-free, but they are caretakers in their community. And I wanted to kind of highlight this conversation. I haven't watched it, y'all, but it seems like it's pretty interesting. We're probably not going to watch all of it, but I wanted to highlight the different mindsets that are going into mothers versus child-free women, and if child-free women can be considered, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I think that today should be a day about kind of like, one, venerating mothers and all that they've done for us, if they have, especially, like I said, if you have a complicated relationship with your mother, that's okay too. It's a good space for it. This is a safe space for that. But then there's also the idea of what is truly motherhood, and is it a physical act or is it an emotional act? Is it something like, are you considered a mother when you give birth and you get the inseminated, or is a mother considered like more of the emotional person, the person who actually takes care of the emotions, not just financially but emotionally, is there every day for you, can give you guidance? This is the thing that I want to discuss today, because I feel like a lot of people are just so focused on the physical aspect of motherhood but not the emotional aspect of motherhood. And that's why I'm glad that Dom brought up my behind when I was, when I first got married, because the physical part of being a wife was there. I was there as a wife, but the emotional part of being a wife, it didn't click. And so I had to do a lot of growing up in that space. And so now I can come back, and that's why a lot of the advice I give y'all, I went through it majority of the time. Sometimes I didn't, but I definitely either have gone through it or I've seen it in real time. So same thing with motherhood. Like, is motherhood being celebrated as a physical act, or should we only venerate people, not just people who physically gave birth to a child, but somebody who is there through the day-to-day with the child and the emotional development of a child? It's very important. So let's watch this video, y'all.
Mothers are the most selfless people in the world, but I also think a lot of people have kids out of selfishness. Sometimes they can't find the person that loves them. Sometimes they don't know what to do with their lives. Sometimes they're bored, and they will have kids out of just whatever reasons. And then
hold up a second, y'all. Wait a minute. I gotta make sure, because yesterday I realized that the syncing was wrong, so we gonna get right into it. Here we go. Okay, we'll watch a little bit of this here. This was posted, by the way, by Dr. Daff. Shout out to Dr. Daff, and 2 months ago. So I think it's a really good video to review.
And raise these kids however they do, and don't really fully put their actual efforts into that child. Everything's about like doing it for the child, but really to make them look good, make them look like a good mom, make them look like they're having a great time. But it's kind of like, the only time I ever thought about popping a child is when I was a little bit bored, and I was like, let me go pick up a new hobby, let me go pick up a new job. And I was like, you know what, I don't even want kids like that, for real. So that was just kind of my experience when I noticed things like that.
Womanhood isn't a one-size-fits-all. On this episode of The Bridge, mothers and child-free women, those who do not want children, come together to discuss purpose, fulfillment, and the choices that shape their lives. I am your host, Dr. Michelle Daff. Welcome to The Bridge.
Hold on, we might have to skip a little bit. Okay, here we go.
How you identified for this particular video.
Hi everyone, my name is Annie and I am child-free.
Hi everyone, my name is Laura, I'm child-free.
Hi, I'm Palmy and I'm child-free.
My name is Jessica and I'm child-free due to medical reasons.
My name is Anastasia, and I am child-free.
Hi, my name is Carol, and I'm a mother.
Hi, my name is Cassandra. I'm a mother.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maggie. I'm a boy mom ×2.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, Lord, Maggie, hold up. The boy mom one. Okay, we gonna look out for you. She said she's a boy mom ×2. Okay, we putting the radar on you, sis. I don't want to say red flag. A flag in you.
And I am a mom.
And I'm Patricia, and I'm a boy mom as well. I have 3.
Okay, these two. Flagging.
And the first prompt is, a woman's highest calling in life is motherhood. Anyone who feels strongly can speak on it.
So for me, I just, like, when I think about my life, I just can't imagine something more important than being a mom. Like, no career, no other passion would
Elle, you didn't have to put them tomatoes like that. You really didn't have to put the tomatoes like that, sis. Okay, but you know. Then carry on. I see them tomatoes right there. So that's okay.
Like, the purpose that my daughter gives me and the meaning that she gives. It's just an experience. Like, once you experience it, you can't even compare it to anything else this world could offer. So that's why I think it's a woman's highest calling.
Yeah, I would say it's a little complicated because people may think that then that's the only way you would be happy in life. And I 100% disagree. I think that you can be totally happy and fulfilled even without kids.
I agree with sis right here. But another thing I want to mention, and this is a safe space for all ideas and thoughts. I want to say this, that I find that it's very disingenuous because whenever I hear a mother, I'm talking about a mother, say that is the highest calling of their life, it's from a privileged perspective because your child is the child that you wanted. But for other women who may have a child that's disabled, may have a child that's on the spectrum, may have a child that, you know, may not have necessarily been in the best of circumstances, then can we still say the same thing? So I also want to bring that because I've noticed that whenever somebody has a child, for example, that has a disability or that is not the image of a child that they wanted or that they had a fantasy about, then it's not the same. I never hear that language. It's very few far in between. The only person I could see or I have seen that has had that type of that has loved her child through it all, I'm not gonna lie, Alexis Sky, y'all. I gotta shout out to her. Shout out to Alexis Sky. Alexis Sky is probably the first celebrity I have seen in a long time. I don't know any other ones. But her child did not come out. Her child came out with a disability. And she has adored that baby since the day the baby was born. Her baby is her world. And you can see that. And she doesn't care. She does whatever she can to make sure that her baby is happy. This is her daughter right here. And so when we have these kind of conversations, we got to be honest. It's few far in between, though. Most of the time, whenever a child doesn't fit the expectation and the standard of what the parent wants, then it's a different conversation. So I just wanted to bring that up to the table. Not saying that your child cannot be your highest calling in life. It is up to you and what you feel, because it's the highest calling in your life, but it may not necessarily be somebody else's highest calling. But I also want to bring to the conversation that whenever I see children who have disabilities or who have a, quote unquote defect, even though it's not a defect, it's just, it is what it is, then parents do not have that same type of, the same type of rhetoric is what I'm trying to say, except for the exceptions, which is Alexis Sky. And I think there was one other celebrity that had a child with a disability that really just took care of their child, didn't care, put their child on the forefront. I would say Krishan, but to be honest with you, she caused that whole situation because she was drinking and doing craziness while she was pregnant. So I'm not even going to even include her in this. But for the purposes of what I'm trying to say, Alexis Sky is a perfect example of this, of somebody who does. And you could see that no matter what, she would have loved her baby no matter what. No matter what. But this is very rare. unfortunately. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I can't wait to see your comments. That's just my opinion, y'all. Because this is a nuanced conversation.
I agree with her. I think a lot of people think that the highest calling is being a mom, but when you're...
Hold on, sorry, y'all. I don't know why it's just... Give me a second. It's not syncing properly. Okay, give me a second, y'all. Hold on. I hate when the lips are not moving when they're supposed to, so just give me a moment. Give me a moment. It's not going to take long. And then I'm going to read some comments after. Okay, here we go. All right. Much better. Oh, boy. Yeah, sometimes OBS be on some weird stuff. Okay, here we go. Hold on. I want to see Dr. Dapp's name. Okay, here we go. All right. Play it again.
That's why I think it's a woman's highest calling.
Perfect.
Yeah, I would say it's a little complicated because people may think that then that's the only way you would be happy in life. And I 100% disagree. I think that you can be totally happy and fulfilled even without kids.
I agree with her. I think a lot of people think that the highest calling is being a mom, but when you're done being a mom and your kids are their own people, who are you? So I feel like your highest calling is finding yourself and what you like and who you are.
I'd like to speak on that because I don't believe you're ever done being a mom. I will say I think it's my highest calling, but I also think it's my biggest blessing because I understand not everyone is able to. But I will say this as an older woman, I just turned 50, and with a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, what I've realized is that's really the only lasting happiness. When you've had corporate, when you've had trips, when you've had trinkets, when you've had all of those things, what really matters is what lasts. And for me, being a mother is that. And I really dug into it. Speaking as a reformed modern woman that cost my marriage, I threw myself into motherhood, and it's been the biggest blessing.
Oh, wait. Reformed. Dang, she got a lot of flags, y'all. Reformed modern woman? What does that mean? Uh-oh, sis. Oh, no. That's why you wearing the skirts. Not saying wearing skirts is bad, but I could tell the aesthetic, yo. Oh, boy. Oh, Lord. So, the thing is... okay. She thinks that her divorce was caused by her being a modern woman, and it most likely was because she was with an imbecile of a husband. You don't even need to describe him to me, sis. I already know what type of man he was. For the fact that he thinks that you're a modern woman, so what? You're independent, you're pushing back, or you're working corporate. I need to hear more about her story. I would love to hear it. I want to hear what happened between her and her ex, and maybe they're going to explain it. And by the way, I love Dr. Daff's, her panels. They're usually pretty respectful, and I love the fact that, you know, she does a really great job moderating. So continuing.
I will jump in on what you said. I like what you said because I do agree that when they become adults, who are you? You still have to have your identity. Motherhood is a gift. It's a blessing. I cherish my sons. I'm raising men to grow and be independent and build their homes and their families. And when they get there, I need to remember who I am and what I'm doing here. Motherhood's beautiful, but it's, you know. So I want to clarify, like, I think you can have many different callings in your life, but when we say what's the highest calling, I just feel like motherhood can't compare to the other callings that in my life I have. You know, I don't know about anybody individually, but I just can't compare that to any other calling.
But what about being a mother do you think makes it your highest calling? Like, what about you as a woman and being a mother makes it higher than any other wonderful accomplishment or lifestyle you could have?
I'll speak to that. Having teenagers and going through this phase of life, and our oldest is now a United States Marine, the delayed gratification from all of those years, all of the moods and attitudes and emergency room visits and sports and all of the pouring in that you think, is anybody listening? Is anybody getting this? Does any of this matter? And one day a switch goes on and they start living out what you've poured into them. For me, there is nothing more fulfilling than that. And I've poured into a lot of things, but nothing else gives me that return.
When you in the...
Well, that's the thing though, mama. What if your child did exactly the opposite of what you wanted them to do? The prodigal child. Would you be saying the same thing if your son decided he didn't want to be a Marine and he wanted to be a garbage man? And would you be saying the same things if he didn't follow in the footsteps that you wanted him to? What if he said that he wanted to come out and that he's not heterosexual and that he's actually gay? Would you still have the same type of acceptance? Would you still have the acceptance if he decided that he wanted to be radical and he didn't want to live the life of that we live now? He wants to live in another country, in a rural mountain somewhere. Would you still be? This is what is all about self. Them. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about them. What they're saying, that's why I love Dr. Daff for that, because she's like, hey, can you at least give me what makes it a higher calling? And it's all about, everything I poured into him, everything I poured into this person, everything I put into that. You are basically using your child as a Sims character? Is that what I'm understanding? Because they will disappoint you. Sometimes your kid may not walk the line that you want them to, but does that make it any less fulfilling? So that's why I was saying with what I was saying with the disability thing is like, would you still have the same sentiments if that happened? And it's very few people who would. And so I'm gonna have to continue this conversation. We could tell that sis is going through something, y'all. She said she was a reformed modern woman. All right.
Those moments of talking to a child, teenager, when you think that they're not listening and they're doing the exact opposite of what you say. In those moments, motherhood is the most challenging thing, and it feels like the most difficult calling of my life. So I questioned it. I was very torn on that question, because the highest calling is to really, I believe, know yourself. And once you know yourself, you can be the best or the greatest version of the mother that you want. In my motherhood right now, it's hard to say it's my highest because sometimes I feel very low in this space. So I'm torn on that.
I feel like the highest calling, like as a Christian, is to obey God and let other people know about Jesus. And I just see motherhood as a ministry because I will be raising the next generation. So, yeah, but there's other ways. Like, I do believe, like, if you're not a mom, like, being a nun is a really high calling. You know what I mean? Like, there's ministry work that you can do to serve. Like, are you serving? Because, yes, like, it can be difficult, like, but I feel like suffering is a part of, like, a great calling. You know, you have to suffer a little bit in order to be doing something great in the world. And motherhood will make you suffer.
Okay, you know what? That's her belief, and I'm gonna respect that. But I also wanted to flag the fact that she said that, what did she say? Service. To what extent, though? You see, this is what they... Okay, let's let them keep talking, y'all. Let me reserve what I'm about to say, because I need to hear more. I don't want to be premature.
Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of suffering to being a mom, and I think that's why I've chosen to be child-free. There's like a lot of sacrifices, especially sleep, and your freedom and choices, because you're not making a choice for yourself anymore. It's, what is your child going to be okay with? And every decision is child first.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Have any of you ladies on this side considered possibly being a mom, but then decided against it?
Well, I tried. I had stage 4 endometriosis, so I had failed infertility treatments when I was married, and I just couldn't do it. I had to have a hysterectomy. I think children are a blessing, but, like you said, using your faith, I took my heartbreak and used it to heal other women. So I think that's definitely my calling.
No, notice how she said that she had endometriosis, and that is very, it's more common than you think. I believe Tia Mowry? Yeah, Tia Mowry had to have surgery for both of her kids in order to get pregnant. Endometriosis, fibroids. I have fibroids. I know others who have other endometrial type of issues and challenges, right? And, you know, we could go down the rabbit hole. It could be about the food, environment, stress. There's so many different theories out there about it that we don't have time to explore today. However, notice how she said, when I was married. So where is he? He's gone because you couldn't have a kid for him? That's what I'm thinking. Red flag if that's the case. That's the problem too, is this expectation that once you get married, you must have children. Should you have children, it's up to you. If you and your husband decide you want to have kids and you can, no problem. But if a woman cannot have kids, does that make her any less valuable than any woman who can? That's another problem we have here.
Mom wasn't my calling, and that's okay, but taking my pain and being able to use it for other people to help them as a Christian.
Which is a form of mothering.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And what about you?
I knew since I was like 15 I never wanted to be a mom. I don't have a nurturing thing inside of me. I like my freedom. I like to have my own choices, to do what I want, when I want, how I want, without having to have someone to worry about. I'm the type of person, I'll wake up tomorrow, drive to San Francisco for the weekend, no plans, just go.
I appreciate her honesty. Green flag, yes. No, to thine own self be true. Who said that? Was that Shakespeare, Hamlet? Here, to thine own self. Hamlet, it was Hamlet. To thine own self be true. Always remember this quote. He said, I don't like the face of this man. But yeah, to thine own self be true. That is, it's used. Let's see what it means. It is a line from Act 1, Scene 3 of Shakespeare's play Hamlet. It is spoken by King Claudius's chief minister, whatever his name is. Okay. It is a speech that contains a number of different... Okay, we don't care. We want to know what it means, though. Okay, it's a whole speech. The meaning basically is like, do not worry. It's used to mean not worrying about pleasing other people or living by someone else's rules or standards, but rather living as your natural self without compromise. If you know that you would be the worst mother in the world, then maybe it's not the best idea for you to have children. I appreciate that, because the fact that she is aware of that is going to save one less child from having to suffer, because they're talking about this whole suffering here. And the worst thing you can do as a person who has reproductive organs in your body is to procreate a child and not have any type of inkling to care for them. That's the worst thing you could do, in my opinion. If you cannot take care of them, you cannot be there emotionally, you cannot even be there at all, and you decide to have a child, then that to me is worse than you saying that you want to be child free. I actually commend women who say they want to be child free. If that's the case, if you know you're a selfish person, you have no business having children. I love the self-awareness here.
I'm just too free-spirited to worry about someone else.
And I think it's important that you know that, because I think it'd be so sad if you did have a child and then you were focused so much on yourself you couldn't take a child.
And I think it would be unfair if I brought a child to this world and end up neglecting the child because I want to live a certain lifestyle. My mom and dad always tell me, just do what makes you happy. You only have one life to live. Just do what makes you happy. And my happiness is to see the world and not to be tied down in one place. And my friends are also not very, judgmental about it as well. Actually, a lot of my friends have the same mentality as I do.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I feel like I've had a scarlet letter on my chest most of my life because I couldn't have children. And so my friends just drifted away. I wasn't included so much. Even, after, you know, getting married, going through a divorce, and trying dating again, it's like you have a scarlet letter on your chest. Like, there's something wrong with you. Well, I have kids and you don't, so you would never understand. And it's like, whoa, okay. And I've dealt with a lot of that. So it's that stigma for sure, even though I didn't choose not to have children. I actually couldn't because of endometriosis. So, yeah, it's just that stigma. It just, you know, being put in that box, it does suck. So.
And you need to change your circle. I don't know who you were around. Did she say she was in the church? I think she did say that. This is another problem, is you need to change your circle. You need to change your circle. So they couldn't even be bothered because you can't have a kid. But some people are like that. They only want to be with, you know, mommy friends, only that. If you have kids, but they do not want to open their minds up to be around different types of people. I have friends who have children, and I have friends who are single. I don't care. Me, a person is a person. Can I go clubbing with you at 12 o'clock in the, 12 a.m.? Is that the morning time? Whatever. You see, that's how old I am. I don't even remember when people go to clubs. Can I go clubbing with you in the wee hours of the morning? No. I'm not going to do that, whether I was single or married. I ain't got that type of time to be standing in line. I just don't like it. That's been, I am too old for that. I passed that phase in my life. But can I go and kick it with you? I have friends who are not married, and we can have just as much fun as I have with married women. I have friends who have children. I have friends who do not have children. That doesn't make you less of a valuable person. If you cool, you cool. That's it. There's no, like, I don't really care, because that I'm not on that. I feel like people who categorize people in the sense of like, oh, I'm married now, so I can only be around married people, is just a front. My opinion. Because hell, you could get good advice from anybody, single or not. Y'all have given me really great things to think about and advice. And I know some of you guys are married. Some of you guys are single. Some of you guys are mothers. Some of you guys are child free. Some of you guys are, you guys are in relationships, interracial relationships, or I don't want to say gay, but you like the other team. Yeah. Some of you guys are lesbians. You guys are trans, whatever. I don't care. Because you're human at the end of the day. And if I vibe with you, I vibe with you. That's it. But again, when you put people in these categories, this is what happens. When people think that they're more superior than you, this is what happens. Because now she's less than, because she's not able to be a mother and she can't fit into our group, our mommy play group. What is a single woman going to be doing at the mommy play group? I don't know. Maybe helping you guys take care of your kids. But then again, she's not a mommy.
So,
yeah, I'm so sorry. That is painful.
Yeah, I just wanted to say my heart breaks hearing that when you're able to conceive and have children without difficulty, we may take that for granted. And so I just wanted to say, I sense the mother in you. I sense your heart. And I do agree, only those of us who want to have children should have children, because it is too much of a sacrifice. I also agree, it is ministry. I think you care for others, you feed others, you nurture, you sacrifice, you do that for children, you do that for the least of these, right? So I think that even if you're not able to bear children, that mother spirit still comes through. And I just wanted to tell you that.
Thank you. I'm 25, but being a Latina woman, I feel like having kids young is a big thing. My mom had me at 15.
Wow.
My grandma had her first kid at 15.
Yikes.
All my cousins have kids. My little sister doesn't have any kids, but she'll probably have kids before me. I'm 25, but I don't think I'll have kids until I'm probably like 40.
And you know what? You just broke a generational curse. Good. That right. You see? So she's looking at it as, and her family's probably looking at it as, oh my God, she couldn't have kids. Like, this is so bad. Like, she's 25. She's too old. Mind you, she just broke a generational curse right here. All of them have kids, but can they afford the kids they have? And I don't want to judge her, but I'm trying to figure out. Because I have seen that happening. A 15-year-old, I doubt it. I doubt it. And more than likely, there's a breadwinner, and it's probably the husband. And then all of a sudden, that's what I'm saying. I know what I'm saying here. 15 is way too young. So that means all her cousins and everybody else in her family, they probably had kids in their late teens, early 20s. And this brings me back to Celeste and David. I didn't touch upon that case for a reason. I'm waiting until he goes to court. I need to have all the documents before I even touch that again. But remember, she was what, 14? She's a little girl. But that's why it was so easy for her parents to just be like, you know, in my mind, because people were trying to say, oh, the parents didn't really know. And I'm like, how could you not know your 14, 15-year-old daughter was missing for this many days, or that she was out of the house for this many days? That means, listen, no matter how you slice it, it still comes up as neglect. Because how did you not know? You didn't check. They were working. They were doing something else. But point is, it was still neglectful regardless of how you look at it. So now that she's saying that, I'm like, girl, you just broke a generational curse. You should pat yourself on the back. Good for you. At least now, whenever you have a kid, you had time to grow up. Your frontal lobe is already developed. So hopefully you're going to make good decisions going forward, and you're going to be able to afford the children that you eventually want to have if you want to. I mean, she said that she doesn't know if she wants to have kids in her 40s or whatnot.
And that age keeps pushing and pushing. Every time I hit a new age, I'll be 26 in 3 days. So yeah, a lot of people ask me about kids. I was in a 7-year relationship, so I thought I was going to have kids very early. I'm glad I didn't, though, because I'm chasing all my dreams and doing the things.
7-year relationship, and she thought she was going to have kids early, and she's 25. Hold up. You know, my noggin's not good with math too much. But hold up. 25 minus 7. 18. Girl, bye. Good night. Good night. No. When were you going to have kids with him? You better think you're lucky stars you didn't.
Things that I want, so yeah, hopefully that'll come at the right time, just not anytime soon.
And I just wanted to jump in on what you said. I'm a free spirit too. I didn't want kids. I did get pregnant by accident when I met my husband. We ended up having 3 kids back to back, but they have been the greatest joys. And my free spirit style has not left. We jump up and do things spontaneously all the time. My boys are brilliant.
Okay, so you see, she's trying to compensate. I don't like it when people do this. I get it. She's trying to speak out for the free-spirited mamas out there, but it's not the same. What she's talking about is traveling the world. She just said that. Her dream, the other sis with the ponytail. I think she's talking to her because they might be the same kinfolk, because they look like they're very similar. So maybe that's what she's talking about. She's trying to say, oh, you can travel with your kids. And you can. When I went to Jamaica a few years back, it was a year ago. Damn, I need to upload them vlogs. I mean, they're still in my members only. I got to put them out there or whatever. But anyways, oh yeah, by the way, y'all, yeah, meds are running out. That's how I know the meds are running out. My mind is going too many damn places. I woke up too early this morning. Segue before we continue. I am going to create a second channel. And I know. I have to create a second channel. So I think that's where I'm gonna put the other case studies and my other videos. So if it gets taken down, then that's okay, because I don't give a damn. so there's that. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. But anyway, segueing back to what she said. She's trying to compensate, or trying to say, oh yeah, like, you can still travel. I can still be a free spirit. No, you cannot. Stop lying, ma'am. You cannot. There is a difference between somebody getting up and traveling to, give me a country. Traveling to Jamaica. I just spoke about Jamaica. Traveling to Jamaica on a whim. Than somebody who could get up and travel to Jamaica with 3 kids. There's a lot of logistics that go into it, ma'am. It's not as easy as you're saying it is, unless they are teenagers. And even then, teenagers are moody. They don't have the same type of, your fun and their fun are different. You still gonna have to be guarding them, or being a guardian on the trip. You're basically taking your parenting from your house to another country. You cannot compare the life of a child-free person, which is very freeing. I can get up, even me with a pet, I can't even do what I want to do. I know some people, they leave their puppies alone. I just can't. I don't have the heart to do that. It's just me. And she has anxiety. It's separation anxiety. So I'm just like, look, one of us got to be at home. I am very restricted. The day I picked up Mimi, I've been restricted ever since. My freedom gone. I used to be able to just do whatever I want. As soon as live stream, I would go, oh, I want to go here. Nope, not no more. And if that's the case with a pet, imagine with a child. You cannot just do that. And even for people, you see she's agreeing with me. And even for people who have a pet who stays at home and who is used to staying at home, you still have to come back at a certain time. You can't just leave your pet for hours on end by themselves. So ma'am, no, it's not the same. It's not. Let's stop trying to make it happen. It's not. It's a different type of freedom, and that's okay. But don't say, "Oh yeah, I can still live in freedom." No, ask your okay. Then go to Tahiti tomorrow and use your credit card and see how quickly your husband's gonna refund that damn trip. Red flag. It's not the same.
They're straight A students. They work. They're all actors, and you know we're wild and crazy, and I love it. I love it so much because I'm still that wild free spirit, and they are too now. So. That doesn't go away, hun. If you were to have kids, that doesn't go anywhere.
It does. And listen, it's not the same. You can still be wild and free, but again, while they were growing up, you couldn't. Now you saying that because they grown as hell, so you can do whatever the hell you want. Please, let's stop trying to make that happen. Let me tell you, this is coming from a child who has, how many siblings? I have 4 brothers and a sister. My mother popped out 6 children. Do you want to know what she told my sister? And I drilled it in our heads. And this is why at the beginning of the conversation, Don was saying that I didn't know, I didn't know how to deal with my primary family and my secondary family once I got married. I didn't know how to transition. The reason he's saying that, though, is because my mother made it explicitly clear. She trained my sister and I to be career women, not wives. Whenever my dad would be like, hey, because I used to want to cook. I loved, watching my mom cook. I loved watching her clean. That was just me naturally. I always wanted to help her. I think it was more of a helping thing when I was a kid. So I just wanted to help her out because she always used to do everything. And not saying that my dad didn't try or didn't want to. He did offer, but my mom's just the type of person, she just likes her way. She has a very structured way of doing things. She's very picky about who touches her stuff. She even has her own dishes, own whatever. She likes to clean her way. So we just let her do it. But point is that I remember one time we were having a conversation and then my dad was like, well, don't you want to teach them how to cook or how to do that? So she's like, no, that's not important. Verbatim, she said that. She's like, that's not important for them to learn. I want them to focus on their books. That's what's more important. But then guess what? As soon as my sister and I graduated from university, and then she's like, oh, so now, when I got married, that's when she wanted to have the conversation about, oh, do you know how to make this? I'm like, girl, don't nobody want to be sitting out here cooking on the damn stove. You done lost the opportunity. So yeah, point is that my mother with 6 kids, 6 children, told me education first. She said, your freedom is more important because at least with that, you can do whatever you want. Education first. Drilled it in our heads. Why? Because she also was restricted. Even though my dad wasn't a tyrant, she could do what she wanted, but there was certain limitations she couldn't. With 6 kids, how are you going to be able to do that? It just didn't make sense. Now, with her freedom, she's retired. She been told her, she's like, I'm not sitting here. If y'all have kids, I'm not going to watch your kids. And she means every word. She done moved all the way she moved so far away from all of us. Just so she wanted to watch nobody's kids. We don't have kids yet, but yeah. My point is that you cannot tell us that you can still be a free spirit when you have children. Yes, you can have some semblance of freedom and be a free spirit, but it's not the same as sis who has no children. Please, not the same. Stop it.
We are who we are.
Oh, thank you for sharing that.
Lately, I've been thinking a lot about how stressed our bodies actually.
Yeah, and shout out to the advertisement, sis, but I gotta skip it. Love you though. Love you, sis. Love you, love you. Ooh, this is a long one too. Okay. Oh, wait, what's the question?
It's complex for your body. Okay. The next prompt is, I sometimes envy the other side. Okay. Let's hear from you.
Well, even though I never had the desire.
Hold on a second, y'all. She tripping. Hold on a second, y'all. My bad. Hold up.
Because, what happened is I never had it. I love kids. I work as a nanny for a while. I love kids, but I just never had the feeling.
Hold on, let me get her some bacon
to have them on my own. But I do see the joy in how cool it is to be a mom, and of course I see that and I appreciate it, and I think it's awesome that women are doing it. I'm like, I have nephews and they're the best. So
Yeah. So as a nanny, you worked with children, so you, like you said, you love children. So what exactly about it would make you not want to have, is it like your body or the process or the relationship piece?
Well,
or an experience you had in your childhood?
I think for you to have kids, you need to have a lot of things in order and then go ahead. Number one, I think you need the right partner. I didn't have it for the longest time. But besides that, so is the partner, yes, I think giving birth is super scary to me as well. But that's just like a couple hours. It's the rest of your life that's the most scary part. That I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm responsible for another human being for the rest of my life.
The pressure of that.
Yeah. But again, somebody who's done it and who's still doing it, I'm so happy for them. I'm like, oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
It was possible.
Anyone on the side want to share?
I just thought it was cute when she said it's just a couple hours.
The average, I found out the other day, the average hours of women giving birth, I think, didn't they say it was 15 hours? Let me check. And we know that for Black women, it's not the same. Just remember that. Here, an average labor for your baby, your first one, can last anywhere from 12 to 24 hours. Mothers who have given birth before often experience a shorter average labor time of 6 to 12 hours. And she talking about it's a short amount of time. And that's if you do not have complications. We already know about the Black maternal mortality rate. Look, I mean, gotta be honest. That doesn't mean you shouldn't have children. I'm just saying that it's a risk. Just recently, somebody passed away. Someone recently passed away, and she was she a doula? I believe she was a doula who passed away recently. And then I remember last month wasn't it the Black Health Maternal Month? Yeah, this is still happening, y'all. So yeah, it's very privileged to say that. Very privileged. So yeah. So let's continue.
Long hours.
A little more than that.
You haven't spoken. Do you want to share something?
No, I don't envy them. I love being a mother, but I also think there's other higher callings, because sometimes, like our family, my mom will say people are selfish if they don't have kids, and I don't believe that. I know some men that have been very successful, and then when they pass away, they leave stuff to like other family members. So I don't think it's necessarily the highest calling. I think it's a beautiful thing. It's very giving, but there's other things that you could do in life that are just as important as well.
I've heard that so much, that saying of like, as a woman, for you not to have children is very selfish. I've heard that a lot growing up.
It's very selfish. I've heard that too. And let me tell you how I answer them. I said, okay, it's very selfish, but for you to be broke and be whatever, that's not selfish. Shut them right up. Because most of the time it's people who don't have it. I can guarantee you that much. Now I'll be like, oh, so it's selfish for you, for me, if I don't have kids yet. But it's not selfish for you if you have kids and you can't afford them. Full stop. That shut the conversation. You shut them right up. Shut them right up.
And I thought that was quite harsh. I just think that, if it's not something a person's able to give, they shouldn't.
And not everybody's designed.
Hold on. Wait, sis. I love you, Dr. Dev. What you mean? Wait, what she said?
I thought that was quite harsh. I just think that, if it's not something a person's able to give.
Okay. I don't know what she meant by that, but I would love to reframe it and said, if it's not something somebody's able to give or chooses not to give. If I can promise you, if there was a law in place right now that said that you need to make the average, like let's say the average cost of living, like I remember, like we researched it before, but let's say that it takes about $70,000 to raise a child a year. in whatever country, let's just use that as a threshold, $70,000. And if the government had strict restrictions on it, and they said, if you don't make this much money, then we're going to penalize you, I can guarantee you many people would not have kids. If the government started to hunker down and say, look, y'all, you know, just like how they do when there's too many dogs in the shelter. Look, I'm not comparing humans to dogs, but that's an example. That's the only one I could think of. When there's an overpopulation of rats, okay, we're going to use rats as an example. And then they start to say, wait, the rats are breeding too much. We need to have restrictions. So then what do they start doing? They start restricting. They start, you know, doing whatever. If the government has stepped in and they say right now, as we know, you guys can barely afford the cost of living, you can't afford to have kids, if you don't make this much income, just like in your taxes, then they are going to penalize you every time you have a kid, full stop. So who's being selfish now? If you can't even make the average cost of living or the average amount that it takes to raise a child, just basic minimum income, that means that eliminates everybody on Section 8, everybody on SNAP, everybody who's working part-time, everybody who's... Exactly. So then who's the selfish one then? You see, that's how you got to start approaching people like that. So when people used to ask me, why am I still single? I used to just say, well, it's just a choice I had to make. But if they keep pushing, I'll just be like, well, you know, nowadays, you know, if I was single today, I would say, well, I decided that my life is worth more and is valuable. It's more valuable. So if I do choose somebody, I have to make sure I vet them properly. But hell, you don't even have to say all of that. You just say, I don't want to. That's it. But if somebody tells you you're being selfish, then, yeah, start bringing up finances and notice how quickly they're going to be quiet.
They shouldn't. And not everybody's designed to have kids. It's like not everybody has that calling. You know, everybody's different, to each their own. Just embrace the journey and the path that you're on and stay positive.
Mm-hmm. Who on this side, did anyone here envy the other side?
I definitely, I have moments of envy when, you know, you get up and just go and just travel, live your life with no worry. Like every decision that you make, I think about my kids. Like when my daughters are on vacation in Florida, I'm like buying them lunch, ordering it, not realizing they're not even here. Like it's like autopilot, you know? And I get mad. I'm like, release yourself, Tare, from this. Like release yourself, but it's so hard to release once you become. It's a switch. And I envy because sometimes I want to just switch it off, and I can't. That's challenging. So I do have moments of envy. Motherless women. I'm like, I want to hang out all night like you too. Without being judged, you know, as much.
I had kids when I was almost 30, so I had my days already, I guess you can say. So I was at my turning point. I was at my crossroads. My kids, they gave me a second chance at life, and they gave me a better life. And if it wasn't for them, I don't know if I would even still be here. So in my case, because I had them a little later than Latinas are normally having them, I went through experiences that I was ready to have them. I was ready to stop, slow down, and focus and redirect my life.
That's great. What about you?
Yeah, for me, it's just the traveling part. Like people say, oh, you can travel with kids, but it's not the same. Okay, it's really not the same. And I want to go to Bali, for example. I've never been, and I just can't imagine taking my daughter to Bali because she's so young. So maybe I have to wait until she's older. So when I, see women without kids just traveling the world, I'm like, oh, I wish I traveled a little bit more. Although I did travel a lot, but there's so much to see in this world, and it's just difficult when you're a mom. You can just like pack them and go everywhere you want to go.
It is very self-sacrificing. We do have to time our days a little differently.
With the traveling, it's true. Like this summer, I met up with these friends from like 10 years ago, and we went through Europe on a carry-on and our thing. And then we were in so many different places in every other day. I've hung out with my niece, who's like 13. And when she was like 8, I was like, it's a lot of stuff for a weekend, it's like, it's just a weekend at the beach, and there's no way that you can move that fast and be that flexible.
And financially too. It's
and
like
financially.
You have a lot more, have a lot more spending money that it's just for you versus when you have children.
Oh yeah.
Your money goes to them.
It's like money goes to them first and you advocate for yourself. It's like kids, food, housing.
They're constantly getting new wardrobes
but
every.
You have that inner battle too, because it's like just as I love spoiling them, you know. So it's like, oh, I want this, but okay, you guys want that? Okay, let's go get it. Like you like to spoil them, you like to pamper them, you like to, you know. That's the battle, because then you have later you're like.
What did you want to say?
I was just gonna say, I think mothers are the most selfless people in the world, but I also think a lot of people have kids out of selfishness. Sometimes they can't find the person that loves them. Sometimes they don't know what to do with their lives. Sometimes they're bored, and they will have kids out of just whatever reasons, and then raise these kids however they do, and don't really fully put their actual efforts into that child. Everything is about like doing it for the child, but really to make them look good, make them look like a good mom, make them look like they're having a great time. But it's kind of like, the only time I ever thought about popping a child is when I was a little bit bored, and I was like, let me go pick up a new hobby.
I always say this. What was it? Something is the devil's workshop. An idle mind is the devil's workshop. There you go. If you get bored and you think of having a child, that means you're not working enough. I always say it's not even just working enough. You don't have anything to fill your time is what I meant to say. Oh, Lord, here she go barking at other people. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm going to let this play.
Hobby, let me go pick up a new job. And I was like,
mind you, I just have a pet and look at me.
Like, you know what? I don't even want kids like that for real. So that was just kind of my experience when I noticed things like that.
And then to also backpack off her comment, I also hear people having kids because it's like a retirement plan. My kids will like be the ones taking care of me when I'm old. I think that's selfish, very selfish.
Extremely.
That's a big burden on.
Red flag, yes. Hit this one, sis. Yes, pigtails, pee-pee long stockings. You have a point right here. Let me tell you what's going on. There's a lot of parents who are thoroughly disappointed because they thought that all the investment they was going to put in their kids. That's why when sis was talking about investment, I laughed. I was like, yeah, right now he doing what you want him to do. Go to Korea and see all them old men and women pushing them carts. That's why they're pushing those carts. It's not because they're childless. Many of them have children. Many of those people have children. But guess what? The child decides they want to do what they want to do, rightfully so. So if you think that you are going to make your child your retirement plan, you're going to be thoroughly disappointed in this economy. There's no way they can even take care of themselves. How you want them to take care of you? And even if they could, it should be a choice they want to willingly do. And I think a lot of our predecessors, the parents, they got it all messed up. They think that because you're the child, you're supposed to. When in actuality, it's not a right. It's a want. It's not a need. It's not necessity, especially if they get married. So, like, think about it this way. If you have, like, what Dom was talking about earlier and what we were talking about with Nick Cannon and his gaggle of baby mamas. But let's not use him as an example. Just say that a man has a primary or wife or whoever, man and woman or woman, whoever, married couple. They have their family, primary family. And their family comes first. So once they get married, attention's on that family, not on mommy and daddy and their retirement plan. Mommy and daddy had way more years to save up than me. In my case, you had a 30-year head start. 30-year head start, red flag. And how is it you expect me to take care of you? You had way of a bigger head start than me. That's my point. If I choose to take care of my parents, it's because I want to. And my parents never asked me. I got to be honest. They're really good with that. Yeah, they better be. They know. But the point is that there are a lot of parents out there who have this expectation of their kids. And I'm like, Soon as they have their own family, or even if they don't have their family, even if they have the means to, they could just go somewhere else and then you're gone. That's it. That's why there's a lot of elderly people who are struggling right now because of poor decision making, and it just gives them, and not all, but it gives a lot of them, like, the reason why they have poor decision making skills and they had poor financial literacy is because they never had to learn, because they just thought that their child was going to take care of everything. The sobering reality.
The child, to having to make that money to take care of their parents. So, I mean, there's selfishness on both sides.
That's big in the Latina culture. I'm Latina too, believe it or not. And that's kind of like big in the Latin culture. It's like we don't, at least in my family, we don't put in like the nursing homes. We take care of each other. It's just like, I guess how we've all, is your family the same? Yeah. It's just, is really? Yeah, it's just like our culture, I feel like, too.
I get it. And I understand that from that perspective of having the communal aspect of taking care of your parents. But being a caretaker, that's why I titled this Caretaker, it's not easy. There are some people out there who cannot work because they are full-time caretakers. And you have to rely on the government to help assist you because you cannot get a 9-to-5. So imagine you are taking care of an elderly parent, and God knows if they have dementia or any type of issue, good luck. Good luck. Because one minute they could be fine, the next minute they gonna knock you right up out of here, pack you right up out of here. They gonna start remember, they are liable to remember, and I'm saying this because it is something I have seen. So one day they're gonna be real good, the next day they're not gonna remember you, and then they're gonna try to beat the brakes off of you like they have a memory of somebody from the past. So you think you can do that in this climate right here? And that's why I'm saying, like, this is kind of like, it's a fantasy in a way, because the way that we were set up is different now. So yes, you can have that extended village and take care of your parents. I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. Absolutely you can, but it is a big sacrifice. It's just as much of a sacrifice as taking care of a child. Carly Red was talking about it. Dang, I wish I had saved her interview. She has to take care of her father. And she said it's like taking care of a child again. She was crying. Because I think that people don't really realize how much the sacrifices caregivers do or they make. And then if you have children, we did a live stream about that a few months ago, about how they were cutting the Social Security from caregivers, or the income that they require in order to take care of their aging parents. But then they can't afford the retirement home. And then imagine, how are you going to work and do that at the same time? How? And then if you have your own family, how? Your money can only stretch so far. We got to keep it real. And then most of the people that are talking about, our family, we would never do that. We would never do that. Then family members that you're relying on, where are they? Because somebody's got to take the bullet. And usually it's a woman. I never see men. It's very rare you see men. And I did see a young man taking care of his mama. Shout out to that young man on TikTok. Let me see if I can find his TikTok, y'all. But he said it's not easy. We have even people in our chat right now. Mary, shout out to you. Taking care of your mama. This is the reality. You don't have a life. It is very difficult for you to do what everyone else does because you are caregiver. You're a caregiver and you're caregiving an adult. They're worse than children in my opinion because they have opinions. They, want things their way. They have different types of is different types of needs. How do you expect one person or two people or even a family of 3 to be able to do that and raise their family at the same time? It's not the same as before. Maybe you can do it if you are in a communal type of country, but not in the US of A or Canada or North America. Not here. Them bills gonna eat you right up every single month. This can only be done in a country where the cost of living is lower. So we have to stop putting that rhetoric out here. And I understand where they're coming from, but they're saying it from a perspective of not having to actually do it. You are not where your parents were. That's why it was easy for them to do it where they came from. Same thing with my parents. It's probably easier to do it in Haiti than over here. They didn't have so much overhead. They didn't have to pay taxes. They barely pay electricity. That's why the electricity be going in and out. They don't have the same infrastructure. They don't have the same demands. Stop it.
Come live with us.
Yeah, that's like my grandma was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do you ever feel like women can have like too many children? Because you brought that up. I've seen like a lot of content on social media where some people are having like 9 kids, 10 kids, and their siblings, like the older ones, are taking care of the younger ones, and they're feeling stressed. And you know, you see the comments, and you see people saying like, "No, I'm providing to this world. I'm adding to the world," and then people saying, "Actually, like you are doing this," and it's like, it's what is the purpose behind it? What are your thoughts on?
I come from a big family. I'm number 5 out of 10, and my mother having my siblings was the best thing she could ever do for me, to have my sisters and my brothers, because I would be nothing without them. Did we have millions of dollars to live? No, we didn't. But what we did have was love and community and memories that will never go away. Some people may say she should have stopped having kids, right? You know, you're not the perfect mom. But she was mine, and I'm so happy that she had all 10 of us. And I don't know, the big family is like, I think a single child, I'm sorry, somebody was a single, like a one kid, only kid, whatever. That seems boring. Like, who are you gonna...
Are you guys, Dom is an only child. Unfortunately, he's not here. I'm not an only child. Y'all let me know if life is boring being an only child. I used to envy only children, I promise you. Because once your space gets encroached, like it's a difference. Sometimes I'm like, oh Lord, I should have been by myself. Lord, it's a lot to remember. It's a lot of birthdays, a lot of holidays, a lot of, time. You have to talk to your brothers, spend time with your siblings. I'm talking about when we were younger. Family trips. Y'all let me know. Y'all bored?
Talk to and play dolls with and like run with and race and relay with, and you like just like.
You can do that with the neighborhood kids too, right? Because they used to be all up and through my house, too. So imagine, I grew up with my siblings and their friends. That's a lot of kids. Come on now.
Yeah. Some people can only have one child, so it's not necessarily always by choice.
Yeah.
They have only one child, but yeah, the opposite of that. I think there's pros and cons.
So, yeah, to add to that, I grew up with a lot of siblings. I'm the oldest, and I think that's one of the reasons I don't want to have kids, because I took care of my siblings.
And happy Mother's Day to you, sis in the white shirt. That's what I was talking about earlier. She was the second mama, but she didn't even get the title. That's why. Because I can almost guarantee you, sis with the dress, oh, I love my siblings. Wait, how much, when she said she has siblings, I bet you she's not the eldest. She can talk like that because she was getting doted on and cared upon. She had a carefree childhood. Meanwhile, the oldest child was carrying the brunt of the labor.
And also growing up, I realized how much neglecting my younger siblings had. And that came out as a problem when they became grown-ups. Because they didn't have the capacity to take care of all of us. I mean, that's my understanding. I'm not saying my mom didn't do a great job. I think she did the best she could, but it might be easier if it was at least just 2, 3 instead of 5. And definitely that changed me into being like, oh, is it really the best way to go? Are you really there? Do you have the time and the ability to take care of 5 at once? And I think it did play a part in my decision making.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to that. I think siblings are great, but coming from African culture, it is expected that you take care of your parents, but I made the decision that the children are here for us to help them live their lives. I don't want to be a burden on them, so I think we should have as many children as the husband and wife agreed to. We had 2. I remember asking my ex-husband if he wanted to go for a 3rd, and he said no, so we didn't. I come from a family of 2. He comes from a family of 2. My parents come from a family of 8 and 10. And I think if you can manage that without being a burden to the older siblings, that's fine. I do think having some responsibility as older children, watch your sister, watch your brother, but when it starts to hamstring their progress and they can't go live their lives because now they have a responsibility that they didn't ask for, I think that's wrong. So whatever that number is, if it's 2, if it's 3, if it's 5, I think, yes, you can have too many children.
Motherhood doesn't always begin with a glow.
Oh, wait, who is this?
Sometimes it begins with rain.
What is
with
going on
questions
here?
no one prepares you for, with exhaustion.
Who is she?
Grief, anxiety, and a version of yourself you don't recognize yet. From rain to
Oh, it's an ad. Yo, I was like, who this is? Oh, they snuck that in real good. A woman can live a completely fulfilled life without having children. Okay, this is the last one we're going to check because, hold on, what else? Mothers lose parts of kids can put a strain on relationships. Society romanticizes. Okay, we're going to skip through, y'all, because of time.
Women can live a completely fulfilled life without having children.
Because I was about to say, it better all be green. But okay, let's hear what she got to say. And we going to skip through her, pack her right up out of here.
Let's hear from you.
Okay. So you can live a very fulfilling life. But when I think about completely, I think the majority of the women wouldn't live a completely fulfilled life, maybe a very small percentage, but I'm not going to bet my whole life on like that one small percent.
Yeah, you better not bet your life because I can guarantee you wouldn't survive the bet. You would lose. Very much so.
Right? Like if 99% of women say like, oh, motherhood was such a life-changing experience. It gave me so much meaning, so much joy. But then 1% was like, you know what? I lived a fulfilling life. I'm not going to bet my life in that 1%, you know? Mm-hmm. So I just think that maybe they end up in the end of their life and they realize something was missing. And that's like a pretty big thing.
And what about you? You said no as well.
I said no just because I have a godmother. She'll probably kill me for, saying this. But I have a godmother. She didn't want kids for her entire life up until now. She's in her mid-40s. She's now divorced, and now she's just thinking about like wanting kids or what it would have been like if she had had kids.
To keep a man. Red flag. That's all this was. I knew it because I was like, hold up. She probably wasn't a child-free single woman. She had that, and when she said the word, I was like, yep, there we go. She wonders what life would have been like because she's divorced and she wanted to keep a man. I need to know what sign she was. That's number 1. But number 2, I have noticed the regrets of having children is most of the time is tied to a man. A man. This is a problem. Because again, the value of women who choose not to have children it's not put in the same paradigm or on the same wavelength. And in her community, if that's her godmother, I'm assuming she's also Latina. So maybe people shun her because she got a divorce. So that's already like who said a scarlet letter. And remember, she said Latina. She's Latina too. So then the one with the blonde hair. So it's a scarlet letter to be divorced. Then maybe if I had kids, maybe it would have kept the marriage together. And sad to say, it won't. It's just going to make you more of a punching bag. He's just going to be tethered to you for longer. Red flag if he was already a red flag to begin with. This is a problem. So then you have people getting married just to get married and have kids, but not actually vetting or being able to be with somebody who matches and suits them. And now the regrets come. Why? Because she couldn't keep her man.
Kids. What is she missing considering she did the whole job thing? She's a super successful woman living in New York City, lives an amazing life, like literally living her own Sex and the City life. And I think it's so wonderful, but she still asks these questions. So
your godmother can have a kid without the man too, right? There's so many sperm clinics out there, sperm banks. Let me go find sperm banks. Look at this. This is even in my area. Look at this. Okay, maybe not here. Let's put USA because that's where they from. Here, where they at? There's a whole bunch of them. Look at that. Where you can donate sperm, all of them through there. No, she's a Korean woman. Okay, she has money. She can have the kids because she wants it with the man, and she wants it with the perfect family that she has in her head fantasy. The reality is you didn't have a kid with your ex. And the reality is you don't have a kid now. And the reality is if it's so much, again, like that's how I know it's tied to a man. Because if the child was the only issue, there's so many, and I'm just using sperm bank as an example. There are so many adoptive or kids up for foster care and adoption as we speak. Let's go check that out. That's actually more, because I don't want no random man sperm. Like, that's just me personally speaking. There's got to be a lot of vetting processes going on. It's just hard to vet that. But here, children for adoption, USA. How many children? How many children? Hold on. 400,000. I'm just going by Reddit here. 400,000 plus kids in foster care. If you want to be that benevolent to have children, you can do that too. That's also an option. Why is it this, I need the life I could have as a career woman, woe is me. And there's children right there waiting for you.
I feel like try something or not try something, you're always gonna have a question of if you should have done it or shouldn't. So
for me, I feel
she can still do it. That's my problem with this whole situation. She can still do it. Why is it, and this is something that has been ingrained in our brains, if being a mother is your pinnacle of the highest calling of your life, and you do not have the man, you can still have the child without the man if you can afford to. If you can provide the village, I said that before, the community for that child. Why is it that this person believes that they cannot have a child without that man? You can. It is a possibility. Is it something that would work for you? I don't know. Personally speaking, like I said, I don't want a sperm. I would not go to a sperm bank. If I wasn't married and I couldn't have kids, I would go to the adoption. And I really wanted kids, adopt. I would have no problem doing that. None at all. If it's something I really wanted to do. That's my point. You can still do it. She's acting as if, I don't have the husband. I don't have the man, so now my life, I can't have because she wants the kid to come out her vagina. That's where it comes from too. You think that having a child and being a mother is tied to your womb and to a child coming out of your woo-ha. Kim Kardashian had surrogates for the last two kids, Chicago and Psalm. They are still her children. She is still their mother. Khloe Kardashian had a surrogate for the second one, the boy, Tatum. As much as she's a ditzy broad, she's still his mother. I never think about her and be like, oh, she had a surrogate. No, I don't give a damn. She's still his mother to me. Angela Bassett, surrogate for the two kids she has. I think she has twins. Surrogate. I do not see her as less of a mother because she did not deliver them through her vagina. Gabrielle Union, surrogate. Are these women less deserving of the title of mother because they didn't push a child out of their vagina? Questions that I need answered.
Like, it's fulfilling when I'm the auntie, like they'll come over for a week or a month. And then I'm like, okay, that's awesome. And then I send them home. I just don't think that I would have been an awesome mom because one time I had my niece and we were biking and swimming and all this stuff. And then at 5, she's like, oh, I'm so tired. I was like, oh my gosh, you're like 10. How are you tired? And then I realized we hadn't eaten. Like, you know what I mean? Like it just doesn't come to me to like. And so then I was like, okay, don't tell your mom whatever you want. I will give you whatever you want to eat, like ice, whatever. And so I think it's like I'm fulfilled with being the auntie, and that's enough.
Well, just so you know, moms make a lot of mistakes too.
Yeah.
So things like that usually come with just once you're already in it, and so don't put that on yourself.
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah.
No perfect moms here. You know, we've all lived and we've learned, experienced. And I think that we beat ourselves up a lot about not being this perfect mom. I don't even know what that even looks like because I don't think I've met one yet. But we still say perfect mom, and just know that you may skip a meal, you may forget to sign a homework slip or something, or you may forget to take your kids to school on time, you may run late. Things happen. So that's the part that is fulfilling, knowing that I am human in this moment, I am growing in this moment, and that what makes me feel fulfilled, even in the difficult times when I'm a mom.
I wanted to speak to that one. The prompt was, can a woman live a completely fulfilled life without being a mother? And as a mother, I said yes to that. I remember the first prompt was, is that our highest calling? And I think that is for me, but I also understand not everybody can be a mother. Not everybody wants to be a mother. Not everybody should be a mother.
Thank you.
As you get older, I think for all of us, you start really thinking about what matters. When you have less time ahead of you than you have behind you, every conversation, every time spent, every trip, every experience, is this really what I want to do? So I think being fulfilled means, to me, the effort that I put into whatever I'm doing. Does this matter? Is it helping? Am I leaving the world better than I found it? So for some of us, we do that through mothering, but yes, you can absolutely leave a legacy, leave a mark, leave the world better than you found it, even if you don't bear children.
And then you don't have to have children to be motherly. You don't have to have children to be someone who supports children and helps children and guides children. You know, I'm a mom, but I also work for the local school district. And when I go to work, I feel like I'm a mom to all those kids when they're in my...
Hold on, y'all. Sorry, it's lagging. All right, I'm going to read some comments now, and then I'm going to skip through, but hold up. Let me finish hearing what sis got to say. I hate when it lags. Why does it do that? Okay, here we go. Sorry, y'all. I just don't like when it lags. Okay, we're going to try it one more time. We're going to try it again. Let's try it. Okay.
Presence, you know, I'm taking care of them. I'm there to provide and make sure they're safe, they feel protected. And I do that, okay, I'm a mom. But besides being a mom, I would do that anyway. That's the woman in me, you know? You just have that motherly instinct, whether you bear the children or not. You know, again, I go back to not all women can bear children. And that doesn't take away the mother in them. You can be a mother regardless.
Yes.
All right. Let me read a few comments, y'all. Oh, Lord, we're going to skip through. This is a good one, though. Let me go up a little bit. Organically crafted. Hey, sis. Audie BB, how are you, sis? Oh, there's a lot of y'all. Neomati, siblings are a blessing. Yes, they are. Let me see here. If my parents actually took care of me, I would do it happily. I'd probably hire someone, but I'm going to pay them the same attention they paid me. Yo, I love how honest you guys are in the chat. Love it. You ain't lying. I'm the same way. I'm like, look, you got to be reciprocal. Adi, you said love my family, but I'm not going to turn into a Victorian help because I'm unmarried and have no kids. Hell no, nope, never. And you better never not. You better don't do it. Do not do it. Don't let people try to gaslight you into doing that. And usually the person who's single, and I realized that, like, the person in the family who is unmarried or doesn't have children, they feel like they can put that burden on you. Nope. I still have a life. Everybody still has a life, right? And not saying me, but I'm just saying, when I was single at the time, I was like, nope, I still got a life. But thankfully, I don't have that. Like, my parents are pretty good with that. I think they understood that. Mary, you said my mom even implied that it was my duty to care for her. I was like, your other children who don't show up for you should tell you otherwise, dear. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I know you're a caretaker to your mother, and it's not easy at all. I actually commend anyone who could be a caretaker. My mom is like that with my brothers now. She supported them through and through, and the ROI is non-existent. Like, yikes. Yeah, it never is. They'll pour so much into the sons, and then the daughter's left to pick up the pieces. That's why when the two sisters were talking about, oh, we're more communal, we don't want to put our parents in the nursing home, but I don't want people to feel ashamed if that is the route that they decided to take, because it's a lot. It's a lot. And now that I'm older, I realize how much work it is. It's a lot to take care of your elderly parents. I'm not going to judge anyone for putting their mother and father into a retirement home. It might be better for them too. They get in the community, they get the care they need, and not only that, but you have less of a burden. Or get them a caretaker. There's nothing wrong with that. You could pay for it, but it's very expensive. L, you said I'm an only child and I'm good AF. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too, because like I think only children, people act like, oh, they're so lonely, and I know some are when they're kids maybe, but not as adults. They seem mighty fine to me. Dom let me tell you, even Dom said it, because I remember he was like, you know what, I used to want a sibling when I was younger, but seeing you and your siblings, I'm happy that I don't have a sibling. And I'm very close to my siblings, but it's just a lot. It's like we have to consider so many things as a family, even just going on a family vacation. It's like so many opinions, so many this. It takes forever. Even just the decision of like, oh, like who's going to visit mom and dad? Who's going to do that? It takes a lot of effort. Whereas for him, he can make whatever decisions he wants. He doesn't have to consult with anybody. And it's just, boom, him and his parents. That's it. But me, it's like 5 other people that their voices have to be heard, right? So yeah, you're welcome, Mary. I know you work so hard, sis, and you deserve your flowers. You are part of the caretaker family. You said I told someone I only wanted 1 kid, and they were like, but they'll be lonely. I was like, you know what? Now I won't have any. Yo, that's funny. That's funny. Y'all, if I have a kid, it's only one and done. I'm not doing this again. Mimi's already my first kid, to be quite honest with you. So I have 2 kids. I don't care what nobody says. She is the same to me as a child. In my world, Mimi is my baby. So listen, at the end of the day, I already have 1. That's she's from another species. I'm about to have, if I have another one, then that'll be 1 and done. That's it. 1 human, 1 dog, done. I'm not doing none of this. Nope. And if I have no children, then that's okay too. I don't care. At the end of the day, I'm not going to regret it. Why? Because I've taken care of so many people throughout my lifetime. And I think I was more than enough of a caretaker. Some people who didn't even deserve it, might I add. So whether we can have kids or not, for us, it's whatever it is. It is what it is at this point. We're good. And I think that, we have, like I said, reimagining motherhood. And I think then it'll be easier for women to make decisions, because then they won't feel pressured by their family and feeling like they're wearing a scarlet letter. And it's the same for marriage too. And I'm speaking as somebody who was single for a long time before people come up, you don't know who the new watchers are. I was single up until I was 34 years old. Got married at 35. I am still childless. I do not have a human child, and I am 40. I just hit 40. When will I have a human child? Only the Lord knows. I don't really put pressure on myself like that, though. I'm like, it is what it is. At the end of the day, it was never, like I said, when you see it as your highest calling, then you're going to do whatever it takes to get there. And I never put anything above the highest calling. For me, it's like I'm living life, and whatever it is that I choose to do, that's what I want to do. And I don't want to do it just based off of what society deems as the highest calling. I want it to be the highest calling, whatever the highest calling for me. And to be honest with you, my highest calling is to be in community. I love helping people. My highest calling is not even to be a wife, to be quite honest with you. No, that was never, it's part of my life, but it's not my identity. I was telling somebody that the other day, and they like, it's like we had this conversation. I said, being a wife is not the highest calling to me. I gotta be honest. It's not. It never was. It was a component and a part of my life, but it's not my highest calling. And you could even ask Dom. My husband's gonna say the same thing. It's not his highest calling to be a husband. We are so multifaceted as human beings. We can do so many different things. And you have so many different seasons in your life. So there's that. And then, sometimes life happens. You may be a wife today. You're not a wife tomorrow. You may be a mother today with a child that's here, and then tomorrow the child might not be here anymore. That doesn't make you less of a human and less of a person. That's what I'm saying. Life happens, y'all. Continuing. Men leave their terminally ill partners at such high rates. It's so sad. Yup, they sure do. They sure do. And that's why I was talking about disabilities, terminally ill. They do. And so that's why I was like, no, it's not the highest calling. It's one of the components of your life, but it's not the highest. Mary, you said, I'm so glad I chose to be child-free, or else that ex would have had that tied to me and an opportunity to mistreat me. He isn't even paternal, relying on my instincts. I hope he doesn't have children. I hope not either. So many women have children by men. We saw with Nick Cannon. That's a perfect example. They're not even thinking about the child. They're not even thinking about this type of man and what could be. They just see the money and that's it. And he has money. But look at how he's treating them, talking about, oh, it's not my mother, it's not my mama. Red flag. It don't matter. You procreated with them. They are your children's mother. And there's a reverence for the mother who birthed him, who gave birth to him, but not even the legacy that he's leaving behind. He doesn't give a damn. A case where you said I logged in and you said Mimi is my baby. She is. She's our first daughter. We always say that. People laugh at me and they think I'm joking. I'm like, no, that's my daughter. I'm dead ass serious. You know what I want to do? I'm going to buy her a stroller. I'm going to put her in the stroller. And when people ask me, oh, is that your baby? Can I see them? I'm like, yeah, here she is. And then open it. You're going to see the shock. Like, yeah, I love that. Yeah, that's my, you can't nobody tell me that's not my baby. I'm a caretaker. I mean, bless her mama. I don't know where her mama at. But thank you, y'all. Thank you. Hey, Ronnie. Hey, sis. How are you? Long time no see, sis. CFT, you said a lot of immigrant parents are usually not transparent with anything. They become sick in their elder years and emotionally manipulate their children and take care of them. It can be a mess. Yes, that happens quite a lot, too. I've seen it happen time and time again. And usually it's the daughters. It's the daughter. And men, and this is another thing, a lot of men will purposefully marry women who have that kind of caretaker attitude, like nurses and, you know, who work in those fields, because they feel like they'll be a better caretaker to their parents, to the man's parents. Because, you know, once you get married in a lot of cultures, then your family becomes the man's family, the husband's family. So he's going to choose somebody who is of servitude. That's why they don't want you to be a career woman. That's why they don't want you to be independent. That's why they don't want you to have a choice. Control is one part of it, but another one is your labor. So your labor will be freed up for them and their parents. Red flag. That's why. So you're going to spend your whole marriage laboring and being of service and being like sis with the blonde hair right here, thinking it's all sweet and good. There you go. We're going to have to skip through this, though, because we don't have too much time. So mothers lose parts of their identity. I believe that it is a choice to do that. And some mothers do, some mothers don't. Next, kids can put a strain on relationships. That's what I want to hear, because remember, she said she got divorced. So I want to hear what happened with her. And she said she used to be a modern woman. So that's I need to hear her story.
If someone has a child and they decide that they don't want to be a mother, if that's what you're asking,
they don't want to lose their identity.
They don't want to lose their identity that you have.
Okay, she's still on that. Where's the other one? Okay, kids put a strain. Okay.
And then everything goes great. So basically, it's kind of like it proves and it tests their relationship. So I would love for every relationship to just be like, no, we're gonna do this together. But the reality is that is not always the case.
Yeah, so for me, my experience, first I just want to say every couples, they have arguments, they fight, like with kids, without kids. But in my experience, when there was this one time I was in the car with my husband and we were just arguing about something, I don't even remember what. And then we heard my daughter cry in the back and we immediately just stopped and attended to my daughter. And I just have realized that my daughter just like makes us stop thinking about ourselves, about being right, but just puts our daughter first and takes away our ego, kind of. So it just has helped us become more mature, I feel like. So that's my experience.
Well, it could also enhance the problem that's already in the relationship as well, because I read about and hear about a lot of couples breaking up, getting divorces when there's a child involved. because it actually like magnifies the cracks in the relationship.
Yes, there are people who think that like having a baby will make the relationship better, and that's like their reason for having the child, and then it, like you said, it highlights
It's the opposite.
Right.
Yeah.
It does happen.
Yeah, I think that's based on the relationships and the bond between those two people. Because in-laws can infect. I mean, in-laws can get in the way and cause things, issues. I mean, it all just depends on, yes, the kids do impact the relationship, but relationships are impacted by a lot of things. You have to either be strong with your partner, build with your partner, work with your partner, or you guys are gonna struggle. That's just relationships.
I think it does affect your relationship. I had my daughter at 21, and her dad was not very mature. Like, he still wanted to go to clubs and the bars. And so it affected our relationship. Like, I was going to college, and he's at the club and the bar, and then I still work, and then I still got to take care of my child.
Yeah, you was unequally yoked, Lord, but she was young, yo.
And I feel like women, we have more duties at the house than the men, so we have like a heavy burden on us. So I think it does cause a lot of issues if you don't have the right partner.
Yeah, Green Dress been speaking facts this whole time. Her and Pee Longstockings, every time they spoke, I'm like, nothing but facts. And then sis with the tats, she here and there, helter skelter. Curly hair girl, she's living in an alternate universe.
That's the key. The scripture says we don't enter into marriage lightly. I feel the same way about having children. Again, I think it's something that you do with intention and choosing wisely. That is a connection that you are going to have with that person for the rest of your life, because motherhood never ends. And I think that it amplifies what's already there in the relationship. And the other thing, you know, when you have a child that's half your DNA and half your husband's DNA, you're going to see things in that child that you like or don't like about yourself or your husband and your husband. So it's really important that we have these conversations and we think about and talk about and plan about.
I love what she's saying. Hold on, we're going to let her finish cooking.
What is life going to look like after? It's not just going to work itself out.
And if your husband is slow, you see, this is how I know when we talk about slow people and illiteracy, I know for sure that is, you know, it's some of it's genetic, y'all. Some people are just genetically slow. And a lot of slow, like when I talk about slow, I'm not talking about disabled. I'm talking about like mentally, like the arrested development. All you got to do is look at the father, mother. If your man is slow and you decide to be with a slow man, your child most likely will be slow. If you are like sis, you can see she looks stressed out. The one in the green dress had a baby at 21 or whatever. She said 21 with a man who was out in the clubs all day having no type of, his sperm is probably going, again, his diet makes a difference. All he does is drink and smoke and do whatever. This is what's going to happen. He's going to impregnate you and you're going to have a generation of that. You got to think about that. Yes, you can you avoid it? Absolutely. But you're going to be trying your damnedest. Those behaviors are going to come right back up. That's why you got to choose wisely. If you have somebody, if you're with a husband who has anger problems or you're with a partner who has anger issues, that can be genetic too. It's underlying. It could be a mental disorder. He could be part of the Cluster B clan. Hello.
It's so important to have these conversations because although other people like in-laws and it can affect your marriage, it's important, I think, for people who are going to have children to know the reality, which is you may not be able to spend as much time with your husband. You might only see him for 20 minutes before you go to sleep. That's a strain. And that is, it's not, it's something to prepare for and understand. This is part of it, but not to ignore.
She ain't saying nothing. Hold on, fast forward.
It's like,
really,
I want to see what other sis had to say. Okay, here we go. I want to hear what she had to say.
We pulled him out of public school. And
all right, here we go.
Example, I'm the one person that doesn't have kids out of my friend group, out of my cousin group, and we hang out all the time. I don't want to hang out with your kids all the time. No offense. Love kids. I'm also a nanny. I'm a behavioral therapist, so I work with kids all the time, and I actually have more respect for children. I guess that's why I don't have kids so soon. But yeah, I feel like the strength it has isn't even just financial. It's like in every aspect, and you lose yourself too. So like the relationship with yourself is another strain that you have to worry about. And yeah,
that's true, because some people will, like you said, you don't want to hang out with people and their kids. But some people will say, if you're gonna hang out with me, just know, like, little
Bobby coming like, wait, hold on. Like, I thought we were going to get drinks. Bobby can't even sit at the bar with us. Like, what?
Yeah,
that's true. You wanted to say something.
I did. You asked about the financial strain. And again, circling back to what we said in the beginning about sacrifice. Our youngest, very spirited. We pulled him out of public school and put him in private.
So she was on the oldest. Okay, the oldest one was the one who did what she wanted. The youngest one seems a bit rebellious.
And again, circling back to what we said in the beginning about sacrifice. Our youngest, very spirited. We pulled him out of public school and put him in private school. Unexpected. Another mortgage. So every month when you're paying that private school tuition, but because it's better for him to be in an all boys, military school as opposed to public school, which will label him and all of these things. When you
label him what? Oh, label him trouble. Okay, maybe that's why. Okay. All right, I need to hear what the labels are.
Making that monthly sacrifice, you remember, okay, I'm in it. It's hard. I may not be able to go or buy. I may have to drive an older car. I may have to eat leftovers.
No, we're not doing all that. How old is your son, Lenoa? You see, red flag. Listen, there's only so much sacrifices you can make. So you're willing to starve yourself. And not saying that there's anything wrong. And again, I'm speaking as somebody who doesn't have children, mind you. So my opinion may be moot at this point. But there's a level to it. Your son can't act right, so you got him in military school. There are military programs outside of public school, ma'am. Like, you could just... You guys... Oh, yeah, because I know districts and stuff like that. You can't just go to any other school. Okay, I understand that. But it was too late for him? That's what I'm assuming? To get behavioral treatment? See, she picked it up too late. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like, I need to hear more about this husband of hers too. Because why are you the one eating leftovers? And so who's paying for this school? That's what I need to know. You should not be struggling that much. And you're sending your son to private school so he go to military school, but he can also join. There's ROTC, there's JROTC, ROTC. There's so many structural programs that you could do if you do not have the funds to do so. It sounds like sis is putting a lot of overhead, and again, the sacrifices that she said is going to pay forward, but again, I don't know. I'm talking as somebody who doesn't have children, so I get it's a personal decision to want to send your kids to private school, but if you can't even afford it, then I don't know. I just feel like it's a little too much sacrificing right here. I feel like there could be a balance. If you want your son to get the military or to be in the military, you could do that without having to put him in private school and also without putting such a strain on your finances because you're a single mom. You said that you were, I don't know if she's married again or she remarried, but anyways, hopefully she explains a little bit more.
I may have to buy things on sale, but that's the sacrifice that you make. For me as a mother, there's no guarantee for any of us. You do your best and then you wait to see the result. But I want to be able to put my head down at night knowing I did everything I could. And I have seen mothers or people, you know what? I want to get a new car. I'm going to go get a luxury car. Your kid needs braces or whatever it is. So people do what they want to. But for me, being intentional and knowing this is what I have to do for now, I'll have fun later. Now's my time to have fun.
Well, you'll have fun later. You don't even know if later's gonna come for you. That's why I was saying what I was saying. I get it. Yes, I think it's crazy to buy a brand new car when your kid needs braces. That's egregious, in my opinion. However, what I will say is also egregious is that you're saying you will sacrifice now and then you'll get your reward later. Later might not come. And this is another reality, and I can tell she's Christian just by that. She said it anyways. Is this, I'll get my reward later. It's here and now. Here and now while you're healthy. Not saying that you're going to go out here and spend bands and stuff, but you're going to be balanced. You should enjoy your time now the same as you will later. Maybe later you can have an even more better time. But there's no reason why you should be oodling and noodling. And your son, how old is your son? You said he's the youngest and he has trouble. There are other ways that you could find where it's a balance between both, where you can save money and also give him the help that he needs. But then again, like, you know, that's her child, that's her sacrifice, so I can't say anything about that. I'm just giving my opinion on that. But it's a lot of parents that are doing a lot of sacrifice, and mostly mothers. Where the daddy at? Red flag, where he at? That's what I need to know, because it sounds like you're doing all the oodling and noodling. And where your ex-husband? Where is he? Where's the ex-hubby?
But when they needed me, I was there.
For me, I feel a little bit bad sometimes for working moms, especially like in the toddler years, because I have friends who they're moms and they have to work and they, you know, split the bills with their partner. And I'm a stay-at-home mom, so I don't have to like contribute financially, but I just can't imagine how much like pressure and exhaustion it would be to have.
Ma'am, you are okay. So you see, this is okay. This is a trad wife right here. Stay-at-home mothers, there's nothing wrong with that. Your man can take care of you. That's amazing. If that's what you want. Personally speaking, no. I can't. I cannot. There is no way in this world that I cannot, like, for me personally speaking, like I've always told y'all, I've been independent since I was 18 years old. Matter of fact, even before then, since I was 15, the day I got a job is when I started slowly gaining my independence. And when I was 18, it was a full-fledged independence. I got my freedom papers. There is something to say about being able to have your own autonomy. You are young, you are beautiful, and you look the way you look right now. But you're not going to look that way in a few years. You're not going to have the same type of, income can change. It fluctuates. Your husband can take care of you now, but we don't know what will be in the future. And you are sitting here feeling bad for working moms when in actuality, they have a better leg up than you, because if anything were to happen, if any financial strain were to happen, if any type of life circumstance were to happen, they would actually be in a better position than you. Why? Because they're able to fish. You can't fish. You know, when they say it's better to teach somebody how to fish than to give them fish, this is an example of that. You are living in an illusion right here. And the problem is that you don't see it. You feel sorry for the working moms when in actuality, like I said, they have one leg up than you. Because if anything were to happen to their husband, or if anything were to happen to their money, they can take care of their child. It might be a struggle, but at least they could do that. You cannot do that without your husband. This is very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. And this is exactly why my mother pushed. And this is coming from the daughter of a breadwinner. And my dad, thank goodness, he was a good husband to my mother, and he still is. Is he perfect? Hell no. But one thing he never did was he was never financially abusive. What's hers is hers. What's his is his. My mom used to run that card. Lord, I used to see her running that card. She used to run that card. Had my daddy stressed. But he never ever took that money away from her. But guess what? When my sister and I were growing up, she said, and I told y'all that at the beginning of the stream, education first. Why? Because it's going to give you the independence. Why would the daughter of a woman who had a man take care of her say that to her daughters? Because she understood the value of autonomy and independence. And guess what she did? As soon as she was able to, like as soon as we started growing up, like, you know, she only stayed, like, she would still work here and there. But as soon as we were of age, because we were all back to back, she got a job. My mom, if she could work right now, she would. I told her she needed to sit her behind down and retire. That's what retirement's for. But she loves work and she loves to make her own money. That's the point. So sis is sitting here feeling bad for working women when in actuality, I actually feel bad for her. Because I'm like, you're not thinking of life as you're thinking of life as it's always going to be the way that you see it right now. And it's not, baby. One thing about life, in these 40 years of mine that I've seen is that anything can change at any time, and you better have an umbrella if the rain comes. That's all I'm going to say.
To work and then take care of a child, because the reality is my daughter needs me more than the dad. That's just what it is. Like, I breastfeed. I'm still breastfeeding. And sometimes at night she wants to sleep next to me. Like, it's like the mom has such a big role in the child, and the dad, yeah, he can help with certain things, but the responsibility is more on the mom. So then adding another job on top of it is so much. So it's like, that's why sometimes I'm like, ugh, if I wasn't in this position, I don't know if I would have a child this soon. Like, it's because of my husband that I was able to, one, to be a mom like this early. I'm only 27, but if it wasn't this case, if I had to work, I probably would have waited to find a man that could provide, to be honest.
You're 27. I thought she was 21 or something. Sis, you're losing. So you have a husband who could provide, which is not a problem. Having a husband who's a provider is not the problem, because you should have a husband who can provide, but you should also be independent too. My opinion. And if he's providing for you and he's able to give you that lifestyle, there's no shame in that. But how much of it are you in control of? Not only that, but it seems like he's the one who wanted her to have the kids first. Oh, we gonna get to the trad wife video. I got another video coming up, but we just sitting on here. We gonna finish after this one. Oh Lord, this is a lot. And then she just couldn't. Oh, I can't imagine. And meanwhile, I'm sitting here like, oh, I can't imagine. So you are, again, you're dependent 100% on another human being. And you have placed yourself in a child position. You think that you are an adult in this type of dynamic. No, you are a child if he is not helping you in the sense of like he's not giving you money to have your own autonomy. You are like a child too. And if daddy decides that he no longer wants to fund you and the child you have, then how are you gonna, the women that you feel so sorry for, they have already been able to amass whatever they have, skills. Even with the job market looking trash right now, a lot of you all have experience. They always say, do not leave gaps in your resume. She's going to have a huge gap. It's going to be a wake-up call when she tries to go back into the job market. If that ever happens, I hope it doesn't for her sake. But I've seen it so many times. You will come back and the at best be a cashier. Unless you have your own business or your own thing going on, and even then that's working too. Come on now. But then again, social media is people in delusion, y'all. People in delusion. Why don't y'all go ask Betty Broderick? Y'all remember Betty? She just passed away yesterday. Do you guys remember? That was my first live stream. Actually, matter of fact, let's take a walk down memory lane. We're gonna take a walk down memory lane because some people think this is I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. My first live stream was about Betty Broderick. Here, one of the first ones. My bad. Here, episode number 3. That's how I used to look, y'all. Oh, Lord, thank God, Lord. That's how my live streams were set up like this, y'all. I had a few people watching me. Shout out to the first 3 people who watched me. I talked about Betty Broderick in that live stream. You want to know who Betty Broderick is? I'll give you a synopsis of who she is. My bad, y'all. Hold up. Let me get to Betty. Where Betty at? Let's put the tab next to this one. Let me tell y'all who Betty Broderick is. Rest in peace to that lady. But Lord, she was, Lord. She was, I believe, was she a nurse or something? Y'all, she's a Scorpio. I didn't even know she was a Scorpio. I was like, damn, when is Betty? I was like, oh, she passed away. Betty passed away. But she was a Scorpio, y'all. Y'all could never, wherever, at the scene of every crime. You want to know what she did? She put her dreams on hold in order to fund her husband's or ex-husband's career, his law school dreams. So she was working, put him through law school, became a stay-at-home mom afterwards, and he left her for the secretary. And then she ended up unaliving them. But not only that, he threatened her. He tried to take the kids away from her. He was doing a whole bunch of things to her, and then she just snapped. I think she's on an episode of Snapped as well. Y'all asked Betty Broderick how that worked out for her when she started getting older and her chin started being double. And she started to gain weight, and she started to not look like the young, pretty young thing that he used to have back in the day. He left her for Linda Kokina. Where her ass at? He left her for the younger woman right here. Here, let's read it quickly. Did you follow the Betty Broderick case? She is the woman who Broderick unalived her husband, Dan Broderick, and his new wife, Linda Kokina, on November 5th, 1989. Damn, she did it right before her birthday. Scorpio season. Damn. A Scorpio scorned. I never want to be around y'all asses when you're scorned. Betty and Dan were married in 1969. Had 4 kids. By the early 1980s, their marriage was unraveling. And Dan began an affair with Linda, a former flight attendant he had hired as his legal assistant. He eventually left Betty and filed for divorce in 1985. He was awarded custody of their children while Betty received visitation rights. The ongoing conflict pushed Betty into deep depression. And then later on, she went into their home and she unalived them, y'all. And then she was sentenced to 32 years in prison. They put her, every time she went up for parole, she was like, she did not regret what she did. They were like, damn, at least act like you do so we could let you out. Nope. She stood 10 toes down. She like, look, I had to do what I had to do. And not saying that it's right, but hell, she went through a lot, y'all. Look at her smiling when she got arrested. So, yeah, she had a lot of infections, and then I guess she passed away recently. She was on life support. I don't know if she fell or something. Yeah, she fell, and then she had a whole bunch of stuff going on with her. I don't know why Jane Fonda's in my damn face. But yeah, she was a stay-at-home mom, y'all. Gave up her dreams. Was laboring for that man. And I'm not saying that this is every single wife who's a stay-at-home mom. There are a lot of success stories out there. But for every success stories, I always hear more horror stories. Not only that, but even the successful ones, when they try to get back into the workforce, when their kids are older, they got time on their hands. Their husband's not a millionaire, so they can't go into, do what the charity wives do and go into different, usually what they do is they try to get on councils or try to be queen bee of something. They'll try to go back in the workforce and they'll be like, oh, you took how many years? Because they do not value the labor of a woman at home. That's why. So unfortunately, as long as we live in this capitalistic society, as long as we live in this world, unfortunately, this is something you will have to do in order to get your independence.
That is honest, because you may feel so much stress that it's hard to be happy if you're so stressed out. It's difficult, and you may be snapping at your child and not enjoying those moments that you have with them, and because you're so concerned about making sure that they get to bed quick because you got to be up early. So those things are real. So it is important to wait. The next prompt is: women can have it all. Career,
okay.
Kids, and family.
The white dress, Lord. What is going on here? Hold on, y'all. It's lagging again. White dress is in for a week. Whoa. What's going on here? Oh, boy. Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know why it's lagging. I think it's because I keep switching screens. Okay, I'm not going to do it again, y'all. If it's lagging, it's lagging. It is what it is. Maybe it's just me. Okay. So, oh, shoot. I forgot to pull it up. No. Oh, my God. Please don't tell me that. Oh, fudge. Hold on a second, y'all. Oh, my God. No. What happened? Oh, here it is. Oh, Lord. Oh, thank God. All right. Thank God. I thought I let everything go. I was like, oh, y'all just going to have to wait for me to get everything up. Okay. I got it. Let me pull it up now. Give me a second. Why is it so hard to do window capture right now? Okay, here we go. All right, my bad, y'all. All right, let's continue. Oh, Lord, girl in the white dress. Good luck, girl. Good luck, sis. Good luck with that. I see.
People in the
her
world.
Her husband done filled her head up with a whole bunch of stuff, y'all. I could already see it. Oh, my bad. Happy Mother's Day, Cardi. Bye.
I did 30 years of my life.
Oh, we going.
Those moments.
Okay, here we go.
Them. And because you're so concerned about making sure that they get to bed quick, because you got to be up early, you know. So those things are real. So it is important to wait. The next prompt is: women can have it all: career, kids, and family. Okay, you said no.
But I mean, not because it cannot be through your life, but I don't think all at once during your whole life.
How is that possible, ma'am? Because men do it. They have kids, they have careers, they even have time to spend time and have hobbies with their friends. This is why I don't believe the women can't have it all. It doesn't make sense logically, but what I think is also going on is that the women who say they can't have it all, they're doing most of the labor. That's why. Because I have seen many husbands have enough time to cheat. If he got enough time to cheat, that means he's not laboring enough in the home. Red flag! You shouldn't have enough time. This is why Nick Cannon can go gallivanting and go spend Mother's Day with his damn mama. He doesn't have enough responsibilities. That's the problem. So yes, I believe women can have it all. The problem is you're with a man who wants you to do it all. That's it. That's all. Full stop. This one, I can never agree with it. Because I see men philandering. They have enough time to be cheating. They got enough time to go out in the bars. They have enough time to hang out and play golf with their buddies. They have enough time to play ball. Oh yeah, where you gonna be at? Oh yeah, I'll be over. They got enough time to do all of that. And work. So that means they're not laboring enough in the house. Case closed.
Like, if you have a kid, you still can have a full career. There's tons of actresses and singers, they have kids and they have a complete and awesome, successful life. That doesn't come separate. It's just, I feel like, so at the beginning, like a lot of people that I know that they're very successful at acting, for example, they started when they were kids. And now they have a level of success that allows them to have kids and take care of them. And they're still hiring a nanny to help them out with the kids.
They're delegating. That's what I'm talking about here. Who's doing all the labor? That's why Khloe Kardashian had enough time to go help Lam with his damn documentary. Because I can promise you, if you're really there taking care of your kids, you don't have enough time for that. That's why Cardi has enough time to be on the internet every damn week, cussing somebody out. I don't know how she has the time. I barely have time. I can't even respond to most of y'all in Discord. I feel so bad. I didn't even get to wish Rhea a happy birthday until yesterday. I was like, damn, it was her birthday, my bad. Happy belated birthday, sis, if you're watching this. They delegate. And also, it's not pressure on one person. That's why Beyonce can go do her Renaissance tours and whatnot. It's because she delegates. I saw Homecoming because, I had to do research for the case study. Lord, this case study going to be long as hell. But yeah, every few breaks, come here, baby. Oh, and then you go right back to the trailer. That's it. That's why I'm saying you can. The problem is, one, she's right. If you have money, you will definitely be able to delegate it. But two, if you do not have money, that's still no excuse. That means your husband ain't doing enough. Done. Whoever you procreated with, your partner. And if he left you as a single mother, well, that's your answer. You should have never had kids with him in the first place. Unless he passed away.
So you can, and then you can be like, well, I am doing this job or whatever, but you're losing the best years of your kids, right? So I don't think in life everybody can have it all. You have to pick and choose what's your priority, what you care the most about, and then go for it. Because if it depends on the career, it depends on so many things. Because like a doctor is not gonna have the same ability as, I don't know, just a secretary or somebody who doesn't require them to work hours at the night. You don't have to work in the ER. right? So it depends on your career and what you choose.
Yeah, but sis, you see, that's why she was stuttering. Her logic is flawed. You're talking about a doctor. Okay, cool. Yes, he's working many hours outside of the home. That means that he can, okay, yes, you're right. He's limited in how much time he can spend with his child. But then the person who's at home, let's say his wife is a stay-at-home mom, she's still doing more than she's supposed to because now she's both in the role of both parents. That's my point. So if it, like, she's talking about it in this aspect of, oh, well, celebrities have nannies and all these things. She's thinking about the physical caretaking. I'm talking about emotionally there. It won't matter regardless, because if you're staying at home, that means somebody got to do a lot of work in order for you to stay at home. So either way, the child is going to be lacking, regardless of whether both parents are outside of the house or inside of the house. The difference is, though, what is more important is what you do with the time you do have with your child. Nobody is faulting people for having kids and having to work. The problem is that when they get home, they don't want to tend to the child. They don't want to play with their child. They don't want to interact with their child. They don't want to emotionally feed their child. They are just there to work and then go home and sleep. And I get it. It's tiring. But at the same time, then you have to decide not to have kids. If you don't even have enough of an ounce of energy to take care of them, then why did you have them in the first place? That's my point. So yes, the same doctor you speak of, he may not have enough time to spend with his child. But guess what? If he has a stay-at-home wife, he has to keep clocking in. That's the point. At least if both parents are working, I will give you that. They will have more of a structure. And at least they can financially, maybe one person will be able to work less hours because then they won't have to feed the whole family. So we got to be honest. Either way, it's give and take, lose. There's always going to be a losing situation. Men can't have it all either, but I don't hear nobody talking about that. If that's the case.
But I believe in life in general, you can't have it all. It's either or, and then you just have to choose, and then maybe you don't have it in your 20s, but you might have it in your 30s, and then you're gonna get your 40s and 50s and 60s. Like, people change all the time.
I do believe that women can have it all. We're so many things at once.
Thank you.
You know, I can walk and talk, right? We can multitask. We can do all these things at once, and it makes us phenomenal. So as a mother, a friend, a businesswoman, a model, an auntie, you know, I feel like I have it all. I feel like I'm checking all those boxes off.
Yeah, and even at your job. When I was a teacher, I was counselor. I was a teacher. I was also a therapist. Yeah, the counselor. Nurse sometimes when I had to take them. I got a boo-boo. Where's the Band-Aid? I'm all of that. Security guard. Disciplinarian. Parent. Most of the damn time. Come on now. You could do so many different things. Sis was just yapping, y'all. She couldn't even collect her words. That's how much she was just yapping. She was looking for something to say.
Off, you know, so yeah. I'm going for all of it. No, I don't want to choose.
I agree with her. I never want to choose. I feel like I'm going to get whatever I want out of life, no matter what it is.
You can. And even as a single mother, I know single mothers right now who are doing more than I could do as a woman who, you know what I'm saying? Like, they do way more with their time. I sometimes like, yo, how you organize your time? You have all this time to be doing so many things. You can do it, y'all. You can do it, I promise.
The career, the house, the family, everything. I'm also a model, so that's
now I will say, do you want to do it? That's another choice. If you don't want to do it, that's up to you. Some people just don't want to, and that's okay. But I'm just saying that it's not like, oh, you have to choose one or the other. Please.
Exactly what I'm going for, and that's exactly what I want now. I do want kids eventually, but also I feel like this question is more based on what you think like your life is supposed to look like, your kids are supposed to look like, your house is supposed to look like. So if you choose those things and those things don't look how everybody else wants them, but you're happy, that's what it is, and that's how you get whatever you want, you know? So yeah, I might have kids at 40, but that might not look good to you guys or whatever the case may be, because I might be 80 when they're, you know, doing their thing. But if I got all the other things I wanted and I also had those kids, I got everything I want out of life. So yeah, I feel like it's possible. Just depends on where you want to do it and how you want to do it.
I also think it's possible if the woman has a really great support system.
Thank you.
Like families and friends that are always there to like lend a helping hand, then it's possible to have kids, family, a career.
It's true. Yeah, I agree with that. Maggie, you're tightening your lips.
I don't want to seem like the, grumpy old lady, but I agree. Can you have everything? Yes. Can you have it all at the same time? No. So you can have it all at moments, but I think if you try to have it all at the same time, something's going to suffer. You can't do it all well. We can't spin all the plates well. We even talked about even when you're married and you have a little one, your husband knows that you're going to have to give the baby a little bit more attention. They know that, but that's not forever. You're going to get to a point where they say, yeah, Mom, just drop me off and don't stay. And then, but that's, life. But no, can you have it all at the same time? Not realistically, no.
Yeah, I think the same thing. Like, we can have it all, but I don't think we can reach our fullest potential in like each area at the same time. Like if I were to focus on building a career, I know I will have to sacrifice time with my daughter and being present with her, because having a career, it takes a lot of time and energy. And if you're not spending the majority of your day with your child, then you are sacrificing an experience of your motherhood.
Okay, I get it, sis, but what you gonna do when they go to school? You gonna homeschool them? Like people like this, and I get it. I understand 100%. Like I said, balance. I personally do not think that women should be going back to work so soon after having a child, at least the first year of their development. That's my personal opinion. They need you. They're still getting to know this world. They still need mommy around. I understand that part. But at a certain point, they are going to grow up, like she said. And also, they are going to go to school. What, you going to homeschool them? You going to be tethered to them forever? Balance. Can you have it all at the same time? It's quite possible. Will something have to be sacrificed 100%? Balance. Why is it all or nothing? I don't trust people that say that. It cannot be all, oh yeah, I'm sacrificing time for my child. Yes, you are, but guess what? When they go to school, you're still going to sacrifice time from your child. When they get older, because they will get older, they cannot stay babies forever. They're going to be gone. And then what? Exactly. Your situation is temporary. It's not permanent. Your child's going to grow up and go to school. And Lord knows she's probably going to be homeschooling her kid too. Oh, God, I got a lot of opinions about that too. Nothing wrong with homeschooling if your parents can do it. But usually, I personally think that there should be an instructor that can actually teach. It is hard. I've seen it so many times when people are like, I'm just going to homeschool my kids. Can't even homeschool your children. It's only reserved for people who can really be educators. Not every parent can be an educator. We found out during COVID, they couldn't even help their kids with math homework. Red flag, slow as hell. Kids faster than the damn parents. That's the problem. She's thinking about like, it's always going to be like that. Your child is, but then again, she's 27. But her frontal lobe is developed. She's in for a rude awakening, y'all. And this one right here, ma'am, you said you can't have it all, da-da-da. I could already tell by how you were talking that your husband made you do all of the child rearing. This is the problem.
So it's like, I think there's this idea that you see these boss moms and you think, oh, I can do that. But then reality kicks in and then you see that something's going to have to give, whether it's time with your child or time at work. So it's like, it's just me being honest with myself that I can't have this full-blown career and then be this stay-at-home mom that I would want to be.
And I think sometimes, like you're saying, it's even like a little nuanced in the sense where it's like, maybe you're a stay-at-home mom, but like someone said, they have a nanny helping. Even though they're a stay-at-home mom, they still need time to do certain things that, like for me, for instance, I'm here.
I was just about to say, she's working, and she got kids, by the way. Dr. Daff. She's a doctor for a reason.
I have 2 babies, and I have a nanny helping, so I can do this, or else this wouldn't exist. So it's like, I wanted to stay home, but I also had other things that needed to happen as well. And I think that sometimes it is a little nuanced. It's not so black and white. but I couldn't be working my 9 to 5 that I used to work before having kids and make the kind of money I used to make. I had to give that up in order to do this. So it's kind of scattered in a sense. You had children really young. So how did that play out for you in terms of having it all?
Yeah, you definitely have to sacrifice. Like, my daughter and I, we've had a lot of difficult chapters in our life, you know, with me trying to work and keep a roof over her head. I was not married, so it was a big sacrifice trying to keep a career and just keep going and providing for your child and making sure they're staying in school. There's a lot of obstacles. It's very difficult.
Did you have a support system?
Exactly. This is the quiet part that's not said aloud. Oh, it's so hard. Yes, 100% it's hard, but where the daddy at? You say he was up clubbing, and she was 21, so I'll give her a little bit more grace. Where was he? That's the problem. You got a whole bunch of Nick Cannons running around this damn country, procreating with these women. Beautiful women, by the way. Nick Cannon's baby mamas. Bird-like behavior, but they are career women. One of them's on a reality show. The other one was the model. But then they tether themselves to that no good deadbeat, he emotionally deadbeat ass man. Mariah Carey had a baby with his ass. Arrested Development ass men having children. This is the problem. And then look at her. She's like, she doesn't have a village. Yeah, but then again, to be honest with you, they have a father. Your kids have a daddy. Where he at? That's the problem.
Well, some of my girlfriends were my support system. Other times I'd go to the church. And I remember, like, one day I was starting college. I didn't have no babysitter. Like, they didn't show up. I took my child with me to the first day of college, and I explained to them, I won't have child care till, like, maybe next week. They let me keep the baby in the class. At least I came in, showed up, and they
I'm so glad that you did show up.
Yeah.
Anyway, that they allowed that, but
yeah,
that's the reality of it.
I've had to babysit some teachers' kids,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because I remember they were saying they would run late or something, and then I was like, what happened? And they're like, we don't have childcare. So I was like, oh, I'll babysit, you know, and get an A. Yeah, so, I mean, otherwise they couldn't teach.
And I think something people maybe don't talk enough about is, as a mom, that community is so important. Mm-hmm. Having people like you who will say, yes, I'll help you, is necessary. It's not something that you can really, like, I think, execute fully on your own, even if you are married. I think you do need more hands. So I think that's something that is needed. And what do you think?
I mean, I don't have kids, so I can't talk, but I grew up with a single mom. And, you know, she worked her butt off to have us, you know, live in Orange County, nice area, providing as much as she can. And then when I got to high school, she actually went back to school for a master's as a therapist. So that did take away time from, like, you know, my cheerleading in high school and stuff like that, but I was already of age. So, I mean, she did have it all throughout my life, but it wasn't at the same time. She had to make those sacrifices when I was younger. And then when I, you know, became a teenager, she's like, okay, now it's time for me to do it.
And shout out to her mama for doing that. Shout out to her mother. She understood.
I think so.
Yeah, no, it's great that she didn't just give that up.
Yeah.
That she went back and did that. That's wonderful.
Exactly.
I'm just remembering trying to do it all. And when my marriage ended, being that, hurry up, we got to get to the bus stop, you know, hiring people, paying, I got to leave this meeting, you know, the childcare fees. It was so stressful. Can you do it? Yes. Would I want anybody to go through that? No.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to go through that too, because your husband was a lazy bum. Red flag! Where the hell was he at? You sitting here stressing out. Where he at? Crickets. Where the crickets at? Hold on, I need a cricket sound. Where the crickets at? Here we go. We need the crickets, y'all. It had nothing to do with you being a career woman, ma'am. It had everything to do with you financially carrying the burden of the household and also raising your children. Where your bum ass husband at? He's a bum. I can already tell. I sniffed it from before. But now I already know. Because there's no reason why you should be running around scatterbrained and doing this and doing that and doing all that. You got a full-bodied, abled man over there. And she said she's come from an African background. So listen, shout out to my Africans out there, but I already know what time it is. He's lazy. A lazy parent, I should say. He doesn't want anything to do with having to raise a child. She's over here doing all the damn work. Let me stop yelling, y'all. Well, I'm in the kitchen. I forgot. My bad. This is what happens. And then you want to say, oh, it's because I was a career woman. Now I don't want to be a career woman anymore. No. That's not why. It's because you were a career woman with a man who couldn't understand that. Not only that, he didn't want to. And not only that, but you were doing too much. Way too much.
The single mom. And, living high school time. He did have it as younger, so that's what
it all. And when my marriage ended, being that, hurry up, we got to get to the bus stop, hiring people, paying. Oh, I got to leave this meeting.
You see, hiring people, paying. You were doing all that.
The child care fees, it was so stressful. Can you do it? Yes. Would I want anybody to go through that? No. I think that, yes, it takes a village. I think it's great if you have that, but we shouldn't count on that because things happen.
I agree. You shouldn't count on it, and you should count on that husband. Where the husband at? The ex-husband. Sorry, y'all. I'm just getting pissed off because I'm thinking about this, and I'm like, well, you gave up your career in order, and then now you got to eat oodles and noodles to take your kids or to put your son through private school. Who's paying for it now? Is it the alimony?
And other people aren't responsible for our choices. I think it's a blessing, and a support system is very, very valuable. But again, it stops with us. So if we can't make it happen, then we're taking the baby to class, and there's really no other way. So I remember how difficult it was, and
no, that's a good point, because
I want to say something right now. If you are married, there is no reason why you should be struggling that much. Struggling to the point where you are literally the one doing most of the labor, that's a problem. You are married. That's like you having a roommate. And you say, let's say an example, somebody has a roommate. They're child-free, single, not married, unmarried. You're both living in a house, and then you over here stressed out about paying rent. How? There's both of y'all living here. And if you have a job, that person has a job. Now, I'm not talking about people who don't have a job or lost a job or, these kind of things. I'm talking about if you have a job, that person has a job, you can easily afford the rent, but then you sitting here stressed out every month. So there's a problem here, some financial discrepancy happening. How is it that you have a full-bodied adult in your household who procreated with you and you out here stressed out as if you don't? This is single mother talk. This is a type of conversation I would expect a single mother to have, and I would give her grace for that because she's trying to do it by herself. No married woman should come out here and speak out her mouth and say that it was a struggle. I don't want to hear that. That means to me that you married to somebody that you shouldn't be married to. A bomb.
People will talk about the different things that you are doing and all the different ways it's happening, but
Ooh,
they don't
Lord.
talk about the impact it has on their health, on their mental health, on their marriage.
And then look at Michelle Depp. Sorry, y'all. I just got to bring it up. She looks very healthy. She looks like she's look at her. She looks very fine to me. She don't look stressed at all. And she has 2 kids and a husband. I don't know her life. I don't know her personal life. But she's able to go on YouTube. She publishes videos. Hold on. We gonna check how many times she publishes videos. If she publishes very consistently, that means she is not stressed.
And things are usually suffering in some way or another because they're trying to have it all. Something usually does suffer, unfortunately.
Sorry, I think a big part of that question is making sure you realize you don't have to do it all well. You don't have to do it all good. If you focus on your marriage, focus on your career, focus on your kids, all at, let's say, 75%, right? and that other percent goes to you, right? I feel like that's where you hit that soft spot of having it and knowing you have it and having it just happy. Like, you know what I mean? If you focus on your husband, and sometimes husbands do get neglected, you know, with the kids, but it's important for the kids to see a happy marriage. I wish my mom like chased her career while I was growing up, and I did see her work. I did see her be a stay-at-home mom. I did see her with the marriage and then divorced. I see my mom in so many phases. One thing I do wish is that she just put her, not eggs in one basket, you know what I mean? Kind of expanded herself to the point where she did what she wanted when she wanted, you know? And put herself first too, because now she has 2 out of 3 kids that are out the house, and she's like, what do I do?
Yeah, and she's still, and it sounds to me like her mama was all about her man, my man, and he's still gone. Doesn't matter.
What do I have? Where do I go? What friends? What man? What this? What that? And it's just kind of like, if you try just a little bit to do it all and stop focusing on trying to make your kids perfect and trying to make their lives perfect, you will realize, you look up one day, you do have it all. You may not have it all like where you thought you were going to have it, but at least you're happy, you know?
Yeah, that's wisdom. I do want to add to that. I do agree. I feel like it's important to not make motherhood like your entire personality. And I felt like in the beginning of motherhood, I fell into that trap where I was like, I'm a mom, like this is all I do. But then I realized that can't be healthy because I'm like putting my child in this pedestal. And then it's like, it's going to be a burden to my child when they grow up, that my whole worth was on my child. So I make sure that I still, you know, carve out time for myself, that I pour into me, that I have my own hobbies, you know, but...
And have your own money, too. Stop saying hobbies and stuff. Have your own money, sis.
Yeah. I had to realize that I can't make my daughter my entire life, you know? She's my motivation, my inspiration, but she's not my, like, entire life.
Yes, that's so important. Thank you so much, ladies, for being
here.
here.
Is this the last one? Oh, Lord. All right. Dr. Daff. Thank you, sis. I'm going to read some comments and we moving on. Look at that. Let's look at Dr. Daff. I done told y'all, if she could post, that means she's probably more consistent than me. Let's see. 1 day ago, 8 days ago, 11 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 1 month ago. Mind you, she's married and has 2 kids and a nanny. Look at your girl right here. I know that's why y'all be stressed out with me in the case study. Let's go to my case studies. Let's go to my case studies, yo. Let's go to my damn case studies. Okay, this member's only 3 days ago. You see, I posted that 11 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, 1 month ago, 1 month ago. So she posts way more frequently than me. And she's a mother and has 2 kids and a nanny. But even before then, sis was posting a lot. I've been following her on my other YouTube channel for a minute. So that just goes to tell you that, yes, will things have to be sacrificed and reprioritized? 100%. But does it mean you can't do it? No. So, anyways, this was a good conversation, y'all. Who, Lord, rest in peace of Betty Broderick, y'all. She was not... Betty said the one thing I'll say about Scorpios is that y'all do not take back. You will not... You mean what you say what you mean. I'll give y'all that. Now, let's read a few comments. And then why did I put Betty Broderick? Okay, whatever. Her face is here. I'll read a few comments and then I guess to go. To the next story. Prince, hey, what's up, brother? You said, wait, so are we asking, can you have it all at the same time or can you have it all in general? These talking points coming from all different angles. I don't think they knew. Yeah, I think she should, Dr. Daff probably should have elaborated on that a little bit more. Yeah, L, you said the question was, can women have it all, career, family, and something else? It was more of a general question. Yeah, that's what I thought too, right? Miri, you said that they also focus too heavily on winning that they move the goalposts. Exactly. The people who I thought answered the best were the girl with the black, the one who said she come from a Latina family. She did really well. The Pippi Longstockings. I agree with all her points. Sis with the short hair, the one with the long black dress. The one with the short, the natural hair. And then sis with the green dress. A little bit. But everybody else is like, oh, Lord, white dress she gave me anxiety. Yeah, it's not a debate vid though. It's more so a discussion by the way people who are moms and those who aren't. Yeah, because it's Mother's Day. Yep. I'll read 2 more comments. Miri, you said I had an ex who said that he wished his parents stayed together because he feels like it's drastically affected his life. I was like, you're almost 40. What the F you mean? His parents did not need to be together. I think, yeah, some people, they carry that into their adulthood, and you could tell, like, when they talk like that and it's a situation that happened long ago, I always say that they need to heal. They haven't healed. Something happened in their childhood, and it definitely caused that kind of mindset. Irie, how are you, sis? You said if you're a stay-at-home parent, make sure your name is on everything. Thank you. Word. Thank you. Because they will. I'm going to read one more comment. Monica, how are you, sis? You said, I think the series is Dirty John based on their story. Wait. What Dirty John? What you talking about? Oh, you talking about Betty. Yo, Betty was, oh Lord. Betty was crazy, yo. Yeah, Dirty John, they had them on Snap. She's been on a lot of, she was on the Oprah show too. Da Vinci, how are you, sis? You said, yep, huge wake-up call, because now their quality of life is totally different. Yep. Imagine putting a man through school. Y'all. She put him through law school. And I think he was a doctor and a lawyer. I think she put him through medical school and law school, y'all. He used her right up. And then as soon as he was done with her, he left her for Linda Kokina. Linda didn't know any better. She was a youngin', but hell, that was a tough lesson to learn, unfortunately. Prince, I'm not even going to read what you just said, brother. Allie, how are you, sis? Welcome. All right, let's switch gears, y'all, because of time. I really don't want to stay too late today because, it's Mother's Day. Not only that, but tomorrow's Monday. Oh, yeah, but next weekend's a long weekend, guys. So long weekend next weekend, which is great. At least in Canada. I think it's a long weekend in America, too. Okay, let's get to it. The next one is the Trad Wives one I wanted to talk about. Hold on a second. Let me see. I might have to save the kinder care for next week. I don't know what kinder care is. We might have to watch it a little bit.
Hey,
there
friends.
was one. There was one about a trad wife. Shoot, it was on CNN. Did I not have it here? My bad, y'all. Okay. This is not a video I wanted. Okay, let me watch the CNN one. It was about the trad wives. It's a very short one. I don't know where it is. This is what happens when you have too many damn thumbnails. And then we'll get to the yesterday's stories, right, when we're done. Okay, here it is. I just put it in the wrong spot. We're going to watch this real quick. The trad wives leaving high-control Christian nationalist communities. We're going to hear what's going on here because I'm noticing a theme. And remember, the sis in the white and the sis with the one who had the ex-husband who was the modern woman, they are both Christian. So we are going to hear what they have to say. It's 15 minutes. I'm going to speed it right along. I don't know what it's about, but I have a feeling that it's going to tell us more about this. It's going to give us another insight here.
You were the trad wife before trad wives became a thing online. So I was very much isolated at home.
Hold on. Why is it not syncing?
You were the trad wife before trad wives became a thing online. So I was very much...
Yeah, no. Sorry, y'all. I don't know what's going on here. Is it me or is it YouTube?
You were the...
Hold on a second, y'all. I think it's the stream. And it's pissing me off. So we'll do it one more time. Sorry, y'all. I just hate when it doesn't sync properly. Okay, here we go. All right, this time it won't take me too long because I already had it up. Okay, let's do it. I think maybe it's when I expand it. That's probably what's making it slow down and lag. So I'm going to leave it in its normal position like this. And then maybe it'll give us better results.
Trad wife before trad
there
wives
we
became
go.
a thing online. So I was very much isolated at home. I kept having babies. I was pregnant and or nursing for 13 years. And then when my oldest was around 4, we started loosely homeschooling. That was one of the things that I argued with my husband a lot about. I'm a very very free, creative, that kind of educational model. And my husband is much more academically minded. So I was expected to do it his way. And it was incredibly
difficult and never went well. But I persisted because that's the Christian thing to do. I would also say that a lot of these things the system teaches you to moralize everything that you do is life or death, all the decisions that you make. So like healthcare are you going to vaccinate your kids, which we were anti-vax and we're not anymore.
Of course they were.
That's a life or death decision because your children could be permanently harmed from vaccines. So you better make the right decision. And so everything is high stakes in that way. And as someone who's like trying to be a good person, trying to follow God, trying to be a good Christian, that was one of the reasons that I was so bought in, because I want to be a good wife. I want to be a good support person for my husband. I want to serve God well by being a good wife, and that is how I serve God. So that affects everything. You want to do these things, and when the system tells you this is how you can be a good person, this is how you can be a good wife, you're like, okay, I will do it. And it simplifies it.
But it must be so stressful to every day think these decisions I'm making are life or death and such high stakes, and God is judging me, and am I being pure enough? And
you're literally so in your head the whole time, making sure that you're right, and there's so many rules to do.
And by the way, just to interject, this is just for the women, not for the men, because the men live their life very carefree. I have never seen Christian men lose a day of sleep or a night of sleep wondering if their soul is going to go into damnation. But women do. Just putting that out there. Okay.
And the standard is so high, you're constantly working, that you're literally too busy to have thoughts outside of just keeping up with your life, with your obedience. You're literally performing obedience so much every day, there isn't room for you to start to be like, oh, and reflect. And, did that feel right? Did that have a good outcome? Was that even effective,
Now you're deconstructing from that life.
Absolutely. Yeah. Now my husband jokes that he's the trad wife.
My family was a small family, actually. We had 5 kids.
That's considered small, 5 kids.
That's very small.
They said Christian. They was Mormon or something. That's small to y'all. All right. That sounds like some Mormon type of stuff.
I had friends and connections throughout, all of conservative evangelicalism, not any one group. And, oh my goodness, everybody had, 8 to 12 kids at least. There's the occasional family that they could only have 2 kids. And so they did. But almost everybody was 8 to 12 kids or more.
They lived on a compound? That's what I need to know.
More was not uncommon either. So my options with the Reformed groups were maybe become a midwife, but get married to a guy who's 8 years older than you, have a bunch of children, live at home forever and ever. And I love education. I love learning. I love science, especially. And
notice how he got to be 8 years older than her. Why? Of course, we all know why. Continue, sis.
And I really grabbed onto that in our homeschool group. That was my thing. That was what I enjoyed. Science, chemistry especially. And my best friend's family started going, you can go to college. You can learn more.
You didn't think you would have that option, going to college?
No.
Shout out to the best friend's family. They sound like they were trying to give her some insight here.
College wasn't an option, no.
Hold on, y'all got to take a bio break. I'll let you finish listening to sis real quick.
Get married.
So silly.
Get married and then just become a trad wife.
Exactly, yeah.
Have as many kids as possible.
Yeah, and that was not my favorite option. But what the more charismatic groups were kind of pulling me in for was more of a Christian nationalist leader type. Because women could actually be leadership in Christian nationalism if you were the right strain. And that was better. That was a better option. So I went to the college that essentially that family picked out for me. have chosen that for myself, I don't think. But I compromised with my parents and didn't burn bridges, and I went for music instead of science or something like that. So in a lot of ways, like, even if it's not the most, even if my family was not the ones who were driving every step of my path, like, everything I did was for other people and for other people's expectations. I didn't really have autonomy. I didn't have choices. I made the best choices that I could without completely burning my life down around me.
Could you have gone to make your own money and that kind of thing and have your own?
That was a constant fight. I didn't.
Did they believe that girls and women shouldn't work outside the home, basically?
Yeah. It was not super even heard of. Like, you can teach music, you can become a midwife. Those are kind of your options if you're a woman. You can't go out and do much else.
I'm curious how you were treated differently from, like, how your brothers were treated versus you.
So I actually had probably the best experience as this goes because I only had a younger brother. I didn't have a ton of younger siblings. But even that, with just one brother who was 2.5 years younger than me, the work that I was responsible to do versus him, like, I was cooking all of the meals, like Danny said earlier. I was cooking.
Happy Mother's Day.
All of the meals every weekend. My brother wasn't responsible to do anything.
Exactly. She was a mama. Happy Mother's Day to you, sis, before you even became a biological mother. This is what I was talking about earlier. Eldest daughter gotta do all the grunt work. What's your mama's doing? What was your mother doing? That's what I need to know.
Of that. I was working a full-time job all through nannying other people's kids, all through middle school and high school, and I was still being punished for not keeping the house clean enough. Even though I wasn't there, I was literally living at a different house 4 days a week. Boys were supposed to be educated, but girls were supposed to learn to be keepers at home. And so it was not just help your mom, it was actually like perform being a wife now, perform being a housewife now, learn all the skills on the level that you'll need when you are a mother and need to sew your own whole family's wardrobe, make food from scratch. So they were literally going out of their way to find more things for us.
Now, there's nothing wrong with learning how to do those things, but not in the sense that they're making them do it. I think it is important to learn how to sew your clothes and how to grow food and how to do all that stuff. But the problem, and make it from scratch. The problem, though, it was done as a coercion tactic, as a way of labor that is, it's not your choice, basically, number one. And number two, you're not learning that skill to enrich your life. It's to enrich the life of a man.
Us to do, to find more projects and skills for us to learn. So we were busy and tired. Just in our country as it is right now, girls' access to leisure time, even outside of these circles, is greatly reduced.
Sorry, y'all, Mimi
from boys. But in these circles, I've heard you talk about how, like, the boys would be outside playing for hours and hours when you guys were still inside doing chores.
Yeah, my older sisters were waking up with babies at night. I had the 4 a.m. shift. I was changing diapers when I was 7, 8 years old of younger siblings, feeding them, taking care of them, like.
And not just like once in a while for fun.
No, like as a general rule. Yeah,
like you got in trouble if you didn't do it.
Yeah, like who's gonna watch the baby if you don't take care of the baby?
What was the hierarchy?
Wait, who's gonna watch the baby? Did all your mothers pass away? And even then, why couldn't your daddy do it? That's the problem. Who's gonna take care of them kids? Happy Mother's Day to all of you. Even when they were young children.
In your households?
Well, God, Jesus, pastor, elders.
Okay.
Dad, wife, kids.
Older brothers.
Oh yeah, older brothers.
Older brothers go before the
Yeah,
girls.
there was sibling hierarchy as well. So, like, the older siblings could discipline.
Yeah, that's
AKA
true.
Spank the younger kids.
The siblings could.
Yeah, it was like that in Haiti too, y'all. My dad used to get whoopings from his older brother.
Punish each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like corporal punish.
Yeah, we were told to. I mean, as the oldest kid, I was told to. Like, that's how I was told to handle things. I was the black sheep. I was You have 10, 12, 14 children. You can't possibly keep track of all of them. And so you have to enlist your older children to look out for their younger siblings. It's very isolated. And so
your entire community, your entire world is the church.
So when you know, and this is why I like to play experiences from different people, because as Black women, we know that life. We've been adultified since we were children, right? In many ways, right? But they also going through it too. Just letting y'all know, just putting it out there. It's just a little different in the white community, right? It's definitely in the Christian community that's heavy. Religion and patriarchy go hand in hand, y'all.
You are homeschooled almost exclusively. And so there's no other basis. It's all within the church. If you have extracurriculars, you're being taught piano by someone in the church. You're being taught another language by someone in the church. It's just very insulated. So if you leave everything. You leave everything that you've ever known.
And it really does come...
Oh, if you leave. Why they sound Amish? Yeah, Mormon or Amish, one of them. Amish was the same thing.
Down to like a focus on purity. It's just everybody's purity is a little different. But like you have to be, it's not just within the sexual context that like we usually would say purity culture around, but it's also within it's within the books that you're reading and the types of Christians you're associating with and the music you're listening to. You have to be pure in all of it.
Definitely a direct demonization of intuition and your feelings. So you're just like walking through life, following what you're being told to do when it doesn't feel right. And
her experience doesn't sound much different from mine, except I didn't have to take care. Well, no, I did have to take care of my brothers in the way of like watching them after school and taking them from the school to the library. And then when my mom picked us up, or sometimes I would have to walk home with them because Fridays the library was closed. So then I had to walk with them to home, and then I had to pick them up from school. So like I remember having to pick up my younger brother from his class and then pick up the two younger brothers. My other younger brother, he was a year younger than me, so he was ahead of clock. Y'all, the Leo! Imagine having to take care of a Leo, Lord. So it was a Leo, a Virgo, the one y'all met in the live stream before, and my Libra brother, the youngest one. So yeah, I had to, but funnily enough, me and the Libra brother get along very well. I guess it's an air sign thing or whatever. But anyways, a Leo, we used to butt heads all the time. But yeah, point is that I did have to do that, but not to that extent. But at the same time, though, I remember my older sister had to do it for all of us. And not only that, but I remember, I grew up in the church. So what she's saying is not wrong. It's literally my experience, except I didn't have to do all the stuff she had to do. Lord, they had to work and do all that labor. They did a lot more labor than I did. I just sat home. As soon as my parents came home, I was able to be free. I had my snacks, my books. I was able to do whatever I wanted to do. Like, they didn't expect me to perform any type of labor. But she did. And then not only that, but keeping up with, like, the intuition thing. Yeah, there were a lot of things that I knew were, like, I questioned. And it would be like, oh, it's just because it is that way. And I didn't like that. I was always getting in trouble because it's questioning things, your intuition.
I think that the impact of that on maybe especially women and our bodies, the way that so many of our bodies have broken down and there's so much chronic illness, has to be part of that, because you are required to ignore your natural instincts. How many of us disciplined our children in a way that felt wrong, and we knew that it felt wrong and it went against our intuition, and we did it anyway because we were required to do it to fit in? That's like one example of like a grief that you just ignored for the sake of doing what you were told to do.
What made you finally leave?
I had a daughter. I found out I was pregnant with a daughter.
That'll do it.
And I immediately knew that what hadn't been safe for me for 30 years, but I had ignored, it hadn't been important enough, I suddenly realized how important it was for her.
Good for her. Shout out to sis in the baby blue. And I'm gonna say one more thing. Who did y'all vote for in the election? You see, this is why I gotta question everything now. I see you got tats on you, so maybe, just maybe, you went blue. I'm hoping. But anyways, that's neither. But I will say shout out to you, though, for trying to get your daughter out of that situation. because it could have went the other way. There are women who would continue on that pathway, and there are others who rebel against it. Thank goodness you went the other way.
And I didn't want her to grow up in that environment and in that church, because it's not safe. They have a really good way of making it sound like really nice. You know, like the owner of the home, she has these children, she gets to, like, what a privilege, because it is a privilege to be a mother, right? We all agree with that.
To stay at home.
And it's a privilege to get to stay at home, and it's a privilege to homeschool if that's
It's a privilege to bake sourdough.
But it's not a privilege if you're forced to do it, and it's not a privilege if you don't get to make decisions about your children without your husband vetoing it. It's not a privilege if you don't have a choice. It's a privilege if you have a choice and you've chosen to do that.
I mean, you have a very strong presence and a strong voice.
Yeah, what she mean is you got a nose ring and you got she definitely, she look like she's definitely left. I can tell. Yeah, she's living in her truth and her spirit.
Were you ever told to change it?
I mean, not my voice, but just about everything else about me. Yeah.
You were told to change?
Yeah, like, definitely.
And a lot of that, like the voice regulation, it's implicit. They don't say that necessarily.
Like there's classes.
Well, but you get in trouble for having an attitude. Fix your attitude, fix your attitude, fix your attitude until you get your voice there. It's fawning.
Yeah.
And it's also, you're always masking. It is literally a mask you put on, and you live it every moment of your life.
And so the voices you have today, are these your normal voices, or is this from what you've just been conditioned to have?
I get DMs every time I go back and forth between the voices, because sometimes if I'm thinking of trying to appeal to people who are still in the cult, the voice comes right back.
And what's the voice?
Don't make me do it, Pamela. I can't on cue.
Well,
Are you kidding me?
It's like, oh, I am.
It sounds like an MK Ultra experiment. What you talking about, the voice?
I'm so praying for you. Like, oh my gosh. And I know the Lord is going to lead your husband in the correct way. Like, and I didn't even ever get the high voice, but it's you soften it, and you are not.
You're not a threat.
You're not a threat.
You're not too powerful.
No.
You're not too loud. You're not going to overstep the bounds. You're being so reasonable and so submissive and so willing to comply.
So kind. Like, we would, oh my gosh, no, do not go against your husband.
But it's more than just the voice. I still, find myself seeing a man do the bare minimum and just immediately going into, complimenting him and praising him and fawning at him. And it's still, I'm constantly.
Yeah, you gotta beat it out of you, sis. Beat that out of you. Beat that spirit out of you. One thing I hate is somebody getting accolades for doing the bare minimum. When somebody, and we all know it's the wife that really did all the work, and then you giving him the damn credit. Hell no. Red flag. And this is why I'm a loudmouth. This is why I'm always loud. I'll be loud as hell to the day I die. I was born loud. I will stay loud. And if you're not loud, that's okay. You don't have to be loud. But there's power in the loudness. Yeah, I'm not going to speak with that nice tone. God bless you. God, I see.
Working on the deprogramming from all of that, because it just makes me feel safer when I put the man in front of me who's big and scary at ease and make sure he knows I'm not a threat.
Have you ever spoken out about your experiences before in this capacity?
Not like this. No.
Not on this level.
She has. No one's guarantee you sis in the middle has spoken out in some capacity.
There aren't a lot of opportunities to speak out, especially on this level. So
really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Have you been wanting to speak out for a while? I mean, yes, but also
they're comforting each other. She's scared. The one in the curly hair with the jumpsuit, she's still, this one right here. They're comforting each other.
There's a lot that goes into.
Well, let me go get an ice cream sandwich, y'all. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's like the desire's there, but it costs a lot. Tell us more about that, the cost and the courage it takes to come and talk about this today. I mean, I think when you've grown up in it and then live in it, and it has so negatively affected your life, when you get out of it, it's something that you want to share with people, because there are so many people still in it that are still suffering and struggling under the weight of the control and everything. So when you have an opportunity to speak out,
it's very valuable, and we care so much there's so much empathy for the people who are still in it, because they're in a bubble, they don't really know anything else. So then being able to like make a dent in that bubble is really valuable, but a lot of people don't understand, and they feel attacked if you say anything negative about the group or about certain theologies or beliefs about the Bible. And so you can make a lot of people upset very easily.
I think a lot of our viewers would be curious. I mean, how many of you are still Christians? Do you still consider yourself Christian? You do. Katie, no?
Yes, but I feel like other people are starting to question it, I think
exactly.
In some ways I feel like deconstructing was the only thing that got me back there, but that's...
I would certainly say that some people would think that none of us are Christians.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, when people ask me if I'm a Christian, I don't know how to answer because I don't know what people mean by that anymore. Yeah. And...
Oh, I can find out for you, sis. Hold on. I'm sorry, I got really hungry. It's my luteal phase. I'm so sorry. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, this is Yukon, not advertisement. Yukon ice cream. It's a thick ass ice cream sandwich. It looks so good, y'all. Oh Lord. Okay, what is a Christian in the Bible? What does it mean to be a Christian? No, you know what? Because Christianity came from Jesus, right? What does Jesus require of someone to be a Christian? We gonna get the word. Because remember, Christianity was created after him. They didn't even refer to him as a Christian. Christianity became Christianity after he passed away. Or no, he didn't. Well, he resurrected, all that stuff. What does to be a Christian? Let's define it for you guys, for the sisters in the video. What's the requirement? I need biblical verses, Bible. Here, gotquestions.org. They're pretty thorough with their answers. How can I become a Christian? The first step is to understand what the term Christian means. The origin of the term Christian was in the city of Antioch in the 1st century AD. See Acts 11:26. It is possible that at first the term Christian was intended to be an insult. The word essentially means little Christ. However, over the centuries, believers in Christ have adopted the term Christian and use it to identify themselves as followers of Jesus Christ. A simple definition of a Christian is a person who follows Christ. So you guys are all Christian if you follow Christ. Done. Next, why? That's a personal commitment right here. How? Best part. All you have to do is receive Jesus as your Lord and Savior, fully accepting his death as a sufficient sacrifice for your sins, fully trusting him alone as your Savior. Becoming a Christian is not all about rituals, going to church, or doing certain things while refraining from doing other things. Becoming a Christian is all about having a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. A personal relationship with Jesus Christ through faith is what makes a person a Christian. Here are the verses here if anybody has something to say to argue. So yes, Mrs. Ma'ams, don't go by what the church done told you. Go by what the book told you. The book that they're supposedly following, then you go by that book. And by all intents and purposes, there you go. Case closed. I'm gonna read a few comments and we moving on because we still got a lot to cover. Anyways, what y'all having for dinner? You said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry you had to go through that." But where were your parents? They were busy taking care of the other 11 kids. You didn't hear them? Lemon Lime, you said we need an astrology video. Oh, I got one coming. That might be on the second channel though. I'm gonna need your help, Elle, with that one. But yeah, okay, so let's go down the list of the zodiacs in my family. Mama Libra, Daddy Virgo, neurodivergent, Lord. Undiagnosed on top of that. And then we got the eldest, Capricorn. My sister, ADHD diagnosed, medicated and all. Yeah, we share that. Monday I'll have on the live stream. I'll see if I can do that when I go to Toronto. I don't know if I have time. Next, my older brother's a Sagittarius. That's why when I was talking about Sagittarius men in the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study, if you guys watched it, that's why I know about Sagittarius man. My older brother's a Sagittarius man. No, he's undiagnosed too. Third is me. Aquarius. Diagnosed. Medicated. Fourth, Leo. Lord. Unmedicated, but he definitely on that damn spectrum. I think we all have it, to be honest with you. But some people don't want to get, some people don't want the help. Next brother is a Virgo, the one y'all met. Unmedicated as well. He need to go get help for that too. I'm talking about ADHD. And then last brother, ADHD, diagnosed, medicated. He has other stuff, but I'm not going to talk about that. That's not me. He going to talk about it in his own time. And he's a Libra. Okay, so there we go. We might have a zodiac video. And then I'm married to a Pisces. Lord. Very Pisces coded. Sometimes it's like this morning he did a Pisces thing. I was like, Lord, I can't deal with these emotions. It's too early. I got time for that. Romy, you need to read the comments. I'm reading it. Hold on. Wait. Read what? Read what? What did I miss? I read. Yeah, I can be more mad at them. Hold on. Did I miss something? This in our business, Romy. Why are we watching this? I know. I realized it after I was playing it because it was for Mother's Day and Trad Wives. And then I said, wait, did they vote? I didn't realize it. But yeah, forgive me for that. I wasn't thinking about that, yo. I wasn't thinking about that. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, the voting rights. My bad, yo. Sometimes I just play videos because it matches the theme. It matches the theme. It was matching the Mother's Day theme. All right, I'll do better with that. Leaves us. Irie, nope. I'm gonna drag y'all. But I'm talking about the men, not the women. But then again, Taylor Swift is a Sagittarius. I done dragged y'all long enough. Yeah. How did we get here? I used to know you so well. How did we get here? I think I know. Oh. Your stomach was messed up because of Korea. I don't know what happened here. No, you're not in a Bible study. My bad. My bad, y'all. Da Vinci, turn it off. Okay, yeah, I'm going to turn it off. You're not in a Bible study. I'm just saying, like, they were like, I don't know what makes a Christian. And I told them. I gave them the tips, y'all. Gave them the tips. Here we go. Because you never know who's watching and they're conflicted in their feelings. There we go. But yeah, there we go. All right. So now, we going to move on. Hold on a second. Korean version. Wait, what y'all talking about? What got messed up? I don't know what y'all talking about. But yeah, sorry, y'all. I'm just eating this ice cream. I'm really hungry. Okay, now, that's been settled. Sorry, this video doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about today. I'm going to watch it later. Okay, let's move on. For all you trad wives out there, happy Mother's Day. Mother's Day segment is done. Whoo, Lord, I took a long time on that one, but it had to be said. Okay, now, next video. I don't remember what I had on the thumbnail. Give me a second. Let's switch gears because we were talking about fraud and Christian nationalism and also trad wifeism. Maybe let's segue to Rihanna. Okay, let's get to Rihanna. We're going to get back to Rihanna and A$AP Rocky because I didn't finish yesterday, my bad. So, speaking of Mother's Day, and, you know, I understand Rihanna just had her third child, if I'm not mistaken. So, I wanted to kind of highlight Rihanna, but I didn't get enough time to yesterday because of the timing, because I had to go somewhere. But we're going to spend a little bit of time on Rihanna and A$AP Rocky because they had an argument at the Met Gala. Y'all already know that. We covered it yesterday. If you haven't watched a live stream, then you can go and check it out. So, hold on a second. Rihanna, A$AP Rocky. Here you go. Okay, so now, after the whole debacle happened, people were lip reading what Rihanna was saying to A$AP Rocky. But I personally think people are too nosy and have too much time on their hands. My personal opinion. So, here, Rihanna responded. And so we're going to see what she had to say. Because after, people got in their business, I showed y'all the video from yesterday where he was, skinning and grinning with that girl. And Rihanna looked pissed as hell. And then after that, they got on the bus. And then A$AP Rocky looked like he was really upset. Then they had to do damage control. As usual. You already know how that goes. So, Rihanna suddenly responds to rumored argument with A$AP Rocky at 2026 Met Gala. All right, so I'm going to see what she had to say. And I don't know why this advertisement is here. Hold on a second. So, Rihanna appeared to suddenly weigh in on rumors. She had an argument with A$AP Rocky. TMZ posted the video. And then Rocky fueled further speculation when he didn't include Rihanna in his Met Gala recap photo dump. Hold up, we're going to go to his Instagram. Where was that? On Instagram. Let me check. Give me a second. Instagram. A$AP Rocky. Instagram. All right, here we go. Hold up. Okay, here we go. He had a photo dump from... Wait, why is this not showing? Hold on a second, I'm reloading the page. Something's off here. I don't think this is him. Is this him? Oh, that is him. He has a video. Where was his Met Gala photo dump? Is it this one? Okay, whatever. We're just gonna have to believe what the article said. I don't know. I couldn't tell you because I don't follow these folks. Okay. So then Rihanna shut it down. And she said that rumors of an argument between the parents of 3 began swirling. Blah, blah, blah. We already know that. And then Rihanna appeared to put the rumors to bed in a new video recap from the evening. Okay, that's what I want to see. Okay, so she put 45-second behind the scene glimpse. Okay, we're going to watch it right here. Oh, it was on X. Okay, probably his photo dump was on X. Okay, let's see this.
They're very talented. They're very brilliant. And they have
oh, Lord. You can't have the music. Okay, so she's showing herself getting ready. All right, how is this supposed to dispel the rumor? Sorry, I had to turn the music on. That's a lot of copyright. Okay, that's her getting ready. Looking beautiful. She's still beautiful to me. I don't like the dress, though, but I don't know why they dress like... They dress like they're going to Mars or something. Red flag. I don't like how they... Okay, that's A$AP Rocky right there. But sis, that was in the beginning of the evening. Oh, okay, they showed them in the limo. Okay, that's what she's talking about. But how do we know it's before or after? Was this before or after y'all had that argument? That looks like it's all before, sis. I don't know about none of this. This looks... Hold up. Was this before or after? Okay, she was at the Met Gala. That's beautiful. Okay. This was before... I think this was before, y'all. Oh, it was after. She looks gorgeous, though. Makeup looks really nice. I really don't like the dress, though. Oh, my God. Okay. So, the Met. This was before. Oh, boy. Y'all water signs. I tell you. Why you got to lie, sis? Why you got to lie? Do you realize that we know... You see, she put the Met. This was before. You see, even Mimi knows you lying. Mimi, stop. Hold on, I'm about to go grab her, y'all. This was way before. Yo, I'm done. Hold on. This, I feel so pretty. Yep, this was before, y'all. Hold up. Yep, when they arrived. Yeah, she's saying red flags to Rihanna and A$AP. I know, baby. I know. Yep. All right. Case closed. Hold on a second, y'all. Hold on a second. Mimi, stop. Hold on, I'm coming, y'all. All right, let me check his photo dump. Did they highlight it? Give me a second. Yeah, she going off, y'all. She going off. I don't know who she barking at. She's barking at somebody at the window. Give me a second. Okay. All right, we're gonna finish reading, y'all. Rocky, who shares kids RZA, Riot, and Rocky. RZA, Riot, and Rocky. Blah blah blah. Okay, so that was her clap back. Okay, that was it. Okay, they said that the moment was blown out of proportion, explaining it was a long day and they were running on empty. They're happy and people are simply overanalyzing a tired moment. I don't think that was a tired moment, but whatever you want to say, Rihanna, whatever you want to say. Now, Mary, I think it was you who told me to watch. Oh, no, it wasn't you. It was Mocha Island who told me to watch DMB ASAP Rocky. I don't know what that means, but y'all said that I could watch it and read the lyrics. I'm worried about that because I don't know what that is. So let me see. Hold on. Let me read the comments quickly because I feel like y'all telling me something. Filipino food is good. That's what's up. Always a good time to listen to Paramore. Who's Paramore? Okay, Prince, you said this isn't legit. This is legit. The only time I can say Rihanna wasn't dressed well. Damn near looked like she was stuck in a dryer tube. I don't know. Beyonce wasn't either. I'm sorry, I'm gonna finish eating this. Beyonce wasn't either. Y'all say Mimi tired. Mimi's pissed off at me, y'all. Mimi girl, not on Mother's Day. Give mama peace on. The funny thing is, I play with her all day. She wakes up, plays. She want to play all damn day. I don't have time for that. And then she just barks outside the window. That's all she does. All right. 1 second, y'all. Who's No, I know who Paramore is. Hold on. I didn't know you guys were talking about the music group. My bad. I know who they are. That's the girl who sang what's her name? The girl the little girl. I don't think I heard their music, but I know who they are. That's the one girl. They have a group, but there was one girl in that group who's the popular one. She was in everybody's damn song. I forgot her name. Ain't her name Haley or something? I forgot her name. But yeah, my bad, y'all. I didn't listen to Paramore, but I know who they are. Hold up. Y'all don't take my card away from me. I remember her. I forgot her name. Isn't she the one who sings on the song? She sang in a whole bunch of songs in the 2000s. The lead singer. Okay, who is this? Okay, y'all. That's how you know my mess up right now. DMB by A$AP Rocky. Why do I need to watch this? Somebody told me to watch like a mug. What is wrong with this video? It just looks like any other rapper's video. Why did I get this recommended to me? Oh, she's in it. Okay. Okay. Now I know why now. Okay. Got it. What is that? She's in there? Okay, hold on. What's up with these New York dudes, man? Can somebody tell me what's up with these New York dudes? I don't want no goody two shoes, no none. I ain't no priest. I ain't got no preach. I ain't gonna preach. You see, he sounds just like y'all when I was trying to help them other folks in case they're grappling with their religion and stuff. I'm trying to help them out. And you see, I sound just like A$AP. I ain't no priest. I ain't gonna preach. I don't want my goody two. Look, that sounds just like y'all. Wait, what he said? Rub your butt. Whoa, what? They don't know nothing. I want to hit and run. Pisces, y'all gotta come up here. Water signs. What is going on? Red flag. What's happening here? Remember, if you watch the Jay-Z and Beyonce case study, I read one article where the woman was a Pisces and she was talking about the writer Terry Woods talking about, maybe in order for us to get with our black kings, we need to go and get them from jail. And then you got this one right here. Goody, but she still praised Jesus. I share my clothes with my B word like she my sit. Oh, this man is a menace. And she's sitting up here in this. This is embarrassing, Rihanna. I never even knew about this song. I don't beat my B word. I need my B word. She clean my crib. She feed my friends. She keep my secret. She keep my fridge packed. She my freezer lit. What? Red flag. Hold up. Oh my God. This was when 4 years ago. Oh, Fenty was here. Fenty was kicking because 4 years ago, that was what? 20. Oh boy. That was like 2022. And Fenty was definitely here because I was buying, I was buying Fenty in like 2021-ish. Roll my blunt, be my B word. Okay, Lord. Is she still there? On you, I was slim thick with a bounce too. Oh, is that her talking? Hold on, I think that's her. Hold up. Was she in this song? Please. I fell in love with you after you done said all that. Oh boy, I fell in love with you. Hold my. Oh no, he's back on it. Hold my pew pew. Oh boy, load it and whatever. Count the slugs. All right, yeah, she's as Bonnie and Clyde. This is craziness. This is craziness. If Rihanna thinks that this is the best love that she can get, well, oh, they're getting married right here. Okay, he's promised. That's their type of love. Okay, thank you for showing me this. Oh, Lord. I don't think I can see any more of this. This is just a tragedy. And I was going to leave them alone. She just had a baby. And not only that, but their house got pew-pewed just a few months ago. So I was like, let me leave them alone. I'm not going to talk about them in the case study, but Lord, it looks like I need to. And now this is what she's saying was blown out of proportion. Right here. This one right here, that does not look. And then she said, oh, there were people there. There was nobody there. Look at this. This is what it gets. The 4 years later. Where's that SpongeBob meme? 4 years later. Here you go right here. 4 years later. Okay. All right. Well, all lovers have quarrels. And sometimes it is what it is. I'm going to read a few comments. We moving on unless you guys have something else to tell me about ASAP and Rihanna. Oh, boy. I don't beat my girl. I need my girl. That's all. I know. I'm sad for that, y'all. This is sadness right here. Not you putting the bird sign. Y'all are worse. You said I clean my kitchen and it smells like I'm at a pool. You said we were about to hold you by the collar for Paramore. Yeah, y'all about to yoke me up. I know that girl. What's her name? Haley or something. I forgot her name. She was the one that sang the song with I don't want to say his name though. She sang the song with Diddy. I'm coming home. I can't even listen to that song no more. Okay, she over there worshiping this man. Yeah, I didn't know. Thank you for letting me know about this Mocha Island. I had no idea about. I'm not an A$AP Rocky fan, and I don't listen to Rihanna like that. After she transitioned over, I only have a few of her songs. Like what was it? Rude Boy. What was the other song I like of hers? The Hard. Just a few songs. And Shut Up and Drive. I actually like Shut Up and Drive. I don't know why I like that song. I don't know. I'm not really a Rihanna person either. Like, she's cool though. I love Fenty. I'll say that. That's the best thing she ever did for herself was invent Fenty. I love the brand. I love the shades and everything. I even have their lip gloss. Hey. Okay, Jane Fonda, I'm tired of you. Now, Rihanna. Rihanna's net worth. That's what I need to see. How much is she? She's $1 billion. Yeah, she's a billionaire. What's his net worth? Now, he's not, I don't want to say that he's broke. He's not broke. He has money. But the problem is that the way he's talking is like he's going to get a stipend or something. Like he's about to be fed and well taken care of. He's worth $20 million. It's not even comparable. Not even comparable. You see, and he, as wealthy as he is, he joked that his favorite price is $3.99. There you go. So this is the man she married, y'all. He gonna make her work for it. Well, good luck to our sis Rihanna. We will see you in a future case study. I promise you we will see you in a future case study. I just wanted to go over the DMB. Oh, Lord. This was enough. I don't think I can go through any more. I'll reserve it for the case study. Now, I would talk about Rihanna and Tyler, but I don't care enough to do that. Now, let's continue. Betty, off my screen. Who's on the thumbnail again? Hold on. I need to see who's on the thumbnail. Who is on the thumbnail? Who is on the thumbnail? Give me a second, y'all. I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, let's talk about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. We're going to segue. Now we got to continue on with that. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Where do I start with her? Y'all, so this whole time, I thought she was really a doctor. And come to find out, sis has just been using the title doctor. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant defends not having a license, says she's a psychology expert. So there have been a lot of discussions back and forth over her using the term doctor and the title doctor and whether she should be able to do that. Personally speaking, she shouldn't be able to. She's not even a psychology doctor or regular medical doctor. Red flag. But somehow she was able to slip through the cracks. So let's read a little bit. I'm not going to stay too long on this one because I think it's pretty self-explanatory. You should not be using the doctor title if you are not a doctor. So, the Jasmine brand posted, of course I can't read it because I'm not logged into Instagram and I'm not going to log in. But either way, they posted that she's been using the title and people done found out. So, let's hear a little bit about what the streets are saying about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. And when was she born? I need to know. Hold up. Before we even go any further, let's find out her birthday. I'm so sorry with Jane Fonda. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, net worth. What's her, not net worth, birthday. Oh, Lord. Birthday. When is her birthday? I need to know. September, no. Is she, wait a minute. Did they have, wait a minute. Hold on. Did they not have Oprah's picture? Did I click on the... Why they got Oprah's picture here? But either way. All right. Sis is a Virgo out here scamming. This is the second Virgo we've had back to back. Yesterday we learned about Lyndon B. Johnson and how he used to sit in the bathroom and on the toilet and show his little private parts whenever he had his little ministerial briefings. And now we have Dr. Cheyenne Bryant here being a Virgo too. Okay, we got a lot of Virgos in the house here this weekend. All right, let's hear a little bit more about why this is problematic from licensed psychologists themselves.
Somebody on Threads who posted this. Cheyenne Bryant never referred to herself as a therapist. So I then posted the receipts of her actually presenting herself as a therapist. This is something that is posted on her highlights right now, where she posted an article written by someone at NBC where they referred to her as a marriage and family therapist. This is posted on her page. When I showed this to the woman on Threads, her response was this, essentially saying that that's an article saying that she was a therapist. That's not her saying that she's a therapist.
Oh my God. Yeah. You see, this is what I was talking about. And this is why I played the videos I did earlier. Slowness breeds slowness. Illiteracy breeds illiteracy. Red flag. She literally wrote it in an article. She has even said it. We're going to watch videos of where she said she is a doctor. Sorry, I had to redo it because of it wasn't syncing properly. And now you still have people, her supporters, who are so blind, they cannot even see logic. Oh my God. Oh boy. They can't even see logic. So now, hold on a second. Oh man, I freaking hate TikTok for this. Red flag. Hold up. What's it? Oh my God. Well, anyway, sis done told us what happened here. Let's watch another video. I'm so sorry, sis. Let's watch this one. I'm so sorry, sis. We gotta cut it short. Listen, we couldn't finish. People are slow as hell. Anyway, she did say she was a doctor. Let's watch this one.
license? That's the real question, because the girls are in a tizzy. Dr. Shonda, I am a licensed clinical psychologist. I own a private practice. I'm a global speaker and a podcaster. I literally spent 11 years of my life pursuing 4 degrees in psychology, postdoctoral fellowship at Johns Hopkins, acquired 3,000 supervised hours of training in order to go toward licensure. That was a lot, but it's out the way. As a licensed psychologist, I do want to add some nuance to the conversation. Believe it or not, there are some legitimate reasons why people choose not to do so. Before we get into the legitimate reasons, I just want to focus on the illegitimate reasons that we've heard so far. We heard that people only get licensed to bill insurance. That is not true. As a licensed girly who started a private practice about 3 or 4 years ago, my first 2 years in private practice, I was not accepting any type of insurance. I only accept.
Yo, she's talking real fast, and I didn't even have to speed her up. She's at like 2 times speed. And shout out to you, sis, for getting all them degrees. That's what's up. Isn't it illegal to call yourself a doctor? Because I know here you damn well can't do that. You get locked up. They're not gonna let you out. They're gonna fine you too. They don't play about that here.
Up to private pay. Working with insurance companies can be extremely complicated. You're waiting 2 to 3 weeks for services you did a while ago. This is a systemic issue with insurance companies. A lot of them have low reimbursement rates. To make it accessible, I would then do like a pay what you can type of program that I have my students facilitate. Something to make it more affordable, but to bypass the insurance company. There was also a statement about being less restricted when you're unlicensed. Am I restricted because I have a license? Yes. And you should be.
You can be unlicensed and be a psychologist in what world?
Like, I can't pod about what my clients talked about for today. Before I get into the legitimate reasons, let's be clear. Referring to yourself as a therapist, a psychologist, without a license is unethical.
Yeah, that's what I was about to
treating
say.
Or assessing diagnoses. For instance, let's say somebody is a PTSD coach or an ADHD coach. Working with specific diagnoses, you need to have a license or be functioning under someone with a license. That is how we regulate the field and continue to protect our clientele.
Well, I have a question though. What if you have it and you know what it's like to deal with it? You can't coach people. Let me stop. You shouldn't be able to.
I have people in my life who have chosen not to go through the licensure process. Not because they're trying to pursue a certain lifestyle or bypass the system, but the whole licensure process is inherently oppressive and systemically racist. And y'all don't have to take my word for it, because one of my professors conducted a study in around 2018.
I'm not surprised.
He found that after reviewing over 4,000 test takers of the EPPP, or the examination for practicing psychologists, this exam specifically had different pass-fail rates in comparison to our white counterparts.
It's true. They don't want you guys in the field. It's true. They don't want us, I should say, all of us in the field. I agree. I actually, I have heard about this, not just with psychology, but I've heard it also with not nursing, when you want to get higher nursing. So even registered nurses, but now it's more nurse practitioners or any type of like license that would give you the, I guess, when you move up in the specialization. I have also heard the same for like the girlies in the labs. The lab girlies, the ones who are in biomedical type of careers, they do that. They'll put that gate up.
Specific number was significant enough to identify the test as biased or inherently discriminative toward Black and brown people.
Yeah.
For, like I said, I have mentors who say I'm not going to pursue that process because it is inherently racist, but they're not out here providing diagnoses and treating individuals specifically. They're more.
But wait, was Dr. Bryant treating people? I need to watch. Okay, I might have to watch a few more videos.
Research and academia side. And now that I think about it, a lot of my psychology professors in undergrad, they pursued their psychology degrees, PhDs, all of that stuff, but they did not pursue licensure because they were more so in the academia side. To be unlicensed doesn't necessarily mean you're incompetent, and it doesn't mean that you don't have a doctorate, which is another conversation y'all were starting to have. That you didn't pursue the licensure hours or sit for the exam and pass the exam in order to clinically work with patients. I know that was a lot, but I'm Dr. Shonda. Let me know if y'all have questions below.
All right, thank you for explaining that, sis. Now, I still need to know what happened with her. Hold on. Let's put this down. Why do I have so many damn... let's delete this because that's probably why.
I've been in private practice as a doctor of psychology for 17 years.
Having a doctor does not mean someone is a licensed mental health professional.
When somebody say doctor,
I don't need to see this man. Oh, hell no. Red flag. Didn't he punch somebody in the face?
Expert, life coach.
Here we go.
So that my hands wouldn't be tied behind my back.
When someone celebrates being free from ethical oversight, I want you to think of that as a red flag.
What's up, guys? It's your girl Riva, and I'm back again with another video. Cheyenne Bryant is going viral again. Okay, and this time
why are we watching this one?
It's because hold on. Saying that this lady is not a doctor.
Herself as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. But
I didn't know that was her. Okay, sorry sis, love you, but I know your take gonna be crazy. I want to hear people who are neutral.
Blame Oprah. Oprah Winfrey was an institution in Black households. My grandmother used to watch her show every day at 4 p.m. If she wasn't home, she taped it on a VHS tape. Oprah was the best interviewer in the business and was known for asking the difficult questions that everybody wanted to know. She had the utmost credibility until Oprah introduced us to Iyanla Vanzant, Dr. Oz, Dr. Phil, Love and Marriage.
No. I don't think any of them are licensed, if I'm not mistaken. Red flag to all of them, especially that Dr. Phil. That Dr. Phil gave us Bad Baby. He will never, ever, ever come from that. Iyanla, I could tell you all the problems with all of them. Iyanla was the one who told us and who agreed with Tyler Perry about women not wanting to date bus drivers. Was she the one who was trying to tell Ebony K. Williams that she needed to date a bus driver? And then Dr. Phil was the one who introduced us to Bad Baby, and he had other problematic issues here, so we gonna wrap him right up. And then Dr. Oz, I don't know what happened with him. Y'all let me know in the comments if you know. I have no idea.
So many harmful personalities are descendants of Oprah Winfrey. To whom much is given, of them much will be required. I have to believe that Oprah understood that. It's not fair, but I'm old enough to remember.
And Oprah's an Aquarius. Red flag. That's one thing. This is our blind spot. I'll give her this one. Aquarius blind spot. This is a real Aquarius blind spot. The blind spot is we just be letting everybody know. That's why y'all be mad at me. Just earlier, didn't I let that lady go? Oh, this seems like a good thing. We don't care. We just gonna let everybody have a voice. That's the problem. When you're the aren't we the water bearers? Yeah, I think that's our sign. This is what happens when you just let everybody. You just like, oh, you want to talk, you talk. We don't know. And then after that, we're like, oh shit, we should have probably checked that. Like, oh, they sound like they have some type of sense. This is why I had to learn about red flags. That's what I'm telling you. I went through it. I used to just be like, oh, this seems like a sensible person. I got fooled so many times. I'm pretty sure. I'm not saying that Oprah didn't do her checks and balances, but all I'm saying is Dr. Phil, he talks a good game. They ran game on you, sis. What are their signs? Hold up. Let's do an analysis here. I'm really curious here. Dr. Phil, what is he? Because I'll tell you if he was able to run game on Oprah. Dr. Phil, when's his birthday? He's a Virgo. He ran game. He ran circles around her. Yeah, the Virgos are, I don't know. They have a way. I told y'all, they make people feel like you can trust them. Dr. Oz, when is his damn birthday? June 11th. What is he? A Gemini? Lord. No, is he? Is he a Gemini? Yeah, he's a Gemini. Oh, another air sign. They were probably talking about all the cuckoo stuff. Dr. Iyanla. Is she even a doctor? A Virgo? Y'all, Virgos are taking it, y'all. You know what? Yeah, okay. So she got bamboozled by two Virgos and a Gemini. I'm not shocked at all.
When people wanted Oprah to run for president, she needs to be held accountable because she has introduced parasites into our society and into our culture that we may never be able to get rid of. I blame Oprah.
Okay, where's part two? I'm interested to hear her part two. Dr. Carla Lee. Okay, Dr. Lee, let's watch your part two.
Oprah absolutely needs to come to the carpet. Harpo Studios is responsible for a lot of the bastardization of Black pain. We have allowed Black pain to become for entertainment. And then we sit around and wonder why.
She ain't lying. I didn't even think about it like that. But to be fair, I remember when Oprah first started out, she had a lot of like really good topics. She was the one who brought them racist ass people on the show when they didn't want segregation or something. Not segregation. Something was going on in the 80s. I don't remember. But then She covered a lot of good stories. Betty Broderick, I done talked about that before. She used to be for the other folks. She used to, her stuff was pretty neutral, and then all of a sudden when she got her own network, then she started to flip. That's when she started to appease to the black pain. I blame Tyler Perry. What's his damn son? I blame Tyler Perry for that. Him and Oprah worked together. He's another Virgo. What is going on here? Wait, he has the same birthday as Iyanla Vanzant, and mind you, his birthday is the day before my dad. My daddy was born on September 14th. Oh Lord, all these damn Virgos. What is going on here? Tyler Perry is September 13th. Iyanla Vanzant. When's her birthday? Oh, they're born the same day. No wonder they get along so well. Virgo and Virgo-ness. Here we go. All right, so Oprah. Y'all, this is crazy. All these damn Virgos come out I'm not shocked at all. I told y'all a story. I think I told y'all a few weeks ago when we were talking about zodiac signs, when I said Virgos will make you feel like everything's under control. They have a way they will get you discombobulated. I have never dated a Virgo, thank you God. I think I'm just not attracted to them romantically at all. But when it comes down to like friendships, one of my really close friends is a Virgo. But they are good. They're very crafty. You got to be careful with Virgos, man. If you're an air sign, be very freaking careful with them. They are very crafty. Oprah Winfrey own. Yeah, they're the ones who had the shows like let's put own network shows. Let me see what shows they got going on right now. Yeah, she's right. It does profit off of black pain. I can't even say anything. Look at that. Bell Collective, the Have and the Have-Nots, Fix My Life. Then she got Dr. Phil on there. And then wasn't Black Love part of her network? Hold on. Black Love TV show. Oh, Lord, that was a messy one. Was that on the OWN? Yup, it was on OWN. I'm so sorry, y'all. Oh, boy. Oprah done ran amok, y'all. Oh, boy. All right, continuing.
Black women aren't respected. Why we aren't humanized. Show me one person whose life Iyanla Vanzant has fixed. Of all of those people who have poured their hearts out, all the generational trauma, family secrets, the despair, they come on seeking healing and the promise of someone fixing their lives. And I haven't seen not one life actually fixed. The only good thing that has come out of Harpo Studios was Queen Sugar. I give Ava DuVernay the credit for that. She is one of the most responsible stewards of Black creativity.
Yeah, she's really
that
good.
Our generation has ever seen,
DuVernay.
and I don't think we recognize or realize what a gift that is. To this day, Oprah has not come out and apologized for Dr. Phil.
She's never going to. She's a billionaire, y'all. She ain't even apologized. She will never apologize. She won't.
Dr. Oz and the other parasites that she has unleashed. She unleashed these vile mutants, and then she pops up every now and then to re-release The Color Purple, which no one asked for, or to interview Meghan Markle, or to talk about Weight Watchers. She very irresponsibly wielded her platform and her credibility, and she needs to be held accountable.
She's right. I actually agree with her. Hold her ass accountable. That's what happens when you with an Aquarius. You gotta hold us accountable. We gonna keep running amok. Now, listen, and I'm glad y'all be holding me accountable because yeah, I'll run amok. I can go like we go off the rails, y'all. We are notorious for that. And we're notorious tin hat people too. Now, she said, I'm okay, but not too much on Iyanla. She ain't lie about her credentials. Okay, let's hear
listen,
that.
I don't know very much about Iyanla. I don't know what credentials she has, claims to have, pretends to have, or actually has. But what I do know is that the entire premise of her show was that she was going to fix people's lives. But in order for her to do that, they had to agree to come onto the show and publicly discuss their most painful moments.
That's true. Dr. Cheyenne, not the only Bryant that profits off of Black. Oh, you gonna talk about Jamal Bryant? Okay, let's see. Let's take a guess. Is she gonna talk about Pastor Jamal Bryant?
How did we get here? I was triggered by this whole conversation about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant and Dr. Raquel Martin. How did we get to the place where we were using the need for trauma-informed care and healing for the purposes of entertainment, profit, and to the detriment of our people. Ayanna Van Zandt. Fix My Life was the first time that I can remember tuning in to see people being promised healing in exchange for profiting off of their pain. It was the real life exploitation of the pain of our people.
It's true.
When I did my research, it was actually Love and Hip Hop. We all turned in to watch the pain of a Black woman who was going through an unimaginably hard and tumultuous situation with the father of her children, who had run off and married another woman. The first episode of Love and Hip Hop aired on March 6, 2011, followed by Ayanna Fix My Life in November of 2012. Perhaps what I find most interesting...
Wait, what woman you talking about? You talking about Emily B? Wait, she's talking about Love and Hip Hop. He ran off and married another woman. No, it's definitely not Emily B. Wait, season 1 of Love and Hip Hop was New York. Listen, I'm a reality show connoisseur. What's she talking about? She talking about Love and Hip Hop Atlanta? Because if we're talking about New York, it's Chrissy. She wasn't even married to Jim Jones, and he ain't married no damn body. And she even proposed to Jim Jones, and he still ain't married her. That was embarrassing. Oh, Lord. Then we have Emily B, and she was running around with Fabulous. He didn't marry anybody. Then we had Tierra Marie. She was single, and she was just off the cusp of her breakup with Ray J. Then we had the other girl. What's her name again? Samoa, whatever her dang on name is, and she was single. And then we had, who was the last one? Yandy. She came in sometime in there. What's she talking about? Love and Hip Hop? She must be talking about Atlanta.
Thing about Ayanna's show.
Was she talking about Mimi and Jocelyn? Hold up, let's go back. What's she talking about?
Using the need for trauma-informed care and healing for the purposes of entertainment, profit, and to the detriment of our people. Ayanna Van Zandt. Fix My Life was the first time that I can remember tuning in to see people being promised healing in exchange for profiting off of their pain. It was the real life exploitation of the pain of our people. When I did my research, it was actually Love and Hip Hop. We all turned in to watch the pain of a Black woman who was going through an unimaginably hard and tumultuous situation with the father of her children.
Who? Love and Hip Hop? Which season? I need to know which season she talking about and which franchise. If she's talking about New York, there was nobody who was married on the first season that I remember of. Chrissy was the main character. And then if she's talking about Atlanta, it's Mimi and Jocelyn and Stevie. And he is no damn prize. And if we're talking about Miami was way later. And then if we're talking about LA, hell nah. There wasn't even any married people. Oh no, there was. It was the girl with the teeth, Brandy, and no, not her. Her husband had the teeth, Max with the baby teeth, who looked like he sucked his thumb, and Lyrica and A1. What's she talking about here? I think she got the shows confused. Sis, you got the shows confused. You must have gotten the shows confused.
Run off and married another woman. The first episode of Love and Hip Hop aired on March 6, 2011, followed by
March 6, 2011. Okay, no, I'm curious now. What is she talking about here? Hold on, sorry, y'all. Whenever there's misinformation, and I think this is my problem. When there's misinformation, I gotta prove it wrong. And I just my ears. March 6, 2011. Love and Hip Hop. Which episode? I think she's talking about Atlanta. No, Love and Hip Hop New York. Okay, let's see the images. Here, who up and left and married another woman? None of them was married. What's she talking about? Olivia. I forgot about Olivia. Love you, girl. I forgot about Olivia. Who is that? I don't remember none of them girls. Except, yeah, Samaya, Emily, Chrissy, and Olivia. And sis, whoever she is, I don't know who she is. She probably came afterwards. I don't remember her ass. Yeah, I don't know what she talking about. Who married who. Anyways, all right. That's not right. It's not the right information, ma'am. Yeah, Yandy. Yandy wasn't married. Yeah, I mean, at the time. Ooh, we gotta get to Yandy and Mendices one day. I don't have the type of time. Yeah, sis, you gotta give the right information. If you're gonna give the information, give it right.
Ayanna Fix My Life in November of 2012. Perhaps what I find most interesting about Ayanna's show Fix My Life is that While she did feature just ordinary people that wrote in or applied to be on the show for one reason or another, there was also a very interesting intersection of pop culture. The Braxtons went on there. Keisha Cole drug her family on there. Karrueche Tran was on there. They had an interest in targeting and exploiting people that we already had some familiarity with. It was intentional. They knew what they were doing. Love and Hip Hop is produced by Mona Scott Young. Mona Scott Young was also a producer on a show called The Ultimate Merger. It was supposed to be a mixture between The Apprentice and The Bachelor. They took one of The Apprentice's most infamous characters, Omarosa, and promised to find her love from a collection of suitors that were handpicked by Donald Trump and his executives. Mona Scott Young planned on cashing those Trump checks.
Why is he at every scene of every crime, Lord?
You were running your mouth with him. I was running to the bank, sweetie, and depositing a Trump check.
The show was a flop. One of their spiritual advisors on the show was none other than Dr. Jamal Bryant.
Oh, I knew it was that Bryant. I knew it was him.
Sick and sadistic situation, it became apparent that Black pain was profitable. So what would make a Black person trade their pain for public discomfort?
But sis, you see, that's where she's losing me here.
Of healing. If they come and show us their pain, we're going to heal them. We're going to fix their lives. Isn't that the same thing that Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is doing?
Okay, so I will say one thing. Is she wrong with what she's saying? No, not in the general and grand scheme of things. However, there's a few things I have to get off my chest here. Oprah wasn't the only one. Before Oprah, BET ran so BET walked so Oprah could run. Yeah, that's the term. If we're gonna attack it, we gotta be honest. It did not start with Oprah. Yes, she's one of them. And yes, I agree. She should be thrown under the bus as my Aquarian sister. I'm still upset with her about that no contact damn segment she had on her damn channel. However, what I will say though is she is not the only one, and we shouldn't blame her per se. Because you didn't even talk about Tyler Perry. Why is it that we're just targeting the woman here? We gotta be honest. We're not just targeting the women here. Tyler Perry is just as much responsible for this as well. There's a whole slew of them, y'all. BET. It got so bad they called them EBT. There are other the Zeus Network. What's his name? Lemian, whatever his damn name is. The damn alleged trafficker. There's a whole slew and host of them. And then also, Black pain is profitable because people are watching it. And we have to be honest. I done told you I watch every season of Love and Hip Hop. It's, it's entertainment for some people. It shouldn't be. I understand that. But for a while, it is like, it's a show. Tubi, all those shows. But Tubi is actually pretty okay. But what I'm trying to say, though, is that, like, there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just Oprah. She's one facet of it. So I had to put that out there. Now, another thing she mentioned. What did she say again? Oh, Lord. She mentioned something and I forgot. I completely forgot. What was Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's sign again? Hold on. I gotta remember. She's a Virgo, right? Yeah, Virgo. So it's all these ding on Virgos. All right, cool. All right, just gotta remember that. All right, so now, let's move on to another thing here. Because thank you, sis, for your services. Very much appreciated. Okay, I don't remember this one. We could do that another time. Oh, wait. No. This is something different. I know. Okay, there's something different too. That's the only video I had about Dr. Bryant. Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, one more, y'all. I gotta figure this out. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I need to see her education. Oh, this is what I wanted to do. Sorry, y'all. Okay, now I remember. Oprah. So one thing I will say, though, is that it's very interesting to me that her own network was full of dysfunctional shows or Black shows profiting off of Black pain, which I agree with. But then notice her podcast, though. Look at all this. Who's on her podcast? I just watched her dog show the other day. Look at this. Look at who's there. It's very polished. So she knows who her target audience is. You don't become a billionaire from nowhere. She knows. She knows. And she, you know, she did her little network on the side so she could, you know, increase her revenue. And then this is her main channel. So just wanted to point that out. Now, one more video about Dr. Bryant. We wrapping her right up. I need to see what credentials she actually has. Because I want to see that. Okay. Well, I don't want to hear none of that. Here, I need to see her credentials. We're not going to listen to you. I'm just going to do it real quick. I don't know who that is. Why isn't he in? Is he the one that should be in jail? Okay, hold up. Okay, here we go. Let's watch. Oh, wait. No. I know she has. Dr. Pierce holds Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, real. Why is it all these people? Oh man, I'm so scared to click, y'all. I cannot click on these. I have a feeling it's gonna be some mess. Okay, here. Okay, let's watch her. Oh no, they're gonna copyright strike your girl. Okay, let's see. Was she on Shannon? Oh Lord. Okay, you know what? We might have to skip through. I'm worried. Honestly. Okay, here. She says something here. Okay, let's hear her.
I like transparency. Let me explain the difference. Honesty is I ask you, hey babe, who were you at dinner with? Yeah. And you tell me the truth. That means you're being honest. Yeah. Transparency is, hey baby, I got dinner at 7 with...
Why do they have these damn music? Oh, this music is so hard. Okay, you know what? We're gonna watch her channel. We are gonna hear from her own mouth. Let's see here. She had a posted video introducing Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, let's introduce her, y'all. This was a few years ago.
The local NAACP chapter says it was Harbor Division's idea to march together.
If we continue to lock horns and not hands with people, you know, or with the LAPD or with anybody, we are not going to get any resolution. Without unity, there's no peace.
That's all she...
How important is it to really just take a couple minutes a day for yourself? To hold on to a little bit of that hope, normalcy.
Absolutely. I am the self-care advocate. I believe that we produce who we are. And if we don't have care that we implement within ourselves, we can't produce that in the relationships that we engage with and the people that we are interacting with. So what is mental detox? I'm glad you asked. Mental detox is detoxing your mind of the negative thinking and the limited thinking that's keeping you from living the life that you want. The benefits of that are clarity, momentum, and you completely open your...
I mean, she sounds just like all the other life coaches.
Oh, this is
I don't hear anything different, but hold on. She has some controversial takes. So let me put Dr. Cheyenne Bryant controversy. Give me a second, y'all. Let's see if we can run something up. And then, oh Lord, okay, I gotta hurry up, y'all. I gotta hurry up. What's the viral interview? She's bitter. She likes women. Okay, what is this? Is Dr. Okay. I love Jessie Wu too, but I know hers is gonna be a little long. Yep, it's an hour. Her lie just got exposed. Okay, you know what? I don't trust none of them people. Okay, I guess we'll just have to chalk it up as she's a life coach. Okay, here, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant claims side chicks have more power. Okay, let's hear what she has to say.
Dr. Cheyenne Bryant has shockingly claimed that the side chick has more power in a relationship. The conversation started after Cheyenne appeared on a show with Joe.
Okay, you know what? Let me go to here. Is this what they talking about? Patreon exclusive. Okay, maybe. Okay, Jason Lee. Okay, no, it's not Jason Jordan.
Let me see yours. Give me.
We're not gonna watch the whole thing, y'all. I just want to see what the video is about.
Really? Michael B.
Offset came in my DMs.
Are you embarrassed about
We're talking. He's not my man.
Don't get me wrong, y'all. I like Dr. Cheyenne, but there's some things about her.
Wait, what did she say?
Really? Michael B.
Offset came in my DMs.
Are you embarrassed about
We're talking. He's not my man.
Don't get me wrong, y'all. I like Dr. Cheyenne, but there's some things about her that
they must have clipped it. Because ain't no damn way she said she was talking to Offset.
And this right here is one of them.
Why would you call her a doctor?
Okay, I don't like that, man.
Lee.
Okay, fast forward. Sorry, sis. I want to hear what Jason Lee has to say. Hold on. Oh, he was on the she was on the Cam Newton show. Okay. That's why. And I agree with y'all. I saw y'all comments saying that she has pretty privilege. I agree. I believe so too. Okay, this is why. Okay, was it a year ago? Oh my God. Okay, I don't know where she admitted that she doesn't have her degree. Where? Red flag. Why is it so hard to find this damn video? I'm tired. When did she admit it? Was it this one? Was it this one? Was it this one? Was it this one? All right, I'm gonna read y'all comments, man. I'm tired. Admits to not having a license. I just see think pieces, but I want to see the actual real video. Where did she admit it? Was it on the J Button? Okay, she said it on the J Button podcast. Okay, Black millionaires. Who are these people? Okay, I see. Okay, we're gonna trust y'all asses. Hold up.
What she's saying.
Where's the clip? Is the clip in here? No. Okay, they just yapping. All right. You know what? I guess it's a video that I don't care to watch at this point. Okay, moving on. Oh, Destiny. Oh, thank you, Destiny. Oh, thank you. I love you, girl. Okay, Destiny Ute. Shout out to sis.
Bryant, you can come to the front. People listen to her because she's pretty.
That's true.
Hey beautiful people, how you are doing today? It's again Destiny here and welcome to my channel. How have you all been? Hope you guys are doing
love you, Destiny. I'm gonna have to skip a little bit because of time.
As a
okay, here she got thank you, Destiny. She has the clip. Oh my God, thank you, girl. Everybody else just talking.
The license because of insurance and all that, and this has struck an entire conversation because another licensed therapist has come online to kind of call her out for the message that she said in that Joe Budden podcast, and this has also gotten a lot of people's reaction. So, and some people are saying that it's because she's pretty, that's why people listen to her, and people should be careful. Like a whole lot is going on. Anyway, guys, let's go check out the original video, the other doctors' response to it, people's reaction to it, and then we'll come back and talk more.
No longer practice under a license. Right now I'm in private practice, I'm saying. And that's what people don't understand, right? So just to educate.
She just said, I no longer practice under a license, but it sounds like she was licensed and she's no longer licensed.
Some folks a little bit. A license is really only needed so you can bill insurance. Majority of people who know that in order to bill insurance as a therapist or a physician or a psychologist, psychiatrist, you have to diagnose. So what do they rather do? Pay out of pocket.
That's what I do.
So when I realized that, I thought, well, okay, it may create a gap within our community, our Black community, who can't afford health care or afford mental health services. But it also is a way that, you know, as a therapist, two things: you can obviously make what you deserve, because therapy is real. We're giving everything we have in there, and we're unpacking shit, and we're helping you process through things. So it's not us sitting there, well, if you're an effective therapist, saying, tell me more. You should be unpacking, and you should be able to take somebody and drive with them to their goal and give them tools. So anyways, when I realized that, I thought, well, one, I mean, I'll just be out of pocket. Two, when I tell my clients the truth is that in order to bill insurance, I have to diagnose you. And you only get about 6 weeks. In order for me to get 6 more weeks approval, guess what? So I'm not saying that folks should, you know, not go get therapy if they have to bill insurance. Get the help that you need. I advocate for that. I advocate for therapy being a lifestyle, not just a intervention, right? It should be a preventative measure. But I am saying that for me, I'm in private practice. I make much more money. It allows me to have more leverage and really be hands-on with my clients. I'm not binded by BBS, the Behavior Board Science of Science Rules and Regulations and Ethics. And so it just opened up a whole nother, floor and industry for me. No longer practice under a license. Right now I'm in private practice.
My name is Dr. Rebecca Martin. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist, professor of sciences, and podcast host who specializes in Black.
I'm only gonna play hers because I see people clipping hers, so She must have said something.
Well-being, and I want to break down a clip from the Joe Budden podcast featuring someone who presents herself as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. But before we dive in, I want to make something incredibly clear. Having a doctor does not mean someone is a licensed mental health professional. You can have a doctorate in literature and be unlicensed, and you are still a doctor. You can have a doctorate in education and hold an LPC, being a licensed professional counselor, and you are a licensed mental health professional, and you are still a doctor, but your doctorate is not in psychology. When evaluating anyone's credentials, it's really critical to look at two things: what their doctorate is actually in, and whether they hold a relevant clinical license. In this case, the person you're about to hear from is unlicensed. I'm going to break down why that matters and why this particular message is harmful, especially to the Black community that she claims to be serving and that I actually serve. It's incredibly misleading. Yes, you do need a license to bill insurance, but that is not why licensure exists. Licensure protects you. It means I have completed specific education and supervised clinical hours, passed rigorous exams, and I'm accountable to a regulatory board. If I breach confidentiality, if I cross ethical boundaries or harm you, you have somewhere to file a complaint and be sure that I'm held accountable. A license is not paperwork just for billing. It's a consumer protection. When someone drops or loses or no longer has a license, they're not solely avoiding the insurance hassle. They're also removing your recourse if something goes terribly wrong. And she's also saying this like it's a good thing. I want to state something really important. Ethics codes exist to protect you from exploitation and boundary violation and providers practicing outside of their competence. When someone celebrates being free from ethical oversight, I want you to think of that as a red flag, a flashing one. It's a warning sign because those rules exist because real harm happens when they're not.
She didn't only say that. She said she makes more money in her private practice. That told me all that I needed to know. But carry on, sis. You're cooking, and I'm going to just add a little ad-lib or two afterwards.
So celebrating that you don't have to be accountable to that should be concerning to you. Here's another thing. She keeps calling herself a therapist, and in most states, that's actually illegal without a license. You cannot legally use the title therapist or provide psychotherapy without.
Yeah, because it's a protected title. How do I know? I work in the regulatory space, okay? So I know that it's a protected title. We call it title protection here. You cannot call yourself a doctor and not be licensed, or a therapist. You need to be able to back it up, especially in this country. I don't know. That's why I was asking if it's different in the States.
Out licensure. What she's describing now is coaching, and coaching and therapy are fundamentally different.
Very different.
Coaches help with goals and accountability. Therapists are trained to diagnose and treat mental health conditions, trauma and depression and suicidality and psychosis. If someone with untreated bipolar disorder or PTSD thinks they're getting therapy from a coach, they're going to be seriously harmed.
Well, first of all, a coach shouldn't be giving you any type of therapy. That's another thing that I have to mention. A life coach or a coach, like any type of coach that's going to be in your life, is guidance. It is not, they are not supposed to ask you about your personal life like that. They're not supposed to help you through your struggles. They're supposed to listen to what the issues are, but not into detail to give you advice. That's not a coach. So once you start getting into the territory of talking to someone about their trauma, talking about these things, that's psychology territory. Coach is just supposed to help you with your life plan. Like, let's say you're lazy. I don't want to say lazy. I don't like the word lazy, actually. Let's say that you have a barrier in your life and you do not know how to fix it and you don't know how to overcome it, and you go to a life coach. They're supposed to help you plan out and organize better. So a life coach could be somebody who just goes to you go to, and they'll be like, okay, you want to find another job? All right. So I think that, or they'll try to work with you and guide you on how to find a better job. So maybe apply to these certain places, maybe do this. And if it's a life coach with your family life, okay, maybe you're doing too many activities, maybe shorten it. Maybe you should try to organize your life in a certain way. They're supposed to coach you, but they're not supposed to give you in-depth detail as far as diagnosing you. That's number one. Number two, telling you or giving you advice about things that are more on the psychology side, which is you sitting there and talking to them about things that have happened in your past and going through different types of life choice. That's not their territory. And there's a blurred line, to be honest with you. And I really feel like soon they're going to have coaches have to be licensed, and they must. And there's actually a coaching federation license. That's why I have not been doing coaching on my channel. That's exactly why I haven't done it, because I want to get the license. And so that's why it's going to take me forever if I choose to do it. I know I was thinking about taking courses and I got derailed. But point is that it is very dangerous because you need to have a foundation of education in order to do that. So I think of coaches more as motivational people, but they're not supposed to help you through your trauma. That's a psychologist, clinical one at that.
There are actual conditions that go undiagnosed and untreated, especially within the Black community. This frames diagnosis as something imposed on you solely for insurance purposes, and that's backwards. A diagnosis isn't a billing trick. It's clinically meaningful information that guides treatment. And the 6 weeks claim is also not accurate across the board. Now, I'm not saying that we should not be addressing insurance, because we need to rise up when it comes to insurance authorizations. Like, we very much do. That is a different video. But insurance authorizations vary widely by plan, diagnosis, and medical necessity. Many people receive months of years of covered therapy. And she's also making it sound like licensure forces short-term diagnosis-driven care. And that's just simply not how it works as someone who is actually a licensed mental health professional. Here, the concern and the access problem is real. Her solution, unregulated, unlicensed coaching, isn't the answer. And there are a wealth of licensed Black therapists, he, she, and they, Black-owned practices, sliding scale clinics, community mental health centers doing this work with their licensure intact, keeping their credentials because their clients deserve protection. The solution to healthcare access gaps isn't removing safeguards. It's expanding access to regulated care. It's providing more scholarships for people like us to get the training necessary. It's more support group. It's actually mutual aid, but it's not what she is stating. And I want to be honest about what's really happening here, because the messaging is awful to me. The pitch to potential clients is, I can give you more personalized care. The pitch to herself is, I make significantly more money and I'm not bound by any kind of oversight.
Yeah.
And those are two entirely different things. And when your financial incentive is disconnected from professional accountability, that is a conflict of interest. However, she is not bound by anything when it comes to conflicts of interest, because the only thing that she is bound by is the limits of her own ethics and morality. Look, coaching has real value, and y'all know I hold real coaches down. If you want goal accountability, a coach can
That's
help.
what I was saying.
But coaching is not therapy, and no coach
Exactly. It's goal and accountability, helping you reach your goals. Because usually therapists can do it, but they're more concerned about your mental well-being, whereas a coach is more concerned with your overall success. So it shouldn't be this kind of like you're doing talk therapy with your coach. Then it delves into psychology, and that's where it becomes problematic.
They're worth their salt will say anything other. If you're dealing with mental health, like anxiety and depression and trauma and these other things, you deserve a licensed mental health professional whose conduct is subject to oversight. And I know it sounds like gatekeeping, but it's truly basic safety. And it's important in communities where access has been denied historically. The answer has never been fewer protections for us as Black people. It has always been more access to regulated, accountable care, because we deserve that. And I also want to address that it took me some time to think about doing this video, because as a Black woman, it's just been really, really tough for us as Black women. And as someone who states that they advocate for the Black community, he, she, and they creates programs for the Black community, is the founder of the largest mental health and education community for Black women in the country. I totally understand where we're at when I'm holding my programs and things of that nature. But I do want you to know that I always state that my Black love is also accountability. And being Black does not mean that when I'm dealing with other Black people, I'm pro-Blackness no matter what you do. That's just never going to be the case.
Oh, Lord, I love that one right there. That's a bar.
So I don't want you to, I don't want to hear anything about like, oh, this is an attack on a Black woman. It's not solely, it was the aspect of supporting Black people was never about supporting just Black people no matter what they do. It's supporting Black people in love and also having accountability. And these messages are wrong, and they have been wrong, and they have consistently been wrong. And and as someone who has the size of a platform that I have, I think it's important for me to share psychoeducation and information, because I understand the significance of it. And I understand the significance of it because I'm actually working in this field. This is a really harmful message. And I do understand that there's this aspect of like things are entertainment, but these things are harming us. And I know they harm us because I'm actually working in the field. I am a doctor who creates content, but I do want to state that when I say the titles in the beginning of my video, I'm actively doing that work. I'm actively conducting research on Black identity development and mental health and well-being of the Black community. I am actively practicing as a licensed clinical psychologist and see patients weekly and have been seeing patients for over a decade. I am actively a professor and working with youth. I am actively
and she's doing all of that, and I can guarantee you her following is not as much as Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. We'll let her finish, but case closed. I'm done. I'm gonna wrap Cheyenne Bryant up.
Health educator when it comes to training clinicians in cultural humility so that they can serve us better. And I think one of the reasons why a lot of individuals will say it's not that deep or state that it's just entertainment is because, one, you think mental health in psychology is just folk wisdom, and it's not, it's a science. And two, you guys are very insulated from the field that you claim to be discussing because you don't work in that field and you haven't in quite some time. But as someone who walks into the offices and sees the clients and goes to the talks and does the community programs, we are struggling. And in these little entertainment only pieces that are spreading misinformation, you're doing more harm for the Black community than you know. And the reason why you don't know is because you're so insulated from the Black.
You said stop calling her doctor. I know. I'm trying not to. It's hard because that's how I knew her as. Okay, I would call Cheyenne Bryant.
You just sit in front of these mics and you make all these money and you do all these.
I'm gonna read some comments after y'all.
Trends and you wear these crazy hats and you do all that. But I would actually say I don't see these kind of places as pro-Black. I don't. I don't. And the only way you would know that is if you did the work that I do. And you're never going to, because one, you're not qualified. And two, it would break you down. It will break you down every single day. I've never heard so many people saying licenses and degrees didn't matter until more Black people started getting licenses and degrees.
She's right.
Some discourse.
All right, she's right. Now we could continue on with this conversation next week. I'm gonna read a few comments, y'all. Oh Lord. Okay, Dr. Raquel Martin having a license isn't just about insurance. She does. Prince, you said she doesn't even know the name of the governing board. Yep, she not the least bit qualified. Wait, who y'all talking about here? Oh, you dropped the vid in the Discord. Oh, thank you, sis. Hold up, I didn't see it. Wait 1 second. You did? Y'all, hold up. Let me check. Where did you drop it? You talking about this video of Destiny? Okay, thanks, sis. I didn't see it. Y'all know I have not checked my Discord since yesterday. Okay, maybe you did and I just didn't see it. Okay. And if I didn't cover your video in the Discord, I'll cover it next week. But thank you. So Elle dropped this video. Thank you, sis, because I didn't see it. I get I see so many videos. I gotta work on the forum and going through it and stuff. You said she spun it like it was a big brain move instead of never having licensure. You said both and wrong. Kept saying private practice like it's synonymous with unlicensed. Yeah. Karma, you also need to be board certified to be up to date with the current knowledge. Exactly. I agree with you on that. Completely agree with you. Because it changes over time. Any degree you have, anything you have changes over time. Elle, you said she also interviewed a CSA victim and then initiated a hug, which is a huge no-no, which she should have known if she was actually a licensed professional. Oh, you talking about the Dr. Her too? Wait, who you talking about, sis? Wait, who you talking about? You're talking about the Raquel lady? Oh, wait. Who are you talking about that? Okay, let me know. Hold on. You know what? I'm going to reserve this conversation for next weekend. Okay, I'm going to have to research more into this because y'all are dropping too many things right here. You talking about the Raquel, Dr. Raquel or Dr. Cheyenne? Dr. Bryant. Oh, Lord, I'm so sorry. It's a slip of the tongue. Raquel. Okay, we're gonna have to discuss this in the Discord, and then I'm gonna research this more, because I done told you I'm in the regulation environment, so I'm very heavily invested into this. Oh, Cheyenne did that. Okay. Oh, I thought you were talking about Doctor. I was like, she sounds like she's good. Cheyenne Bryant, I'm not surprised. She's very unethical, y'all. Very unethical. Oh, okay, she did to a CSA victim. Okay, I'm gonna find the clips. We're gonna research her more next week. Yeah, I was about to say it couldn't be Raquel because I was like, she sounds like she's in the field, y'all. Check the chat. Okay, hold on. Check the chat. You said I don't know what she's talking about. Sorry. Okay. She chased him down like Haley did Justin just to live like regular rich people. Oh, y'all talking about somebody else here. Okay, I thought you were talking about that. Oh, we have to deep dive. Okay, we're gonna have to deep dive. Okay, I'll reserve it for next week. I'm gonna reserve it for next week. I need to research it more, especially if I'm talking about something like this, because it's very important. And I felt bad for Dr. Raquel because it looks like she's really into the work, and she does, she does a lot of the boot work or the groundwork. But unfortunately, even though she has boots on the ground, some people, they just want to see somebody with a pretty face. And not saying she's not beautiful, she's gorgeous, but you know how the internet be. So I'm not surprised. So yeah. I'm gonna wrap it up with that one, and then we have two more. I'm gonna talk about it really quickly, but we're not gonna dive too much into what and then we'll go into Evelyn Ha. Okay, Age of Disclosure Part 2. I want to say this because I only have half an hour, y'all, so I'm trying to speed it right along. And then we'll revisit Cheyenne Bryant next week. Age of Disclosure. Remember the video last week I showed you of the brother who couldn't pay rent, and he was he started the trend, Casanova. Shout out to him on TikTok. And he was just talking about his difficulties of like working full time and how, he doesn't have enough money for his bills, he doesn't have enough money for rent, and yet he doesn't have enough money to move. We all moved with empathy, empathized with him, and I agreed. I was like, you need to talk and squawk. Well, I guess people were triggered by that. And we are going to watch these videos, all right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because it's so interesting how, other people struggling will, it affects, it how can I say this? When other people reveal that they're struggling, it brings out the worst in others. And I have noticed that, and that, I was really disappointed. I wouldn't say I'm surprised, but I was really disappointed by this coach in particular because hold on a second. Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm trying to find the original video here. My bad. I thought I put it up here, but I guess I didn't. The reason why I'm bringing it up though is because it just goes to show you that even though you're in pain, and even if people are struggling out there, a lot of people out there who are in the working class, they feel superior, and they think that because they're not struggling that they can come out here and make it about them. I'm going to show you guys the video. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. I can't believe okay, hold on. Is this one here? Hold on a second. What's her name again? I want to find the original video. I'm gonna find it right now. Sorry, y'all. Hold on, it's gonna take me 2 seconds. Okay, here it is. I found the original. All right, let me just give me a second here. Yeah, so it really goes to show you how mean-spirited people can be and how nasty people can be. And another thing I want to mention is the reason why I'm bringing this up is sis is a Christian. I'm just gonna bring that up right here. And you would think that this would be somewhere. This is like the perfect time for you to show your empathy and to show everything that you've learned in your Bible. Because she does Bible studies live. Now, I don't watch all that. I don't watch just anybody doing content. I don't like to watch people pray either on my TV screen or on my YouTube screen, because you don't know what them prayers gonna do. But I did like some of her content because she had a lot of motivational things. I was like, okay, she sounds good. Okay, She has some good words and good thoughts. But then she started to get into the grifter stuff. So now let's watch the original video that she did as a response to Mr. Casanova. And it caused a big furry on TikTok. And that's the lady in the blue shirt, not the pink shirt. Just letting y'all know.
Closure conversation on TikTok right now. I don't know how it popped up on my timeline because I'm usually on Rich Talk. I don't like to be on
and the reason I can't find the original video of sis that's in the blue is because she deleted it. She deleted it, so I could only go by this video. And nobody else, everybody stitched her videos, but nobody let the video play. You know how TikTok goes. All right, let's watch it again. My bad.
Struggling talk. I was just, this age of disclosure conversation on TikTok right now. I don't know how it popped up on my timeline because I'm usually on rich talk. I don't like to be on poor talk, struggling talk. I was just homeless 2 years ago, and now I'm up over 5 million by starting my own business. Because you are not going to convince me that everybody is struggling. The one thing you can convince me of is everybody priorities being fucked up. You probably got the latest iPhone. Did you need the latest iPhone? Nails being done, a luxury. These motherfuckers cost me over $100. I don't even remember how much they cost me because I don't even look at price.
So poor people can't get their nails done, and poor people shouldn't be able to buy an iPhone. All right, got it. Continuing.
Prices no more, okay? I'm paying like $400 and something for some hair. I am. This cost me over $1,000. My next big investment.
That cost you over $1,000 is highway robbery. Red flag. You got robbed, sis. You got robbed. That cost you over $1,000. Some people just like to waste money. That's all I'm gonna say.
Land so I can build a family compound. Everybody's not struggling though.
So here's the thing. Two things can be true at the same time. I agree. Everybody's not struggling. I'm not struggling. And at the same time, everybody's priorities are not effed up. And I've never seen this creator. I've never seen her content, but her messaging just did not sit well in my spirit. But she mentions her rags to riches story where just 2 years ago she was homeless and now she has a net worth of $5 million, according to her. But to come on here at this time when things are very difficult for a lot of people with a message that comes off as braggadocious, tone deaf, out of touch, and condescending says more about you than the people who you're talking about. And let me tell you something, as an older woman, I would say this to my own daughter, to my own son. It's literally free to be kind, to have some empathy. People are struggling. Some people are. Are there people that are victims to their own circumstances? Of course there are. But this age of disclosure trend is not for people to use it as an opportunity to brag about how well you're doing. That is not the point. It's a trend for people to come on and share their stories so that other people who are struggling don't feel so alone. And you might want to sit this one out.
Thank you, sis. Read the room. That's what she's going to say. Now, there's another video. So I decided, I was like, you know what? We going to see her videos here. Because now I'm like, you know, she said, I never seen my haters here. Here she go with the fur. And this is another conversation too. We're not going to dive too much into it because I still want to go over the Evelyn Ha situation. But I want to say this, that I've noticed that it's always the people who have come out of poverty and who have gained a little bit of clout and maybe a little bit of wealth that have the most to say about people going through a hard time. Red flag. You was just homeless 2 years ago and you cannot understand how people can get to that point, but somehow you have a valuation of $5 million in 2 years because you started your own business. It sounds like a big grift to me. I done told y'all Aquarius is, we can fall for the okie doke. All you gotta do is sound motivational. We gonna be like, oh, you know, yeah, rah, rah, rah. We all up in there. That's my default, y'all. That's my default. I'm not gonna lie. It took me a lot. It took me a long time to learn the red flags when it came to like motivational speakers. When it came to, you know, get money, not get money. I'm not really into money, but it's more like enriching your life. You know, buying Tony Robbins books. That's your girl right here. I was buying books galore. You know, signing up for courses, doing all that stuff, and then I realized I was like, oh, I could have done this on my own. I ain't gonna lie. I done paid a lot of people. I'm into that. Now, I will say, though, the best thing I ever invested in, though, is a psychologist or a therapist. That would be the number one thing. But the rest of the stuff is just a whole bunch of grifting. Now, let's watch 2 of her videos, y'all. And we already know what type of spirit it is. Here, she done went to Gucci. She said she'll never see her haters here. All right. Oh, no music, no music. Okay, all right. She done went to Gucci, went to the club, speaking, got money. Okay, went all these places. Okay, this is supposed to make us shut up. All right. Okay, this is supposed to make us be quiet. If you're poor, you can't say nothing. Okay, all right. I guess people were dragging her. Now, on April 13th, she said nothing is too expensive. You just haven't put yourself in a position to where you can afford it. Okay, so here we go.
You don't think it's too expensive. You just know that you can't afford it, and that is what is bothering you. And another thing.
Okay. All right. And mind you, guys, I didn't watch all her videos, okay? I didn't know she was like this. I only watched some of them where she was talking about, like, you know, she gave different principles and stuff. Now, how to get away from malviolent people. Okay, that's not the one I want to watch. But either way, she took off she took out the video, y'all. She said content changed my life.
Go get that.
Here we go. Now, one thing I will say though is that you can't be a life coach, not a life coach. You can't be a motivational coach on social media and shit on the same people who literally pay your bills. See, this is the problem with the entrepreneurship conversation, is that you're shitting on people who literally fund your lifestyle. This is where we go wrong here. And now James Charles has entered the chat, and he also got himself into hot water. Why? Because he decided to say the same thing about his subscribers or his supporters when one of them lost their job because they got laid off from Spirit Airlines. We're gonna watch this real quick and wrap these people right up out of here. This is why when I talked about the Met Gala yesterday, I was saying that the rich people don't care. They don't care. When Jennifer Lewis was playing the piano, and a beautiful song, by the way, but they're not gonna care. Why? Because people are still supporting them. For every person that speaks out against the Met Gala, there's probably 30 more who would want to attend it. For every person who speaks out about what's going on in the economy today, how it's really hard, how they're struggling, and how life is really difficult for them, there's going to be this type of creator right here. This is the problem. So now, this is why it's hard to get ahead, because then you have the ones who went from rags to riches, and they're the ones who are going to fall in line with what's going on here. Now, let's see what Mr. James Charles done did. Okay, hold on. Here we go. And then we wrapping these folks right up.
Good morning, James. I know you'll probably never see this, but if you could just take 1 minute to read it, would really mean a lot to me. I'm really struggling right now because Spirit Airlines just filed for bankruptcy and I have lost my job. Here's a GoFundMe link. Any donations help. I'm sure they do, sweetheart. I'm sure they do. You know what else would help you? Getting another job.
Jobless behavior, by the way. On his part. Very jobless behavior on James Charles' part. James and I are considered peers. I'm a content creator. He's a content creator. I'm a founder. He is a founder. We are technically considered peers. I normally like to mind my business. I don't like to come after other creators. This is probably one of the I thought this was fake. Is this fake? I don't think James has ever had a real job. I don't think he's ever had a job that isn't social media, that isn't an independent contractor. I don't think he's ever clocked in. I don't think he's ever had a W-2. I don't think he's ever done any of that. The way you're talking to this person shows, and it's very disgusting and it's very inappropriate.
You could have applied for 100 other jobs, but you didn't because you're a lazy piece of shit and you're entitled. And you think that influencers and celebrities should fund your life for you. Why would I ever help?
James Charles, in 2026, the job market right now is the worst that it's ever been. And as bad as I envisioned this video being, as I kept watching it, it just got worse. Because what do you mean you're lazy?
And you think that I'm gonna send you money because you lost your job? Oh my God, welcome to the real world, sweetheart. People lose their jobs every fucking day.
I understand not wanting to be a bank. I understand not wanting to be treated like a disposable source of income all the time. I understand that. I get it. But not responding was also an option. A very respectable and easy option. You simply could have just not responded. It's the fact that you turned on your camera, you recorded this seemingly sober, ? And you posted it. For what? You thought we was gonna be on your side? Absolutely not. What's particularly annoying about this is that I know ain't nothing gonna happen. I'm not saying that I want something to happen to you, but all I'm saying is as a white man, you can turn on your camera, talk absolutely crazy out the side of your neck. It's going to warrant zero consequences for you, much like many other things. I don't know what the hell inspired this post, but that was absolutely a terrible take.
He going through something, y'all. He should have been canceled a long time ago, but yeah, here we are.
Lost your job. Okay, welcome to the real world. What are we gonna do? Nothing.
I just feel like to never have to have entered the workplace yourself and to say something like this takes an insane amount of privilege. It's just literally oozing from this video, from his damn flat top. I'm confused. I'm confused what you thought we was gonna get from that. But that was absolutely terrible and you really should have kept it. It's honestly very rare that I respond to other influencers' scandals or when they get dragged. Like, it has to be something that directly affects me.
Ooh, her hair looking good though. I would say shout out to sis for her hairstyle. It's moisturized.
Because what in the world was that? And I think I also just have a problem, like right now we have a gender pay gap, we have a race pay gap. I've literally been dragged for much less. It begs the question, like, how comfortable do you have to be to get to that point to where you just are saying it with your chest? I think this was disgusting. You may need to clear that GoFundMe just for what you did. I'm sorry. I've lived through every era of the beauty industry. Literally every era, the worst of the worst. That's probably one of the worst things I've ever seen an influencer say willingly on camera. Also, I have to say this, we've been down this road before. When other influencers mess up in the public eye, do not tag me in these scandals and expect me to respond to everybody. I'm absolutely not. I am not the beauty community school principal. This one really pissed me off. This will definitely not become a pattern. I'm sorry, I just had to say something.
No, and I'm glad you did. Now, what I will say though is F him and F everybody else who thinks like him, and sis who was talking about you just have to, like, not everybody's poor and you just got to get over it. At this point in time, all I will say is that you're going to see people's true colors, and you're going to start to see a lot of this rhetoric come out. The more that people are struggling, the more that you're going to see people try to drown the sounds of despair. Now, I'm going to move on because I don't have too much time. Evelyn Ha is next, and we wrapping this right up out of here. I do not know her. I don't know her from a can of paint. I don't know who this girl is, this young woman is. So, listen, forgive me if I don't know too much of the backstory. Loser is right, sis. You say you don't F with Jackie, even though she's right. Jackie has her issues, though. I was like, look, she got her issues sometimes, but I will say, though, that I do appreciate this video. I know she's had a lot of controversy, though. I don't know too much about it. I don't follow her like that, but I do know she has controversy. All right, last one is Evelyn Ha, y'all, and we wrapping this up. Next week, I'm gonna talk about the ugly side of fitness. I used to watch her Turbo Jam video, her and Shanti. So I'm trying to figure out what happened here. Okay, let's watch Evelyn Ha. I do not know what happened with her. I just know that she's a social media influencer, and she broke up with her boyfriend. But then the thing is, like, there's just much more to the story. So we're gonna watch, there were 2 videos, but I'm gonna watch the second one because I think that there was an update on her situation here. Yeah, there was an update on her situation 11 days ago. So I'm hoping we can find out more information. And not only that, but she had a boyfriend reveal like 2 years ago. So I'm assuming that, is this the same boyfriend or another boyfriend? Hold on a second, y'all. Is this the same boyfriend? No, this one looks Asian. All right, we gonna have to figure it out. I don't know what's going on with this girl's love life. All right, let's go. 21 minutes. Let's roll out of here. And we gonna have to put it 1.25 and be out of here.
The situation couldn't get any worse. A new update came out, and it has made people see this whole situation a little differently. Because not just one, but 4 different people have released a statement.
And shout out to Kelly Scolas.
It's addressing.
Okay, I just saw Ben Pasternak's video. I wasn't planning to speak publicly, but hearing experiences that felt familiar made staying silent feel wrong. I was in a relationship with Evelyn years before Ben. During that relationship, I experienced things that were consistent with parts of what Ben described, including physical violence. Are you talking about the one? Okay, all right, let's watch. I don't know.
Ben, the alleged abuser himself, Fred, Ben's brother.
Wait, who? Wait, what?
And it has made people see this whole situation a little differently. Because not just one, but 4 different people have released a statement addressing it. Ben, the alleged...
Okay, Ben. Okay.
Abuser himself, Fred, Ben's brother...
Oh, that's Ben's brother? Is he adopted?
And it has made people see this whole situation a little differently. Because not just one, but 4 different people have released a statement addressing it. Ben, the alleged abuser himself. Fred, Ben's brother.
Fred is Ben's brother. Is he adopted? Listen, I'm not trying to sound ignorant, but one looks full Asian and one looks white. Listen, I know genetics can play whatever. Y'all gonna tell me, are they Asian or what? Let me know.
An alleged...
Your ex-situationship gets arrested. What is going on with these young...
ex-girlfriend of Ben, and 3 of those people are accusing Evelyn of being an abuser and a cheat. So in today's video, I'm gonna be breaking it all down. With that being said,
let's dive right into
it, shall we? First off, if you don't know who Evelyn Ha is a 27-year-old content creator who mostly posts.
She's not even young. Like, she's how old?
An abuser and he cheats. So in today's video, I'm gonna be breaking it all down. With that being said, let's dive right into it, shall we? First off, if you don't know who Evelyn Ha is a 27-year-old...
27, okay, frontal lobe is developed, so I can drag her fully. I can fully drag her.
Old content creator who mostly posts vlogs, day-in-the-life content, get ready with me, and so on and so forth. She currently has 2 YouTube channels. The first one she runs with her sisters, and they have almost 5 million subscribers on there. While the second one is her personal YouTube channel, and she has over 460,000 subscribers. On TikTok, she has over 4 million followers, while on Instagram, she has over 2 million followers. Most of Evelyn's content surrounds about vlogging, talking to the camera, and basically just sharing info about her personal life. And just by saying this, you should get the idea that she also shared information about her dating life. Her first very public relationship, by public I mean out there relationship, was with a man named Fred. Fred and Evelyn started dating around 2023.
Yeah, that's the one I got the picture of. Okay, noted. We gonna watch it. Okay, Fred and Evelyn dated in 2023.
A lot of people just really liked their relationship. They saw them as the perfect couple because of the videos that they post, and they just essentially looked cute together. But I think what a lot of people weren't really expecting was for them to break up, because in 2024, Evelyn and Fred announced that they were no longer together.
As many of you guys have been speculating.
Oh, okay, wait, Ben's brother Fred, wait, what? Okay, you know what, I can't rewind. This is way too much. There's too much going on here.
Gone our separate ways. I feel like I needed to address this to you guys because I haven't posted with him in a while, and I've been getting numerous amounts of DMs and comments. I just needed some time to myself to process everything until I was ready to talk about it, which is why I haven't been saying anything. I know you guys have been curious and waiting for some clarity, and I'm really sorry for keeping you guys in the dark for so long. Breakups are never easy, and this was a decision that came with a lot of heartache and lots of thoughtful consideration. Sometimes life just doesn't go as planned, and that's okay. I don't want to disclose any personal details of my relationship with Fred, but just know that I wish him all the best.
As many of you know, I got out of a long-term relationship in February of this past year, and the reason I haven't really brought this up on social media or talked about it yet is because I didn't want to bring up any online drama or negativity. I know many of you might feel disappointed and confused about what happened between Evelyn and I because we shared so much of our relationship online. First, I want to start off by saying that even though Evelyn and I aren't together anymore, there is no bad blood between us.
Who is singing this song? What is going on here?
We have nothing but respect for each other. Ultimately, we decided it was best for both of us to move on from our relationship because our goals and values for the future were different. And I just want to remind you guys to please be kind and to not make any assumptions based on what you see online.
A few months down the drain, Evelyn started posting videos with a new man in the picture. The first video that she officially posted with this new man was a YouTube video titled "A Boy Flew Me Out," and throughout this video, she kept the man.
Evelyn, what's your sign, sis? Because you seem a little thirsty. You a little too thirsty for me. Hold up, Evelyn, you giving water. You might even be fire based on what I've been seeing lately. Evelyn Ha, when's your birthday, sis? Yep. I'm sorry for you. I'm so sorry. Yo, them neighbors gonna know my name. They finna call property management on my ass. What time is it? Oh, it's almost 7 here. Okay, okay. I think people are still outside. Yeah, water and fire, y'all. Y'all not that much different. Fire signs. Listen, I don't know what's going on lately. I don't know what's been in the ether, but y'all are definitely catching up to water. All right. She's in Aries. Yo, what is happening here? Y'all starting to give water sign. I'm realizing that. Okay, let's go. She a little too hot bongy.
To him as mystery man. Eventually, Evelyn decided to show his face, and people quickly found out that it was a guy named Ben Pasternak.
Oh, what was his sign? He sounded like a demon. He's gotta be he might be an Earth. They're usually the demonic ones are Earth, y'all. What's his name? Ben Pasternak. When's your birthday? Mr. Ben. Let's see if I'm right for this one too. Earth. My number 1 pick is the Earth. It might be fire though. Aries men, Earth or fire? Yup, Earth. Oh, I'm getting good at this, guys. He's a Virgo. Yo, I'm sorry. I swear on everything, y'all. I did not look this story up prior. I have not looked these people up. I don't even know what their damn relationship is. But you want to know what I'm doing? Pattern recognition. I'm starting to recognize the signs. I realize that when a man is too controlling and he got some type of craziness going on, it's giving Capricorn. I thought he was a Capricorn, to be honest with you. From the case studies I've seen, is Earth. They are very controlling. And fire kind of goes into it too, because, you know, Aries and Taurus, they're kind of close. I done told y'all, them dictators. Aries. Most of them were born Aries season of Taurus. Are the worst of the worst dictators. Aries and Taurus. That's their time to shine. But it could be an Earth though, because you got to add Leo into it. So it's Capricorn, Leo. Oh Lord, the worst ones, the stubborn ones. Now, yeah, he's a Virgo. Oh, he's a Virgo. Okay. Yo, today's the Virgo. I'm just going to retitle. I might have to retitle this the Virgo show, because this is what's going on today. All right, let's go.
Guy is a multi-millionaire. I mean, he founded his own vegan plant-based meat brand, and it is pretty successful. But pretty quickly, people found out that he has been involved in a controversy regarding crypto. I mean, he allegedly scammed millions of dollars from people. When this news was made public to her fan base, a lot of people weren't really feeling Ben anymore, because, you know, he's allegedly a scammer.
Yo, how many scammers are Virgos, yo? Hold up. What is Bernie Madoff's birthday? Y'all, if he's a Virgo, I'm done. He's like the biggest scammer, y'all. Hold up. If Bernie Madoff is a Virgo, I'm done. Okay, no, he's a what's April 29th? What is that? Oh, he's an Earth sign. Yo, what is up with these Earth signs? Hold up. Let me get, okay, one more scammer, y'all. I'm going to do one more scammer, and we going right back to the video. I need a scammer. Who's a notorious scammer? Give me a scammer. Oh, I got to think. I got to think in my brain. What's that guy's name? The lady, Elizabeth Holmes. Is she a Virgo, too? Is she an Earth sign? That's the one who made, yeah, she's a big one. She was a big scammer. Oh no, she's an Aquarius. Oh Lord, red flag to Aquariuses. Oh Lord, she's an Aquarius. Y'all, she scammed all them folks. All right. So for the women, I can't be too sure. It looks like we scamming all different patterns, all different signs. Okay, one more man. Conrad Black. He was a big scammer back in the day. When is his birthday? He's a Virgo. Is this a Virgo? Hold on. August 25th. Y'all, if he's a Virgo, I'm talking out. Yo, I just gave y'all two of the biggest scam artists. Yo, this is craziness, man. Oh boy, it was a scammer. I'm done. All right, I'm gonna read y'all comments and let's run this. Well, I know Virgo's gonna be mad at me today. I know y'all finna be mad at me.
Comments telling Evelyn that the person that she's dating is a scammer and will probably go to jail pretty soon. You know, just giving her a heads up. But eventually, people stopped because they started to realize that maybe Evelyn already knew before getting into a relationship with him that people are accusing him of scamming millions of dollars of crypto. And that was it. Evelyn kept on posting videos with Ben involved, but people started to notice the red flags, especially on Ben's end. He would do very questionable and let's just say disrespectful things. You know, the kind of things that you hear and you're just like, why would you ever?
Oh yeah, I believe her. Okay, let me tell you something. They trying to derail the conversation. I believe sis. I have to say that first and foremost. I believe her.
Or say that.
What happened when the white male and the Asian girl went on a boat together?
What happened?
Wait, what he said? What happened with what?
And let's just say disrespectful things. You know, the kind of things that you hear and you're just like, why would you ever say that?
What happened when the white male and the Asian girl went on a boat together?
What happened?
The white male chucked her out.
Red flag. Automatic stop. And look at her laughing and cheesing. How is this funny? He talking about unaliving you and drowning you. Full stop. Why is this even a joke? And then they want me to believe that she was the one being abusive and he's a Virgo? Come on now. Come on now.
Would you rather?
You have to answer.
Listen, would you rather we go swimming in the pool over there and I hold your head underwater and you die?
Those are his intrusive thoughts. Those are his intrusive thoughts, y'all. The man who unalived sis, Ashley, rest in peace, Ashley Robinson. What's his name? Joe McCann. When is his birthday again? Did we check his birthday? He was a scammer too. July 26th. Oh no, he's a can. Is that an earth sign? Pattern unlocked. Pattern unlocked. What was the most popular? What is? Serial killers. The most serial killers by zodiac sign. Which zodiac sign has the most killers? This was published 2024, by the way. Oh, Lord. We need to see this, y'all. I'm confused right here. Pisces, Cancer, Sagittarius, and Scorpio. So we got water, 2 waters, fire, 3 waters and fire. Red flag. What is going on here? 4 signs account for 40% of the serial killers, y'all. Pisces, Cancer, Sagittarius, and Scorpio. Scorpio, I told you, at every scene of the crime, they are there. There they are. On the other hand, serial killers born under the sign of Capricorn had the highest number of victims in total. There's nowhere air signs are not here, y'all. We've been vindicated. We have been vindicated, y'all. They killed more than 800 people. The analysis also discovered that Pisces, Cancer, Sagittarius, and Scorpio dominated the list. Red flag. Red flag. Look at, I'm married to a Pisces here, so I'm not being biased. With each of these zodiac signs accounting for 46 serial. And I told y'all, they are crafty. I done told y'all, Pisces are extremely crafty. Cancer, I don't know too much. Sagittarius, Scorpio, I'm not surprised. I'm not. Cancer, I don't know. I'm kind of surprised with Cancer. I'm not going to lie to you, because the Cancerian men, they are demonic, but usually, like, you know, they be a little... I'm really shocked about Cancer. Pisces, I'm not surprised. Sagittarius, I'm not surprised at all. And Scorpio, I'm not surprised. As a whole, the mentioned signs contribute to 38% of all serial killers in the research. Samuel Little and Gary Ridgway are considered 2 of the most dangerous criminals. Okay, Little belongs to... Okay, we got an air sign here. Okay, I lied. We're here. Ridge, hold up. Okay, so now I'm gonna be neutral here. Little belongs to the sign of Gemini, while Ridgway is the most prolific serial killer belonging to Aquarius. Here we go. On the other hand, Ted Bundy is the most notorious serial killer belonging to Sagittarius. So it seems like they account for the topmost, but the worst ones would be in Aquarius. I'm not surprised. Don't get us mad. I done told people, do not piss me off. I will literally be focused, laser focused on your ass. John Wayne Gacy, that's the clown killer. He was a Pisces. Donald Harvey, Aries. Bill Longley, Libra. And Jeffrey Dahmer, Gemini. I'm not surprised at all. All right, we're all here, y'all. We're all here. Wait, we're missing one sign. Pisces, Aries, Libra, Gemini. Hold up. Who didn't make the list? There's a sign that didn't make the list, y'all. Hold up. Did a sign not make the list? Y'all let me know. Oh, we don't see Leos. Okay, Leos, you've been vindicated. I don't see Leos on the list. Leo's not on the list. Taurus is not on the list. Who else? Leo's vindicated. Taurus vindicated. I'm missing somebody. That's it. Leos and Taurus. Y'all okay. Y'all not that bad after all. You just fake controlling. No, y'all not fake. Y'all really do be controlling though. But not all, but some Leos. All right, continuing.
This is actually scary. It's like rock climbing, basically.
Y'all, Why is she just taking it? This is Alpine divorce if I've never seen it before, even though they're not married. This man is literally telling you what he wants to do to you. He was about, she's lucky she got out of that relationship, y'all. I believe her. This is very sad. And you see, she's oblivious to it because she thinks it's a joke. This is why the red flags exist. This is why the case studies exist, for this simple reason. She is laughing and people behind her are laughing, and he's not joking. He is serious. He's very serious, y'all. All it would have taken is him to get in a bad mood.
I'm the only one that can make Evelyn shut the fuck up.
I'm kidding, babe. I love you. Keep going.
He's just trying to not get canceled, guys. Mystery Joshua hates me.
And netizens also noticed the way he would always look for ways to push, nudge, or, harm Evelyn one way or the other.
Red flag, what is this? And she's laughing, y'all. Why? Is she the type of person, like I said, I don't know her. Is she the type of person who the self-awareness is lacking here, very much so. And she's 27, so I said I could drag her, y'all. Does she like white validation? That's what I'm getting at right here. Because maybe she's not seeing the red flags because he's white. That's what I'm trying to think here, because there's no way in hell that you said that in Violence Against Women, and it's nothing about harming a woman is jokes, or anyone, but especially a woman. There's nothing funny about harming anyone. There's nothing funny about harming women. There's nothing funny about harming children. I don't understand what is so funny about this. And sis is just laughing like it's a big joke. This is very problematic, y'all.
Oh, she must be so busy. I wonder what she's doing right now.
Wow.
Because of the really crazy things that he says or how he just pushes her unnecessarily, people started feeling concerned, and rightfully so. It got to a point that netizens started bringing up her last relationship with a guy named Fred. I hope you remember. They started comparing Ben to Fred, saying that Fred is way better than Ben, and she should just leave Ben and go back to Fred, that they were a perfect couple. And she was very, very quick to shut down that narrative by saying that social media is fake and her and Fred were toxic behind the camera.
Talking about this is honestly the last thing on my agenda, but the comments were getting really insane, so I feel like I have to say something. So I posted a video with Mystery Man doing the re-listen and revenge judge challenge. 99% of the comments were saying stuff like he's a walking red flag, bringing up my ex, saying how he's so much better, he shouldn't be treating me like this, and just really negative comments about him.
Negative or honest? Negative or honest? Negative or honest? That's where we have to draw the line. Negative or honest? It's one thing to be negative, but it's another thing to be honest. And if you have one person just talking, sometimes people are just triggered. But if you have multiple people in the comments telling you, hey, you might need to watch this out, then I'm going to. Especially now that I read that most Pisces, Cancer, and whatever say, oh, y'all better be in the comments like, I don't like how Dom looked at you, sis. Oh, yeah, bet. Oh, bet. Red flag. No. You need to be aware. And she's just dismissing it because she doesn't want her white knight in shining armor to be rogue, to be he's a degenerate. He's even worse than the first one, most likely, but she doesn't want to see it. She's blinded by his color. That's all that is.
And I just want to say that social media is literally not real. It's fake. You guys are making judgments on what Mystery Man is like based off of just a 60-second video of him.
Mystery Man, and he was a mystery man at that point, and people could peep it.
And it could be the other way around. Like, he could seem like the best person on the planet on camera, but in reality, he could be the most awful person. And you guys keep bringing up my ex and comparing him to Mystery Man. This is so hard for me because I really don't want to bring up my previous relationship or the past or anything. You guys have no idea what goes on behind the scenes. When I say social media is fake, just think about it and just think about it.
Even though netizens felt a bit off with the way she addressed the whole thing, they thought, she's talking down on her ex to just make people like her new boyfriend more. People just moved on because, to be honest.
Yeah, because he's white. That's it. Case closed. I can't see this being okay, your ex, the reason they're saying your ex was better is that's actually problematic. If they think that your ex was better and you think he's not and he's toxic, what does that say about the new one? You see, sis is not thinking with her logical brain. And obviously she's young, but at the same time, young in the sense of younger than me, but not young enough to get a reprimanding. Because at this point, you're pushing 30 And you still don't understand. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it, because we all have to learn at some point. But this kind of behavior, it's not like it's covert. Covert would be different. Then I can understand why she got bamboozled. Like, they seemed happy. They seemed whatever. This was extremely overt. This man had a knife at her. This is very overt. There's nothing covert about this. And she's still sitting up here defending this man. So now this is how I know it's because he is unmelanated. That is it. That is all.
What else can they do about the situation? Around early April of 2026, Evelyn's fans started to speculate that her and Ben are no longer together due to her no longer posting about him or even making videos with him. But at this point, it was only just a speculation. It had not been confirmed. On April 1st, 2026, Evelyn posted a video captioned, "Get ready with me to cover my scar." And people saw this as a prank because it was posted on April 1st. A lot of people were concerned, sending their love, their support to Evelyn. But most people just saw it as a joke. They didn't really take it seriously. And
you know why they saw it as a joke? Because she took it as a joke. When he did it all those times, she was joking and laughing. And also it's April Fool's, so they didn't think anything of it. And then she even doubled down and was talking in her video. That's why.
Most people prank their fandom on April 1st, so people just moved on with their lives. It wasn't until April 21st, 2026 that new information came out that Ben got arrested for second-degree strangulation and assault causing physical harm. And according to the report, the incident happened on the 31st of March, 2026. So just keep in mind that Evelyn posted this video on April 1st, 2026, and the incident happened just the day before. So pretty quickly, people started connecting the dots. Once people started knowing about this, articles started dropping left and right. This is the version of events that most articles report from. According to the report, Ben and Evelyn decided to stay in a hotel in Manhattan that cost about $2,000 a night because they were allegedly running away or trying to stay away from the lawsuit that's about to be filed against Ben because of, he was involved in a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, so another thing, scamming. So when a man is losing his income, loses his finances, that's the most dangerous time for an unstable, mentally unstable man like himself. Isn't that what happened with that the governor, the Justin Fairfax? Remember, he had lost his position by his own doing, by the way. Red flag, a deviant at that. And his soon-to-be ex-wife was still in the house, and she was, thinking that everything was okay because she was still working, still paying the bills. But this man was just declining and declining. Joe McCann. Didn't people say and reveal that he was a scammer too, allegedly? And look at what he did to Ashley. And so now we got this man. She's just lucky that she left within an inch of her life. It could have gotten much worse. Like I said, intrusive thoughts. He was going to take her up out of here, in my opinion. There was only a matter of time. If somebody has nothing to lose, they don't have nothing to lose. Don't ever be with somebody who has nothing to lose. Nothing to lose. He was about the whole kingdom was going to collapse on his behind.
Because of them allegedly hiding out, Evelyn decided to bring out her phone and film Ben in that situation. And in that moment, a fight broke out and Ben allegedly strangled Evelyn. When this news went public, netizens were really concerned for Evelyn. They were going over to her page, sending her love, and even making edits of when Ben is acting creepy, doing stupid things to Evelyn, or saying things that really are just completely unnecessary. On the 23rd of April, Evelyn posted a video on YouTube addressing the whole situation.
Damn, I didn't know it was this bad, y'all. Damn it. Oh boy.
And she said that she had to end her relationship with Ben for her safety and her well-being.
I also want to address with you guys some of the speculation that's been going out online. I have been seeing them, so I just wanted to make this video to address it directly with you guys and let you guys know that I'm no longer in a relationship. There's been serious boundaries that were crossed, and I just...
Serious boundaries? That wasn't serious enough? Hold up. How many minutes are we? 9 minutes. Okay, I'm just time stamping it. This wasn't serious enough? And then this wasn't serious enough? Where's the knife one? This wasn't serious enough right here. This wasn't serious enough. This wasn't serious enough. But for me, okay, maybe you missed those signs. This one right here.
Oh, she must be so busy. I wonder what she's doing.
This was serious enough. This was definitely, most definitely serious enough. But man, like, and like the sad part is that it could have been worse. So I'm actually really happy that you escaped. It could have been worse, y'all. And I know I was looking at his sign before and joking, but I didn't know all of this. Like I told you, I'm going into this blind, so I apologize, y'all. I didn't know it was this bad. I didn't know it was this blatant. I thought it was just gonna be, you know, just like any other couple, like just breaking up or whatever, just some social media couple. I didn't know it was like this.
And I decided to move away from that relationship for the sake of my safety and my well-being. But yeah, that's honestly all I can talk about right now. Maybe down the line I can open up with you guys a little bit more, but it's still really fresh and raw, and I just need some time to process everything.
That was all we knew at that point, except from Erica later going on live and slightly addressing the entire situation, saying she cannot really talk much on it because of legal reasons.
Who's Erica? Who's Erica? Okay, somebody else enter the chat. Who is this girl?
Y'all know I can't talk about anything. Yeah. Can't talk about anything that has to do with anyone other than me. I do have my opinions though. And let me just say, I hate an insecure man. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep it at that.
Oh, that's her sister. Okay.
A few hours after I posted my first video on this situation, Ben posted a YouTube video addressing this whole situation. The first thing he said in this video is that he has never strangled anybody before, and the whole allegation.
Oh, he got a YouTube video? Hold up. I'm sorry, y'all. If it's too late, you guys could watch the replay. This is very important. He has a YouTube video about this. Ben Pasternak. This one right here, he posted it 2 weeks ago, 6 minutes.
Hey there. You're watching this video because perhaps you've seen the recent allegations against me that I strangled my ex-girlfriend. That is not true. And this video contains the full truth. I think that there's nothing more important than having the complete truth out there. I have never strangled anyone in my entire life. That's not what I do. I'm not physically aggressive in any way at all. Most people would describe me as super gentle. The truth is, Evelyn...
Wait, what did he say?
...strangled my ex-girlfriend. That is not true. And this video contains the full truth. I think that there's nothing more important than having the complete truth out there. I have never strangled anyone in my entire life.
Okay.
That's not what I do. I'm not physically aggressive in any way at all.
You're not physically aggressive in any way at all. Okay, but what about verbally? It's just as bad. Red flag. Stop trying to play semantics. Stop trying to play. The one thing I hate is when somebody tries to play semantics. Hold up. We gon' put this all down. Sorry, y'all, because I got to keep going back and forth. You're a gentle giant, huh? You're just so innocent. Who's this then? Who is this? Who's this? Who is this? Hold up. Who's this? Oh, no. We going back. Oh, who's this? Who's this? Who's this? Red flag. Who the hell is this then? Who's this? Don't give a damn. Stop trying to. Oh, it's just a joke. There's nothing funny about it. Anybody who would laugh about it and who would joke about that type of stuff, that already lets me know what type of mindset you have, Mr. Virgo. Please.
Most people would describe me as super gentle.
Gentle? Didn't you tell her the joke about what you throwing her overboard and then drowning her, and then even went up the mountain and doubled down on that nasty ass rhetoric, language, whatever you was talking about? You had a murderous mind, allegedly, in my opinion, based on what I'm seeing in these videos.
The truth is, Evelyn was abusive to me for pretty much in the entirety of our relationship, and I'm not the only one. I've spoken to...
You see, I'm not the only one. Listen to what he said. Case closed.
In any way at all. Most people would describe me as super gentle. The truth is, Evelyn was abusive to me for pretty much in the entirety of our relationship, and I'm not the only one. I've spoken to multiple of her former partners, and they all had basically the exact same experience as me.
Yeah, and I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm not buying what you're selling at all. This girl was goo-goo gaga over your ass, laughing at your nasty ass, degenerate, subhuman jokes. I can smell the colonizing spirit out of you. I can sniff it, but she didn't even understand. And I already know from seeing that video of when he was kicking her, whatever. Thank goodness people saved those live clips. There's no way in hell. The way he was joking with her. I do not believe for 1 second that she was the aggressor. I believe full-heartedly that she was probably defending herself. Reactive. Because it was all started by your ass. All of them.
Throughout my relationship with Evelyn, it started with control. She had concerns that, she's going to be abandoned for another girl. I had lots of female friends. And it started with, if you see this girl, I'm going to break up with you, or you have to pick me or them. And over time, I just basically wasn't allowed to see my friends, and I got more contained and cornered and isolated. When I, after these kind of like psychological threats stopped working of her threatening me, she resorted to being physical, hitting, pulling, scratching, all the things, digging her nails into me. And her being physical was an open secret among her sisters, and it was an open secret among my friends. Like, we spoke about it extensively. With her sisters in particular, early on in the relationship, they said, have you ever seen Evelyn go crazy? I said, I have. And they said, no, like really crazy. And I was like, I know what you're talking about. We were all in Asia together last year by Paul, me, Evelyn, and her sisters. And my body was covered in scratches. And her sisters saw it, and they knew exactly where the scratches were from. And they went to Evelyn and pulled her off. And they said, this is not okay. We had a couples therapist who was fully aware that Evelyn was physically abusive to me multiple times.
You know who he sounds like to me? He's giving me Landon from Wizard Liz. He's giving me Landon. Not with Wizard Liz, but with the blonde girl, the Jen girl. It's the exact same situation. There's always a therapist involved. There's always multiple eyewitnesses that are from your camp. And there's always this smear campaign right after. Doesn't it sound like a cluster B person? Mrs. Cheyenne Bryant, since you're a psychologist or you claim to be, can you let us know what this is? This sounds to me like a cluster B issue. That's what they do, y'all. Damage control. So now, this man has the type of time to sit up here and talk about, oh, she was physically abusive, all this stuff. But yet you can't explain away why you had a knife to her throat. I don't give a damn about what I'm saying now. I'm not trying to censor nothing. This is very serious right here. You literally had that on camera. I'm appalled. I've never seen that. Honestly, like, I have not seen content like that. I don't know where they allow this type of content, but I can guarantee you, people have been blocked on TikTok and accounts removed for way less than that. And yet they let this little mousy looking ass man with his receding hair, whatever the hell he got going on, a little bang or whatever. He had the gall to do that on a social media platform. And the video was still up there. That's crazy. But it just lets you know who can get away with what. The privilege, Jack. He talked about it with James Charles.
My friends were, but there's a lot of
documentation. Of course, it's your friends. Mm-hmm.
Of this. There's a medical report. This is the same experience that her other partners have had. And they also...
This sounds just like Cora Obedi's husband too, ex-husband Justin. The same thing.
Have it fully documented. They have letters of her admitting to doing it. They have photos of their injuries. It's all there. It's not going anywhere for now except to court. And, the other thing about Evelyn is she's not to be trusted. I have lots of issues trusting her. She would hit me or be physical with me. Mm-hmm. And when she said... she'd say, this isn't going to happen again. And then 30, 45 days later, it inevitably happens again. And your trust resets. And then it rebuilds. And it resets and rebuilds.
So you saying all that, but you never reported her to the authorities? You never tried to, get away from the relationship? Like, what am I hearing here? So you were enjoying this toxic dynamic? Is that what I'm hearing? Because he didn't come out until she came out. And until she probably called the police on him. That's why I say I don't believe anything he's saying. And based on the evidence, I definitely don't.
Resets. And you just find it hard to trust her. And I think, Evelyn is a master manipulator, not just externally, but also internally with the people around her. She's very, very compelling, and she's really good at blurring the lines. I've noticed during my relationship that, she's been unfaithful in all of these relationships, including in mine. Mm-hmm. But what's really messed up is that she makes the opposite seem true. With a partner who I will not name, she externally on her podcast made it seem like he was unfaithful and accused him of doing unfaithful things, when in fact the opposite was true. And the reason I know that is because she cheated on him with me. And what was communicated to me at the time was that they were on a break or in some kind of breakup. But then a week later or 2 weeks later, she's posting videos with him as him as her boyfriend.
So this is very important, y'all. This is a very important thing he just said. He said that she cheated on her ex with him, and that it was told to him that they were broken up. And then all of a sudden, she's still posting videos with him, which means he knew he was a side dude. Red flag. But he's using it against her now. Why? Because she went against him. These are the type of people who are going to be okay being the side chick, the side dude. Something's mentally wrong with them. It's mental derangement. This is what happens. They're going to hide your dirty secret and be like, oh, so you know, because she's a social media content creator. So he knew that she was with a man. And he knew, if this is true, that she was still in a relationship with old boy. But he didn't care because it benefited him at that point. But now that she went against him, this is where the smear campaign starts. He never had any morals to begin with. That already lets me know that, again, I'm leaning towards her side, period. Just based off of what I've seen. He has a nasty character.
She never communicated that we had slept together to him. Not to be trusted. Towards the end of our relationship...
You already knew that, though, and you still were in a relationship with her. Manipulator.
She did the same thing to me. Not to the full extent, but she had scheduled a date with another guy. She changed his contact in her phone. And that was the first time I broke up with her in early March. In the weeks kind of like leading to our breakup, our couples therapist had told me one-on-one that I should consider getting a restraining order against Evelyn. And to me, this was like mind-blowing. Like, it was not something I had ever considered. And I clearly did not understand how serious the situation was. I did not get a restraining order. And a few weeks later, we got into a fight. I broke up with her. She left. And her last text to me was, I'm going to make sure this comes back to you 10,000 times fold. Mm-hmm. And she, I later learned, immediately went to the police and alleged that I strangled her. Like I said, I don't strangle people. I don't see
You
them.
don't strangle people. You just play like you do. Mm-hmm. Somebody who could play like they do could do it in real life. I would never, in my life, ever pick up a tool and use it against him. And he would never do the same to me. First of all, if he did it, he'd be out his goddamn mind. This is not a joke that you play with. You are too old to know that. We talking about 27-year-olds here. 26, 27-year-olds? You're more than old enough to know that. So I'm trying to figure out, was this a toxic relationship? But I don't think it was. It's giving that he was a toxic one and that she was a reactive one. That's what it's giving to me. Because I know a knucking and bucking couple when I see one.
Any reason to do that? It's just not my nature. I don't like hurting people. I'm gentle. Most people would say that.
Somebody who's gentle would never come out with jokes like, quote unquote, like that.
I've been getting hundreds of messages from people who know me saying this makes no sense.
Okay, we don't give a damn. Next! Let's finish hearing what sis had to say. Let's see the rest of the evidence. I just had to hear that fugazi ass apology or video, whatever the hell.
From that relationship for the sake of my safety and my well-being. But yeah, that's honestly all I can talk about right now. Maybe down the line I can open up with you guys a little bit more, but it's still really fresh and raw, and I just need some time to process everything.
That was all we knew at that point, except from Erica later going on live and slightly addressing the entire situation, saying she cannot really talk much on it because of legal reasons.
I'm just gonna let y'all know I can't talk about anything. Can't talk about anything that has to do
with this situation. Ben never strangled anybody.
Video ex-girlfriend. I mean, I as me. Throughout the all I got, he was
okay.
And her baby, I say,
we went through this already. Fast forward and
okay. Likes. Because basically nobody believed.
When text me was, I'm gonna make sure this comes back to you 10,000 times fold. And she, I later learned, immediately went to the police and alleged that I strangled her.
And I think you already know where this is going, because basically nobody believed him, at least to.
See, even Mimi said red flag.
When I first came across this video, I kid you not, the video had about 400 likes with 1.1 thousand comments. 400 likes, 1.1 thousand comments. And if you've been watching YouTube for the longest time, you know for a fact that that's not normal. Whenever you see a video of that form or that has that kind of likes, you already know that person's about to get a lot of criticism. I would say there are two major reasons people don't really believe believe Ben. Number one, this whole situation is still pretty fresh. I mean, the information just came out that he got arrested on the 21st, and he released this video just a couple days after the 21st. The second reason is because he didn't provide any proof, like no evidence at all, while he was even editing the video. He just said it through the word of mouth. I would like to believe this is because of legal reasons, and he wants to take it through the court system instead of, releasing it online. And a lot of people did not believe him because most of this form of abuse was already documented through Evelyn vlogs. But
yep. And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's very difficult to convince me that this man wasn't the aggressor.
There were still some people who wanted to hear him out and stay neutral on the whole situation.
There's no neutral when somebody puts a knife on your throat, even as a joking matter. That's not neutral at all. That's a full stop. And even before then, threatening to throw you overboard. There's no neutrality here. But of course, we have some pygmy-ass B-words out there who want to ride for this man. So let them ride all they want to. But at the end of the day, evidence is evidence regardless.
People were referencing or talking about was a video that Evelyn, Emily, and Erica did together. And in that video, you could literally hear Erica saying that Evelyn can be, let's just say, manipulative sometimes.
Eat your food. My sister is so mean. Everyone plays the victim in the videos. Guys, don't be fooled. Off camera, she becomes
Okay, and that's human nature. Anybody could be manipulative. Even me. We all have that genetic. We all have that gene. Now, are you going to do that all the time? No, it's a work in progress for some folks. But that still doesn't excuse the fact of the behavior that he's given. It's like, again, smearing the woman. They did the same thing to Kayla Malik. They did the same thing to, what's her face? Megan Thee Stallion recently. I didn't even cover what happened after the breakup with Klay Thompson. I didn't even want to post the photo. Y'all know what photo I'm talking about. It was the most disgusting photo I have ever seen. Not ever, but one of the most. Anytime a woman is expressing the type of, hurt or pain or trauma or abuse in a relationship, there's always people caping right behind the man. Even though the evidence is in our face. You want to say neutral for what? There's no neutrality in that. Especially with the evidence we see against this little creature right here.
The evil witch of the West. I'm not even that mean on camera. On camera, she's like, I'm not even that mean on camera. She's the mean one. Camera's off.
People can describe me like that. They'll tell you. They'll be like, oh, you're so nice, but then sometimes you could be mean to us. My sister used to always say, oh, you so mean sometimes. You could really be a bitch sometimes. That doesn't mean that I deserve any type of whatever disrespect. And that certainly doesn't mean that I'm like that in real life. Everybody has different characters in front of other people. I'm pretty sure my siblings will be like, y'all listen to her, man. She just be yapping all the time. That's different facets of someone's personality. And that still doesn't excuse what ended up happening. I have to say that and make that very clear.
How am I mean? Describe one event where I was mean. Well, first off, you're annoying. And second, she raises her voice so much higher than she does in the video. And she's like, anyways, moral story. Evelyn plays the victim in the videos.
Okay, guys, it's already getting pretty dark, so I think editing Kelly will help to finish this video because I'm not sure you all kind of see me anymore. Hello. So editing Kelly has been busy, so I have to take over for her. So let's continue. Just a few hours after Ben posted this video, people were so surprised that Fred made a post on his Instagram story, basically telling his own side of the story. Hi, I'm about to share something serious that I have kept private for a long time. It is not easy to talk about, and I'm only saying what I feel ready to say publicly. All I ask is that you read with care. I just saw Ben's video. I wasn't planning to speak publicly, but hearing experiences that felt familiar made staying silent feel wrong. I was in a relationship with Evelyn for years before Ben. During that relationship, I experienced things that were consistent with part of what Ben described, including physical violence. When our relationship ended, a version of events was shared publicly that did not fully reflect my experience. At the time, I chose not to respond. I made that decision for several reasons. I wanted to protect her. I didn't want to turn a private situation into something public. I was young and didn't fully know how to handle the situation. I'm not yet to revisit the past in detail or to speak for anyone else. I'm only sharing this to clarify that my experience and truth did not fully align with the narrative that had been.
Okay, and that's great. I still don't believe what he's selling. The other guy. And let me tell you something. If it is true that she did that in this relationship, then yes, sis needs to get help. There's no reason why you should be putting your hands on anybody. But for some reason, I do not believe this one either. Because you decide, Mimi. You see, she don't believe it either, y'all. She barking, y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. But conveniently. And again, he was silent. I'm not gonna say that he doesn't deserve to speak. But all I'm saying, though, is if this were true, we need the evidence, sir. We need you to come out and say something. Because at the end of the day, these are two separate issues. Could she have been abusive in this relationship? That's possible. But that still doesn't mean that this man wasn't. And he didn't do whatever she said he did. Because I fully, wholeheartedly believe it just based off of the jokes that he was making.
Been presented. I stayed quiet for a long time for my own reasons. Speaking now is simply about being honest about what I experienced. Some of what was shared in the video was new information to me, and I would like to process it privately. I'm also sorry for what Ben went through. I hope he has the support he needs. That was it.
So he's only sorry for what Ben went again. And I'm not just gonna sit here and believe a man just because he came out and said it. I'm sorry. Not after all this happened, and not after we saw what that man did and put the knife right there. And he's coming out to say that she's the... This is problematic. This is very problematic. Two things can be true at once. At the end of the day, though, I do not believe that he was a victim. I'm not talking about the Fred guy. I'm talking about the Pasternak, whatever his damn name is. It sounds like, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry, I don't believe the ex either. But I will say, though, that I don't have enough evidence to convince. You know what? We might need to go check. This might be a two-parter. I'm going to need to go and see what video she had with her ex, Fred. Because it looks like they were on social media as well.
That was all he said. And people were left shocked and surprised because they didn't really expect Fred to speak about the situation, because I played a few clips earlier where I said that Fred and Evelyn both agreed that they were going their separate ways on good terms and nothing bad happened. Even Fred replied to a comment saying the exact same thing. So a lot of people started making up conspiracy theories by saying that Ben's PR team allegedly paid Fred.
I was just about to say that. I believe so too. That's not conspiracy though. And also, like I done told y'all, like the fact that, I'm not surprised, because a lot of men, what they'll do is they will take up for each other. Notice how he said, he apologized. He feels sorry for Ben. And if he's there, they're going to try to turn this into Johnny Depp, Amber Heard situation. This is exactly where it's going.
I'm using the word allegedly, but when I tell you that netizens were not using this word at all, they were like 100% sure that Ben paid Fred, even though it has not really been confirmed. And a lot of people saw this as two men coming together to make a woman's story look false. Netizens were also leaving comments on Fred's page, asking him why he just decided to speak up now, and why he's lying, and why he took money from Ben, and so on and so forth. Honestly, I don't know if Fred was paid. I don't know if Ben's PR team reached out to Fred, telling him to talk about this whole situation so they can make Evelyn look more guilty. I don't know about it all. But one thing I would say is people leaving comments like, why did you decide to talk now? Yes, I do understand that the timeline is pretty suspicious, and how they are speaking up back to back and basically saying things that are completely different. For example, Fred saying that some of the things that Ben said in that video is completely new to him, while Ben is saying that he talked to multiple of Evelyn's exes. The stories don't just align. However, I would say that people that are leaving comments saying, why did you decide to speak now? Those type of things where you surprise somebody who's trying to be open about their experience and that person. Now, let's leave out...
No, but they, sorry, sis. I'm going to have to disagree with you, because I don't mind the people saying it in the comments, because they do it every day to women. Hello, remember when those women came out the woodwork talking about Diddy, and they say, why she want to talk now? Them years, okay. There you go. I guess it's tit for tat. Maybe I'm just petty. But at the end of the day, though, that is very questionable, and it's a valid question. Why now? And again, even you said their stories didn't align, and I believe it. I'm telling y'all, my spidey senses are telling me something here.
Evelyn, Fred, Ben situation. Let's talk about in real life. In real life, I think it's extremely wrong for someone to come out with an allegation and say this is what I experienced, and I couldn't really speak out because of her platform, and I didn't really want her reputation to be ruined. And then you'd be like, why are you just speaking up now? Why are you even speaking up at all? Calling him a man-child and so on and so forth.
No, but at the same time, he's a man. I'm sorry. Even if he had spoken up before or after, people would have still been writing for him. It cannot be the same. You cannot compare it to a woman speaking out. Because I will say this, as a woman, and as what the cases I've seen, women their voices are always drowned out. Especially the more melanated the woman becomes. So you have to remember that we live in a world where the man's word is everything. So you are already experiencing the the whole justice system is not made for you as a woman. We already know that. Look at how many unalivings do we have to see just last week? Just 2 weeks ago. Every day. Protective order means nothing. Whether you are in like a working class family or whether you're in a rich family, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, though, can I say that his story is not true? I don't know. But what I can say, though, is that it's a difference. You cannot compare the two. Him speaking out about his truth and people questioning him is totally different from a woman speaking out about her truth and being questioned. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to tell y'all right now, he just spoke out and people automatically believed him. Automatically. Even some people saying they're going to be neutral about it. They automatically believed him. If a woman speaks out, they don't believe her. Look at how quick it was for people to kind of like question Evelyn's theory and story. Just because he said it, and they didn't even provide evidence. You have evidence for her. That's the problem. When a man says something, it's like you trust him. No evidence. But when a woman says something, there needs to be evidence. There needs to be clues. He didn't say that. You need to have it in writing. You need to have a courier go and bring it. And even then, it's not enough for people to believe her. Red flag. That's why there's a difference.
feel like that is wrong, okay? Not only women can be abused, men can in fact be abused and cheated on. I hope we do know that. That same day, Ben's brother, his name is Jake, posted something on his Instagram story saying, "My brother Ben has been the subject of serious and deeply troubling allegations over the past several days. Ben is my brother. I have known him my entire life. I love him, I stand by him, and I know the kind of person he is. Anyone who knows Ben knows his character, his gentleness, his integrity, and the deep love so many people have for him. This past week has tested my family in ways I never could have imagined, and I'm deeply grateful for the team around us and for everyone who has reached out with support. Out of respect for the legal process, I will not speak to the specifics of these allegations, but I ask that people withhold judgment until the full truth is known. In moments like this, it is easy for accusations to spread faster than facts, but truth matters, due process matters, and fairness matters." Evelyn Ha's final message to Ben was, "I'm going to make sure this comes back to you in a millionfold. The truth will prevail."
Okay, I'm going to make sure this comes back to you a millionfold. That could mean anything, by the way. It could mean karma. We don't know what he did. Again, we don't know what he did. That sentence does not vindicate him, Mr. Brother. And of course, you're going to be riding for your degenerate ass brother.
Until the full truth is known.
But yeah, you didn't speak out when he was doing this nonsense. Oh yeah, we running it back.
As mystery man. Eventually, Evelyn decided to probably go to
Here we go. You didn't speak up with this.
Videos with Ben involved, but people started to notice the red flags, especially on Ben's end. He would do very questionable and let's just say disrespectful things. You know the kind of things that you hear and you're just like, why would you ever say that?
What happened when the white male and the Asian girl went on a boat together?
What happened?
The white male chucked her off.
Yeah, where were you when he said this, Mr. Dear Brother you? And Fred? And Fred? Where were you?
Would you rather?
You have to answer.
Listen, would you rather me go swimming in the pool over there and I hold your head underwater and you die?
Where were you? Where were you? Where were you when he said that?
This is actually scary. It's like rock climbing, basically.
You should.
I'm the only one that can make Evelyn shut the fuck up.
I'm kidding, babe. I love you. Keep talking.
He's just trying to not get canceled, guys. Mystery Joshua Hastings.
Calling her a B word? Yeah.
And netizens also noticed the way he would always look for ways to...
Yeah, look at that. Wait, where is it? Oh, yeah. I've never been pushed like that in my life. Red flag. Even for fun. It's not funny. Look at that. Look at that. And violence against women. This right here, that's already enough evidence. We don't need any more. We don't need any more evidence right here. Right here. This is enough. Sorry, trigger warning. Here we go. And then you want to come out with this sorry ass apology about your damn brother.
Is anyone who knows Ben knows his character,
Wrap
his
this right
gentleness,
up.
his integrity, and the deep love so many people have for him.
Fast forward. We don't give a
damn. She just
damn.
posted a video on TikTok saying your ex-situationship got arrested. And in this video, she included a clip of her and Ben together holding hands in a jet. I think that's a jet or a helicopter. And the caption says, "Life is full of surprises, sending so much healing energy to the poor girl that was hurt by him."
Here we go. Aria Dust.
This is all we know so far, and this case will go to court pretty soon. But at the end of the day, abuse is abuse. Abuse is bad, and abuse can happen to anyone. And I really just hate the way people are approaching this particular situation. It's a very, very serious situation. Like, this is no jokes at all. I called Ben crazy. Yes, I do believe he's crazy based on what I've seen online. He does really stupid things. Like, yo, when I was watching this video, so like, why is this man talking like this? I saw a lot of comments implying that Evelyn, being 5'4", can never harm someone that's up to 6 feet. And I legit burst into laughter, not because this is an unserious matter, but because this person does not know what abuse is, or does not know that an abuser can look however they want to look and still be an abuser. Again, let's say we're not talking about this particular situation, we're just talking about abuse in general. Men can be abusers, women can be abusers. There's no one size fits all for how.
That is very true. However, in this case, I'm sorry, sis, I can't listen to whatever else you're saying, but shout out to you for doing this. Is she an Australian? Sorry, y'all. Is she American or Australian? Oh, she's American. All right, where is this going to be, this court case? I'm going to read some of y'all comments. We up out of here, y'all. I've seen enough. I might have to run this back, because I need to see the videos of her and Fred. I'm sure I could clock something right here. And they became famous just by doing videos of vlogging? Okay, I guess. Evelyn Ha. Oh, shoot, it's getting late. Okay, I got to get up out of here. My bad, y'all. Oh, Juliana. Okay, we'll do this next week. You know what? We'll run a part 2, y'all. Let me save this in my playlist. We got to run a part 2. We got to run part 2 of this. This is very serious, y'all. All right, I'm going to read a few comments and we up out of here. My bad, y'all. Okay, Rose. Hey, Rose. How are you, sis? And good luck, Mary. You said I reached out to an internship sites for interview. I got an extension about 2 weeks ago. I have an interview on Friday. Okay, I'm going to be praying for you, sis, and I hope you get it. And please let us know. Keep us posted. Rose, you said, look at his eyes. He's evil. I'm not surprised. Girl, I already clocked it. I already cocked it. Y'all call him Skinny Crew. Y'all a mess. That was his other personality. You said he literally is physically abusive. He'd be pushing her and kicking her and hitting her, and she'd just be laughing. Yeah, I know. That's how I know. Like, she's just giggling. She was too Google Gaga, in my opinion, y'all. He's the type to say it's not abuse because she was laughing about it. Yup. He's gentle until his other side comes out. Yeah, Jekyll Hyde, Dr. Jekyll Hyde. And I believe, like I said, I believe it's reactive. It's giving DDG and Hallie. It's giving DDG and Hallie 2.0. Rose, you said even if she hypothetically was abusive to any of her ex-boyfriend, that doesn't stop the fact that he has done things that we have seen on camera. Exactly. Ahawa, who's Evelyn? Girl, I didn't even know until today. I'm surprised about all of this, y'all. I did not know who he was. Not y'all. You know what? I'm not gonna read that. You said Pinocchio. I can't. I think his parents are German or something like that, and they visited his family on her channel. Okay, I'm gonna get all these videos, y'all. We're gonna do a part 2 next week. I don't have enough time, and it's getting late. I don't want to keep y'all too late. Apparently, he's Australian and Jewish with a Ukrainian great-grandfather. Oh, Lord, he got a lot of ancestry here. Because of his accent. Some girl. Hey, sis, you said feel sorry for the white one when he out his hands on neck. The Asian one should at least clarify a bit. Very different stakes. It doesn't match up. Exactly. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. And what's the ex-girlfriend? Hold on. What's her name? Aria Dest? Hold on. Let me just look her up real quick. I don't have a palate cleanser tonight, y'all. So we just gonna wrap it up after this. I think, oh, Lord. Aria Dest. Ben. This story was enough for me to be like, okay, yeah, we gonna wrap this up and finish next year. Okay. She said, I didn't expect this. Okay, let's read the ex-girlfriend's her perspective. I didn't expect my video to get the attention it did, and I don't know if I'm much help in this situation. After all, I only dated Ben very briefly at the end of 2020. So many people have been asking about my experience with him, and while I don't want to make this about me, I'm choosing to share this in case it can offer a small amount of insight. All right, sis, we hearing you. The sisterhood is here. During the time Ben and I were seeing each other, I truly felt we shared a genuine connection and we're building something meaningful. That's why it was so confusing and hurtful when I was suddenly ghosted after an experience and that I thought had brought us much closer together. I don't want to go into detail, but he left me feeling very used for my body After he disappeared, I tried calling and texting, but never received a response until. And then in what I believe was late 2023, early 2024, he texted me completely out of the blue asking if I would like to travel with him, as he remembers the time we shared very blah, blah, blah. Was disheartening to be contacted by... Oh, sorry, y'all. Let me get rid of this thing. Hold on. Not auto scroll. Hold on. Here we go. It was disheartening. Oh, no. Y'all can't... My bad, y'all. Hold on. Is there any way I can get rid of this stuff? Okay, whatever. Disheartening to be contacted, so something as if nothing had happened. I held up the mirror for him, and while I'll give him credit for receiving that feedback, the situation as well as a few other contributing factors that I won't go into left me with a negative impression of him and took me a long time to heal. Okay. That's what she had to say? No disrespect, sis. I mean, I'm sure you were hurt and stuff, but is this I don't know, y'all. Oh, Lord. I didn't expect. Okay, hold on. What is going on here? Y'all know I'm an auntie. That's it. That's all she had to say? Girl, you know what? I'm out of here. This is him after? Evelyn Ha leaves boyfriend after... Wait, what is this? Trigger warning, y'all. What is this? That was him? What is that? Oh yeah. This part 2 next week. We're continuing part 2, y'all. That does not look... Was he naked? Oh no, he's wearing trunks. Yeah, look at that. Hold up.
With assault and second-degree strangulation. I think this allegedly happened the night they broke up, but he's pleaded not guilty, and I think the case is still ongoing. And in multiple videos, Evelyn showed the scars on her face and posted a "Get ready with me to cover up scar on my face" video. In one of her vlogs, she apologized for being MIA and that she was going through some personal things, and a lot of comments about the scar on her face that she'll definitely talk about it when the time comes, but she's safe and okay now, so no need to worry. But now with everything coming out, it's just hitting very differently. It's just one example. One Ben said like, oh, what happened when the white male and Asian girl went on a boat together? And then he says the white male...
Yeah, we saw that part.
Little clips of Evelyn and Ben. I'm sure people are rethinking what they were actually watching in real time.
No, but some people clocked it though. All right, y'all. We gonna be out of here, y'all. This is craziness. Last one. How are they charging for strangulation if there's no evidence? Women don't really go through it with it, and police will not take the case a lot of time if there's a lot of back and forth. There's evidence, sis. There's definitely evidence. Trust and believe me. There's evidence. Are you talking about on his end? There's definitely evidence. Hold on. Here. This is enough evidence for me. We gonna run it right back. Where was it? Where was that video? I don't know if I put it down. But y'all remember, y'all saw him with the knife. And I believe that she, the way he was chasing her down in that hotel room is very unsettling, y'all. This is not, I believe her wholeheartedly. Because like I said, somebody who would do... Damn, I don't have the video anymore. Where is it? Somebody that would put a up to your throat as a joke and say end violence against women. That's all I need to know. Case closed. She did whatever he said he did. And then some. But yeah, sometimes like... there's definitely evidence for them to arrest him. I don't think that there was no evidence. There's some, at least suspicion. And I believe her wholeheartedly on this one. This man looks like a ticking time. He was a ticking time bomb. His intrusive thoughts kept coming out. And he needs to get help. And he needs to be up under somebody's jail, in my opinion. Because nobody's going to... I promise you, if I had a daughter and somebody talked to my daughter and joked with her like that, it's lights out for you. At this point, we gonna get you. We gonna pursue you, take you to court, whatever we gotta do. Get you away from her. Because that lets me know, again, like I said, it always starts little by little. It always starts little by little. It starts with jokes. And then it escalates. Notice, he started with the joke about the drowning. Then after that, he was calling her F and B, whatever. You just shut the F up. And then all of a sudden, the knife was already there. It's an escalation. It's an escalation, y'all. So then I'm not surprised if he did. Again, my opinion, I believe he did, because that's usually the escalation after the threats and the fake play, and then it becomes for real, and then you're running for your life. So we're gonna do part 2 next week. Have a good night, y'all. I hope you guys have a great week. Sorry this took too long, but y'all, I had a lot to say and I couldn't finish yesterday. But anyways, wishing you guys a great week. We'll finish this off next week. Oh Lord, I need to go have a drink after tonight. All right, bye y'all. Take care and see you on Saturday. All right. And also the case studies will be posted hopefully tomorrow. The Jay-Z and Beyonce one. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Bye.